Forget the Hollywood dogfight and the lone ace with a scarf trailing in the wind. The reality of 21st century aerial combat is a far colder, more brutal affair, and its latest protagonist is the Shenyang J-16. This is a machine born from the pitiless logic of physics and the silent flicker of electrons, a world where victory is measured in microseconds and decided by fractional advantages in sensor range. Every composite panel on its airframe is a calculation of survivability. Every line of its code a bet on who lives and who dies. To understand the J-16 is to understand the trajectory of Chinese air power itself, from a dependent pupil to a self-sufficient and increasingly assertive peer. This aircraft is not simply a product of reverse engineering. It is the capstone project of a decades-long national endeavor to master the complex, systemic art of designing, integrating, and mass-producing a top-tier combat system, a strategic achievement that arguably outweighs the performance of any single airframe. Be sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new analytical reviews. The story of the J-16 is inextricably linked to the saga of the Sinoflanker, a long and often contentious relationship with the exceptional Sukhoi Su-27 airframe. The genesis lies in the 1990s, a period of strategic recalibration for the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF. Recognizing the profound technological gap exposed by Western air power in the First Gulf War, Beijing turned to Moscow. In 1992, China purchased its first batch of Su-27SK air superiority fighters, and by 1996, it had secured a landmark $2.5 billion deal to license-produce 200 of them at the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation under the designation J-11. This was intended to be a straightforward technology transfer, a way to rapidly modernize the PLAAF's backbone. However, the arrangement began to fray after the assembly of the first 95 kits. Around 2002, China unveiled mock-ups of the J-11D, a variant that was conspicuously absent from the licensing agreement. This new aircraft, which began appearing in prototype form by 2006, was an unauthorized derivative, a product of what might charitably be called the School of Creative Procurement. While retaining the flanker's superb aerodynamic shell, the J-11D was a declaration of technological independence, incorporating indigenously produced avionics, a glass cockpit, and, crucially, Chinese-made weapon systems. This move, while causing a significant diplomatic and industrial headache for Russia, was a pivotal step. It marked the point at which China was no longer content to simply assemble foreign designs, but was determined to master, modify, and ultimately surpass them. Concurrently, the PLAAF had also acquired the two-seat, multi-role Sukhoi Su-30MKK strike fighter in 1999, a heavier, more versatile platform comparable to the American F-15E Strike Eagle. The Su-30MKK provided the doctrinal and technical template for a long-range strike fighter, complete with a strengthened airframe, a more robust undercarriage to handle greater takeoff weights, and an in-flight refueling probe for extended missions. The J-16, which is believed to have made its first flight around 2011-2012, is the synthesis of these two evolutionary paths. It is not a direct copy of the Su-30MKK, but rather a hybrid, a conceptual fusion. Shenyang engineers took the airframe of the twin-seat J-11BS, itself the two-seat trainer version of the indigenous J-11B, and integrated the structural and mission system lessons learned from the Su-30MKK, all while populating it with a new generation of purely Chinese technology. The result is a machine with a Russian soul but a distinctly Chinese mind and nervous system, a platform that leverages a proven world-class airframe as a vessel for a suite of electronics and weaponry that has left its progenitors far behind. The Shenyang J-16 presents a formidable silhouette, an unmistakable descendant of the flanker lineage. With a length of 21.9 meters, a wingspan of 14.7 meters, and a height of 6.36 meters, it is a large, heavy fighter, built for range and payload. Its aerodynamic design retains the classic features that gave the original Su-27 its legendary maneuverability. A large strake, wing-body blended configuration that generates immense lift and allows for stable flight at high angles of attack. However, beneath this familiar shape lies a structure that has been fundamentally re-engineered. One of the most significant departures from its Russian-built ancestors is the extensive use of composite materials throughout the airframe. This application of advanced materials, including carbon fiber composites, results in a substantial weight reduction compared to the all-metal construction of the Su-30MKK, improving the aircraft's thrust-to-weight ratio and overall performance. The empty weight is reported to be approximately 17,700 kilograms, allowing for a maximum takeoff weight of a staggering 35,000 kilograms. Further enhancing its survivability, the J-16 is coated in a distinctive, low-visibility, silver-gray paint that is not merely for camouflage. This coating contains radar-absorbent materials, RAM, designed to reduce the aircraft's radar cross-section, RCS, particularly against higher-frequency fire control radars, making it a more difficult target to detect and track. While this does not make the J-16 a true stealth aircraft, it represents a pragmatic approach to signature reduction that aligns with its doctrinal role. At the heart of the machine, providing the raw power for its Mach 2 performance, are two Shenyang WS-10 Taihang afterburning turbofan engines. The story of the WS-10 is a microcosm of China's entire aerospace industry, a long, arduous, and monumentally expensive struggle for self-sufficiency. Initiated in the 1980s to create a domestic equivalent to the Russian Saturn Al-31, the program was plagued for decades by profound technical challenges. Early production models were notoriously unreliable, with reports of service lives as low as 30 hours between overhauls, compared to the Al-31's already modest 400–500 hours. The engines suffered from inconsistent quality control, issues with meeting thrust targets, and a particular Achilles heel in the metallurgy of their single-crystal turbine blades, the critical components that must endure temperatures exceeding 1600 C while spinning at thousands of RPM. For years, the engine seemed to possess a temperament actively hostile to the concept of sustained flight, with the PLA logging nearly 20,000 faults in its first 3 years of service. Yet, through sheer persistence and immense national investment, these issues were gradually overcome. The current WS-10B variant powering the J-16 is a mature and reliable power plant, reportedly generating around 135 kN of thrust with afterburner and boasting a thrust-to-weight ratio approaching 9.1. The successful maturation of the Taihang engine, allowing it to become the standard power plant for China's premier fighters, represents a strategic victory of the highest order, finally severing the umbilical cord to Russian engine suppliers and ensuring the J-16 program can proceed at a pace dictated solely by China's own industrial capacity. This evolution reflects a philosophical divergence from its Russian cousins. Where a platform like the Su-35 prioritizes extreme kinematic performance through advanced engines with three-dimensional thrust vectoring, the J-16's development has focused on achieving solid, reliable performance while channeling primary investment into the digital domain of sensors and networks. A clear bet that future battles will be won by the side that masters the kill chain, not just the dogfight. If the airframe is the J-16's body, its avionics suite is its digital soul, and it is here that the aircraft makes its most decisive break from its Russian ancestry. The centerpiece of this advanced electronic architecture is an indigenous active electronically scanned array, AESA radar, housed within a light-colored radome that is a telltale sign of its advanced nature, along with the absence of the traditional nose-mounted pitot tube seen on older flanker variants. This system represents a generational leap over the mechanically scanned PSA radars found on even advanced Russian fighters like the Su-35. The J-16's AESA is reported to have a detection range of 200–250 kilometers against a typical fighter-sized target and the ability to simultaneously track between 15 and 20 targets. The inherent advantages of AESA technology are profound. The beam can be steered electronically almost instantaneously, allowing for interleave search, track, and engagement modes. It is highly resistant to electronic jamming, and it can operate in low probability of intercept, LPI modes that make it difficult for an enemy's electronic support measures to detect its emissions. This powerful sensor is complemented by an offset infrared search and track IRST system located just forward of the cockpit, providing a passive means of detecting and tracking targets via their heat signatures at ranges of up to 80 kilometers. This dual sensor approach allows the J-16 to hunt for targets without revealing its own position by emitting radar energy. Inside the tandem cockpit, the analog dials and cluttered instruments of older Soviet-era designs have been completely swept away. The crew operates within a modern glass cockpit, dominated by large, full-color multifunction displays, MFDs, that present fused tactical information in an intuitive format. Both the pilot and the weapons systems officer, WSO, are equipped with a helmet-mounted display, HMD, which projects critical flight and targeting data directly onto their visors, enabling high off-bore sight missile engagements and dramatically enhancing situational awareness. However, the true power of the J-16's digital suite lies in its network-centric design. The aircraft is equipped with high-capacity secure data links that allow it to seamlessly integrate into a wider system of systems. It can receive and share targeting data in real time with other assets, most notably airborne early warning and control, AEW&C aircraft like the KJ-500. This capability enables sensor fusion on a grand scale, where data from the J-16's own radar and IRST is combined with information from off-board platforms to create a single, comprehensive, and God's-eye view of the battle space. This architecture transforms the J-16 from a mere fighter into a highly effective node in a distributed network. Moreover, the PLAF is pioneering a doctrinal evolution for this two-seat platform. Instead of the WSO serving a traditional role focused purely on weapons employment, as in the F-15E, Chinese military thinkers are developing a new concept for the backseater as an Air Mission Commanding Officer, AMCO. In this capacity, the second crew member leverages the aircraft's powerful sensors and connectivity to manage a complex battle space, directing formations of other friendly aircraft, coordinating with ground and naval units, and potentially controlling unmanned, loyal wingman drones. This innovative use of the second crew member to mitigate the information overload of modern warfare and act as a forward battle manager positions the J-16 as a crucial test bed for the PLAF's future air combat concepts, including those envisioned for the two-seat J-20S stealth fighter. A fighter is ultimately defined by its claws, and the Shenyang J-16 carries a formidable and multi-domain arsenal. With a reported maximum weapons payload of at least 8 tons and 12 external hardpoints, it is a versatile and heavily armed platform capable of executing a wide array of missions. In the air-to-air arena, the J-16's armament reflects a clear emphasis on beyond visual range, BVR combat, and engaging targets from extreme distances. Its primary long-range weapon is the L-15 missile, a munition that has garnered significant attention from Western military analysts. The L-15 is equipped with an advanced AESA seeker for superior tracking and countermeasure resistance, and it is powered by a dual-pulse rocket motor. This innovative propulsion system allows the missile to coast for a significant portion of its flight before reigniting its motor in the terminal phase, providing a massive energy boost to defeat maneuvering targets at its maximum range, which is estimated to be between 200 and 300 kilometers. This capability significantly outranges the standard AIM-120 AMRAAM variants used by most Western air forces. For even longer-range engagements against high-value assets like tankers and AWACS aircraft, the J-16 can carry the massive PL-17, a very long-range missile with a potential reach exceeding 400 kilometers. For engagements within visual range, the J-16 employs the PL-10, a highly agile short-range infrared homing missile capable of high off-bore sight shots in conjunction with the pilot's helmet-mounted display. The aircraft's air-to-ground and maritime strike capabilities are equally robust, transforming it into a potent standoff strike platform. It can carry a wide variety of precision-guided munitions, including laser-guided bombs like the LS-500J and satellite-guided glide bombs. A key standoff weapon is the KD-88 air-to-surface missile, a turbojet-powered weapon with a range of approximately 200 kilometers. It is guided by a television or imaging infrared seeker, allowing the WSO to manually guide the missile to its target in the terminal phase via a data link. This man-in-the-loop capability makes it highly effective against moving or well-camouflaged targets. In the anti-shipping role, the J-16 is arguably one of the most dangerous platforms in the world, primarily due to its ability to carry the YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship cruise missile. The YJ-12 is a ramjet-powered sea skimmer that can travel at speeds between Mach 2 and Mach 4, covering its 400-500 kilometer range in minutes and presenting an exceptionally difficult target for shipboard defense systems. The J-16 can also carry the more conventional YJ-83K, a subsonic but still effective anti-ship missile. For close-in strafing, the J-16 retains the powerful Gryazev-Shipunov GSH-31 30mm cannon inherited from its flanker ancestors. This comprehensive and long-range arsenal is not merely a collection of disparate weapons, it is a carefully curated toolkit designed to execute China's anti-access area denial (A2AD) strategy. By fielding weapons that can hold adversary assets at risk from hundreds of kilometers away, the J-16 serves as a key instrument for creating a lethal bubble, making it prohibitively dangerous for opposing naval and air forces to operate anywhere near China's periphery. In the crowded sky of 4.5 generation fighters, the J-16 does not exist in a vacuum. Its capabilities must be measured against its global peers, each representing a different philosophy of air combat design. Its most direct analog is the American F-15E Strike Eagle and its latest iteration, the F-15EX Eagle II. Both are large, twin-engine, two-seat aircraft designed for multi-role dominance. The F-15EX likely holds an edge in its more mature and powerful AN/APG-82 AESA radar, its staggering ordnance flexibility, and superior range and endurance, particularly when fitted with conformal fuel tanks. However, the J-16 counters with a potentially larger radar aperture owing to the flanker's wider nose section and an air-to-air missile suite, particularly the PL-15 and PL-17, that boasts a significant range advantage over the F-15 standard AIM-120. Furthermore, the PLAF's doctrinal exploration of the Air Mission Commanding Officer role for the backseater represents a more forward-thinking approach to crew utilization in a data-saturated environment compared to the USAF's more traditional weapons systems officer concept for the F-15E. The comparison with its Russian cousin, the Su-35, is a study in family rivalry and divergent evolution. The Su-35 is arguably the king of kinematics, a pure air superiority fighter whose combination of powerful AL-41F1S engines and three-dimensional thrust vectoring nozzles grants it unparalleled agility in a visual range dogfight. The J-16, lacking thrust vectoring, cannot match this supermaneuverability. However, the contest shifts decisively in the J-16's favor in the BVR arena. Its ESA radar is a full generation ahead of the J-35's Urbis E-PISA radar, and its indigenous avionics, data links, and weapons are more seamlessly integrated and generally more advanced. Indeed, reports from within the PLAF itself suggest a degree of disappointment with the Su-35's electronic systems, viewing them as outdated compared to domestic offerings. Against the U.S. Navy's workhorse, the F/A-18E/F Super Hornet, the J-16 leverages the fundamental advantages of its land-based heavy fighter design. The J-16 boasts a higher top speed, greater service ceiling, and significantly longer combat radius than the Super Hornet, which is inherently compromised by the structural requirements of carrier operations. While the Super Hornet is a rugged and versatile platform, and its EA-18G Growler variant sets the global standard for airborne electronic attack. In a direct comparison of multi-role performance, the J-16's superior range and kinematics give it a distinct advantage. Ultimately, the J-16 occupies a unique niche. It synthesizes the most desirable traits of its competitors, blending the large airframe, heavy payload, and impressive fuel fraction of the Eastern heavy fighter philosophy with the advanced AESA sensor suite, network-centric architecture, and sophisticated munitions of the Western approach. It may not be the absolute best in any single category. It is not as agile as the Su-35 or as versatile a bomb truck as the F-15EX. But its lack of any glaring weaknesses and its high performance across all key metrics make it a uniquely well-rounded and formidable adversary. The proliferation of advanced, networked integrated air defense systems, IADS, has rendered the electromagnetic spectrum a primary battleground. Dominance in this invisible domain is no longer a luxury but a prerequisite for survival, let alone victory. It is this reality that drove the development of the Shenyang J-16D, a dedicated electronic warfare, EW variant, and China's direct answer to the U.S. Navy's formidable EA-18G Growler. The J-16D is a specialized instrument, physically and electronically reconfigured for the singular purpose of fighting and winning the war for the spectrum. The modifications from the baseline J-16 are substantial and telling. The most obvious changes are the removal of the internal 30mm GSH-30-1 cannon and the nose-mounted infrared search and track IRST system. This sacrifice of kinetic and passive detection capabilities frees up critical internal volume and power generation for a comprehensive integrated electronic warfare suite. The aircraft's nose radome is reshaped, likely housing a specialized AESA radar optimized for electronic attack functions in addition to traditional radar modes. The airframe is studded with an array of new antennas and dielectric fairings, and most prominently, it features large, permanent electronic support measure, ESM pods on its wingtips, which are analogous to the AN/ALQ-218 pods on the Growler, and are used to detect, identify, and geolocate enemy emitters with high precision. The J-16D's offensive punch comes from a suite of powerful jamming pods carried on its underwing and fuselage hardpoints. At least 3 distinct types of pods have been observed, suggesting a sophisticated multi-band approach to jamming that allows the aircraft to target a wide range of radar systems, from low-frequency early warning radars to high-frequency fire control and missile guidance radars. This modular pod system, combined with its internal EW suite, likely gives the J-16D the ability to engage multiple emitters simultaneously across a broad frequency spectrum, conduct both brute force barrage jamming and more subtle deception jamming, and potentially even execute non-kinetic cyber attacks against networked air defense systems. While its primary role is soft-kill electronic attack, the J-16D retains a potent hard-kill capability for suppression and destruction of enemy air defenses, SAD-dead missions. It can carry a variety of anti-radiation missiles, arms, such as the YJ-91, a derivative of the Russian Kh-31P, which are designed to home in on and destroy enemy radar transmitters. The operational doctrine for the J-16D mirrors that of its American counterpart. It is designed to act as a force multiplier, escorting strike packages of conventional fighters like the J-16 and even stealth aircraft like the J-20 into heavily defended airspace. By blinding and disrupting the enemy's IADs, the J-16D creates temporary corridors of electronic silence, allowing friendly forces to penetrate defenses and strike their targets with a much higher probability of survival. The very existence of such a sophisticated and expensive platform is a clear signal of the PLAF's strategic intent. It demonstrates a mature understanding that any future high-intensity conflict, particularly a scenario involving Taiwan, will be fought against a technologically advanced adversary in a contested electromagnetic environment. The J-16D is not a defensive asset. It is a key enabler for offensive air operations and a linchpin in China's strategy to dismantle an opponent's ability to fight back. An aircraft's true measure is found not on a spec sheet, but in the turbulent air of real-world operations. While the J-16 has yet to see combat, its operational history is being written daily in the contested airspace of the Indo-Pacific. It has become the PLAF's platform of choice for asserting Beijing's expansive territorial claims, serving as the primary instrument for patrols and intercepts in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. These encounters are far from routine. They are often aggressive, high-stakes displays of brinkmanship. In May 2022, a J-16 intercepted a Royal Australian Air Force P-8 Poseidon surveillance aircraft over the South China Sea, flying dangerously close before releasing a cloud of chaff and flares, some of which were ingested by the P-8's engines in a flagrantly unsafe maneuver. A year later, in May 2023, a J-16 performed a maneuver colloquially known as thumping on a U.S. Air Force RC-135 rivet joint, cutting directly in front of the reconnaissance plane's nose and forcing it to fly through its turbulent jet wash. These incidents, while condemned as unprofessional, serve multiple purposes. They are a form of coercive diplomacy, a physical harassment of intelligence-gathering assets, and, most critically, a valuable opportunity for live training. Each intercept allows PLAF pilots to practice detecting, tracking, and maneuvering against real adversary aircraft, testing the limits of their machines and their own nerve while gathering invaluable data on Western operational patterns. Perhaps the most telling episode in the J-16's short history is the widely publicized claim by PLAF pilot Li Pengfei. According to a broadcast on China Central Television, during a 2024 coastal exercise, Li's J-16 encountered 2 foreign stealth fighters. He claimed to have performed an aggressive barrel roll and inverted flight within 10 to 15 meters of one of the aircraft before achieving a simultaneous radar lock on both, forcing them to retreat. From a purely technical standpoint, the claim is plausible under specific, narrow conditions. The effectiveness of stealth is not absolute. It is dependent on aspect, range, and the frequency of the illuminating radar. At extremely close, within visual range distances, any fighter's radar has a chance of achieving a lock, and the J-16's IRST could also have been a factor. However, the true significance of this event lies not in its technical veracity, but in its masterful execution as strategic communication. The carefully managed release of the story serves as a powerful piece of psychological warfare. It is designed to puncture the myth of the invisibility cloak surrounding fifth-generation aircraft, sowing doubt among adversary pilots and planners about their assumed technological overmatch. It sends a clear message that China believes it has developed the means, whether through technology, tactics, or sheer pilot aggression, to counter America's most advanced assets. For domestic audiences, it is a potent morale booster, showcasing the prowess of Chinese pilots and homegrown technology, with pilots like Wang Songxi describing the J-16 in state media as flawless and superior to any aircraft they had previously flown. The J-16's operational record, therefore, is one of carefully calculated aggression, a blend of physical intimidation and sophisticated narrative warfare that makes it a far more significant strategic tool than a simple patrol aircraft. The J-16 platform as it exists today is not an end state, but a foundation for future evolution. Its development will be guided by the overarching modernization goals of the People's Liberation Army, which has laid out an ambitious roadmap to achieve a fully modernized military by 2035 and a world-class force by 2049. A key milestone on this path is the year 2027, the centennial of the PLA's founding, which has been set as a target for accelerating the integrated development of mechanization, informatization, and intelligentization. This concept of intelligentized warfare envisions the deep integration of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and advanced networking into every facet of military operations, from command and control to individual weapon systems. The J-16, with its modern open architecture avionics, ample power generation, and large airframe, is an ideal testbed for these futuristic concepts. Near-term modernization will likely focus on incremental but significant hardware upgrades. The integration of more advanced and efficient variants of the WS-10 engine, such as the WS-10C, which already powers later batches of the J-20, would further improve the J-16's performance, increasing thrust and fuel efficiency. Continuous software updates to its radar and sensor fusion algorithms will enhance its detection and tracking capabilities, while the integration of new and longer-range munitions will keep its arsenal at the cutting edge. However, the most transformative modernization path lies in the realm of artificial intelligence. Reports have emerged of a J-16 variant unofficially dubbed Zhisheng, or Intelligence Victory, that is being used to test an AI co-pilot in the back seat. In this configuration, the AI would act as a tireless, hyper-efficient WSO, capable of managing the complex sensor suite, identifying and prioritizing threats, executing electronic warfare functions, and processing vast amounts of data far faster than a human operator could. The two-seat layout of the J-16 is critical for this developmental work, as it allows a human pilot to supervise, evaluate, and interact with the AI in a real-world flight environment, providing the essential human-on-the-loop oversight needed to build trust and refine the algorithms. This AI co-pilot could eventually be tasked with controlling a swarm of unmanned, loyal wingman drones, effectively turning the J-16 into a flying command and control hub for a team of autonomous systems. The J-16 is thus serving as the crucial bridge between the PLAF of today and the human-machine teamed force of tomorrow, the platform where the abstract theories of intelligentized warfare are being forged into practical operational reality. The Shenyang J-16 is not a revolutionary aircraft. It does not push the boundaries of aerodynamics or propulsion in the way a truly novel design might. Instead, its significance lies in its masterful and pragmatic evolution, a perfect encapsulation of China's technological prowess and strategic ambition in the early 21st century. It represents the culmination of a decades-long process of absorbing, digesting, and ultimately improving upon foreign technology. By marrying a proven world-class airframe with a suite of cutting-edge, entirely indigenous electronics and weapons, China has created the quintessential 4.5 generation multi-role fighter. It is a machine that combines the endurance and payload of the Eastern Heavy Fighter School with the sensor dominance and network centricity of the Western approach, resulting in a formidable platform with no obvious weaknesses. In its standard configuration, it is a long-range interceptor and a potent strike aircraft. In its J-16D variant, it is a specialized tool for dominating the electromagnetic spectrum. In all its forms, it is the instrument of choice for projecting power and enforcing China's will across the contested waters of the Indo-Pacific. But perhaps the J-16's most profound significance lies in its sheer numbers. With production rates high and a fleet size already estimated to be approaching 500 airframes, and with the potential to grow to over 800, the J-16 represents the crucial element of mass in the modern air power equation. While potential adversaries may field more technologically exquisite fifth-generation platforms, they do so in smaller, more precious numbers. The J-16 provides the PLAF with a vast and highly capable force that can control territory, attrite an opponent through sheer volume, and present a credible, sustainable threat across multiple fronts. It is more than just a fighter. It is the reliable steel backbone of a rising air power, the versatile and powerful workhorse upon which China's more ambitious fifth and sixth generation aspirations will be built. In the thin pre-dawn air over the western Pacific, two dark shapes close in on each other at 30,000 feet. One is American, the other Chinese. Both are bristling with missiles, yet it's not their weapons that make them feared. It's the silence. No radio calls, no radar pings, just an eerie quiet as each jet's computers wage invisible war. In modern air combat, the first to see is the first to destroy. But what if neither can see at all? The pilots peer at screens dancing with ghosts, each hunting for an enemy that's busy blinding them. This is the battle of the electronic titans, the United States F-15 Eagle X, or F-15EX, and China's J-16 Delta, or J-16D, squaring off in a duel where victory will go to the jet that turns the other into a flying blind man first. Both aircraft were born from the lessons of previous wars and the fears of wars yet to come. On one side, the F-15 Eagle X is the newest descendant of a legendary American fighter lineage. Its bloodline traces back to the original F-15 Eagles that once ruled the skies of the Cold War. But even legends age. By the late 2010s, the United States Air Force's old F-15 Charlie models were crumbling. One literally broke apart in flight, spurring calls for a replacement. The answer was as audacious as it was ironic: build a brand new version of the F-15, a design first flown in 1972, and stuff it with technology from 2025. The result was the F-15 Eagle X, a fourth-generation plus fighter that carries the soul of an eagle but the brains of a much younger predator. It was approved in 2019 over some objections. Critics sneered that it wasn't stealthy, calling it a Cold War relic, yet Congress pushed it through as an insurance policy. The logic was simple. Stealth jets like the F-35 and F-22 are precious and few, so a rugged workhorse was needed to haul missiles and keep watch when stealth isn't required. Thus, the Eagle de Sioux took to the skies, inheriting decades of engineering lessons and ready to prove that even an old frame can learn new tricks. The J-16 Delta, on the other side of this matchup, emerged from a very different saga. Its lineage is Soviet, a descendant of the Sukhoi flanker family that China imported and then improved. The base J-16 started as a Chinese remix of the Su-30 MKK, a big twin-engine fighter bomber. But Chinese engineers weren't content to copy. They refined. They gave the J-16 a modern AESA radar, active electronically scanned array, better composites, and Chinese-made WS-10 engines. It became one of the most capable non-stealth fighters in Asia, a hidden dragon, as its nickname Qianlong implies. Yet in warfare, brute force alone wasn't enough. The People's Liberation Army Air Force looked at how the United States employed electronic attack planes like the EA-18G Growler and realized it needed a dragon that could breathe electronic fire. So around 2010, work began on a specialized variant, the J-16 Delta, purpose-built for electronic warfare and suppression of enemy air defenses, or SEAD. Where the F-15 Eagle X is an evolution, the J-16 Delta is almost a mutation. A J-16 modified to neutralize not just enemy planes, but the unseen emitters that guide them. Fittingly, the two jets reflect two philosophies of modern air combat. The F-15 Eagle X carries a simple ethos: overwhelm the enemy with superior firepower and information. It's a big fighter that behaves like a quarterback, gathering data, sharing it with teammates, and carrying enough weapons to tackle any target that pops up. Boeing proudly notes the Eagle de Sioux can haul 12 air-to-air missiles under its wings in standard configuration and possibly up to 22 with special racks. That's an astounding arsenal, 29,000 pounds of ordnance in total, more than some World War II bombers. It can even carry new hypersonic missiles nearly 7 meters long, essentially flying around with a rocket booster strapped beneath its belly. To guide all this fury, the F-15 Eagle X relies on cutting-edge sensors and battle management systems. Its AN/APG-82 version 1 AESA radar, derived from the APG-63 series, peers hundreds of kilometers out, painting targets with microwaves without ever tipping off an enemy until it's too late. Deep in the jet's nose, this radar's modules scan and focus energy in microseconds, able to track multiple aircraft or map ground targets in high resolution simultaneously. If the radar somehow misses something, a Legion pod hanging under the chin provides infrared search and track, or IRST, a passive thermal eye that can spot the heat of enemy stealth aircraft or stealthy cruise missiles at distance. And tying it all together is a honeycomb of computers, a new Advanced Display Core Processor, or ADCP version 2, capable of 87 billion operations a second, and an open mission systems architecture that lets the Eagle II ingest and share data like a flying supercomputer. Across the imaginary sky, the J-16 Delta embodies a different approach. Deny the enemy any advantage before the shooting starts. It's not just armed with missiles, though it carries those too. Its primary weapons are the myriad antennas and pods jutting from its gray fuselage. The D in J-16 Delta stands for electronic attack, and the design sacrifices much to make room for that mission. The standard J-16's infrared search and trackball, normally perched in front of the canopy, is gone, as is the 30mm cannon in the nose. In their place, the J-16 Delta crams in additional electronic receivers and computing power. This jet's nose houses what analysts suspect is a new AESA radar, hinted by a reshaped radome and stated outright by its designers at Airshow China. Dozens of antennas stud the airframe like quills on a porcupine, giving 360-degree coverage to sniff out radar emissions and radio signals. And most visibly, the J-16 Delta carries an array of external jamming pods. 2 of them ride on its wingtips, sleek and ominous, reminiscent of the ALQ-218 pods on the United States Growler. At the 2021 Zhuhai Air Show, where the J-16 Delta was unveiled, it was shown with no fewer than 4 additional EW pods under its wings and air inlets. Each pod likely serves a specialized purpose. Perhaps one jams high-frequency fire control radars, another blinds lower-frequency search radars, and yet another scrambles communication networks. Chinese sources indicate these are part of the new KZ-900 series of jamming systems, cutting-edge emitters powerful enough to cripple an enemy's sensors or data links mid-flight. In essence, the J-16 Delta trades brute force weaponry for the ability to sculpt the electromagnetic battlefield itself. It is the spear tip of China's strategy to fight under informatized conditions, to seize control of the information sphere so that enemy forces cannot see, communicate, or coordinate. It sounds like science fiction, airplanes trying to blind each other with invisible energy beams. But this is exactly what modern air combat is becoming. In stark contrast to the Top Gun dogfights of the past, a clash between an F-15 Eagle X and a J-16 Delta would largely be decided by who can cripple whose electronics first. The F-15 Eagle X, for its part, comes equipped with the latest electronic warfare defensive suite the United States has fielded, the AN/ALQ-250 EPAWSS, which stands for Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System. Tucked inside the Eagle's fuselage and wingtips are antennas and sensors that serve as its ears and tail, constantly scanning for any radar that's looking its way. The moment EPAWSS detects an incoming threat, say the telltale pulse of a targeting radar or the smoky trail of a heat-seeking missile, it springs into action. In microseconds, it identifies the type of threat and deploys countermeasures. Maybe a focused radio frequency jamming burst to confuse the radar, or decoy flares and chaff to seduce an incoming missile off course. Unlike older jamming systems that were analog and manual, EPAWSS is fully digital and even cognitive, meaning it can adapt on the fly to new enemy signals not previously seen, formulating jamming techniques in real time. This smart electronic brain was long in development. It took over a decade to perfect, but now it's finally operational on United States Eagles, dramatically boosting their survivability in hostile skies. BAE Systems, the developer, boasts that EPAWSS allows the F-15 to deny, degrade, and disrupt surface and airborne threats in dense signal environments. In other words, the F-15 Eagle X can do a bit of what the J-16 Delta does. It can offensively jam enemy radars, but primarily in self-defense, to carve a protective bubble around itself and any wingman nearby. If EPAWSS is a shield of electric smoke around the F-15 Eagle X, the J-16 Delta is a sword of electromagnetic steel aimed at the enemy's heart. The Chinese aircraft's mission is offensive, to take down the networks that hold together modern air warfare. According to China's own state media, the J-16 Delta is indispensable because it integrates reconnaissance, offensive, and defensive electronic warfare capabilities to counter everything from early warning radars to communications and even the strike components of enemy systems. That means in a conflict, J-16 Deltas would be hunting the radar eyes of enemy warships and SAM batteries, jamming the data links that connect fighter to fighter, and perhaps even confusing the guidance systems of inbound missiles. With its multiple pods, a J-16 Delta could simultaneously engage several bands of the spectrum, for example, pumping out powerful noise in the C-band or X-band to blind fire control radars, while also broadcasting deceptive fake signals in the S-band to fool search radars. Another pod might listen for enemy radio communications or emitters, feeding that intel to the J-16 Delta's onboard computers for analysis. And then there's the possibility of cyber warfare. Some modern jammers can do more than just jam. They can inject malicious code into radar networks through their waveforms. It's whispered that the J-16 Delta systems might eventually attempt such feats, essentially hacking enemy defenses from the air by exploiting weaknesses in how their radar and control systems communicate. It's a capability still largely theoretical, but even the hint of it is enough to raise eyebrows in Pentagon briefing rooms. A Chinese J-16 Delta in flight, identifiable by its twin-seat cockpit and the electronic warfare pods on its wingtips, small white housings at the tips. This electronic dragon carries no gun. Instead, it wields invisible weapons to blind and deceive adversaries. It specializes in paralyzing enemy sensors from afar. The men and women flying these jets are keenly aware that they are entering a new kind of fight. Imagine an F-15 Eagle X pilot and a J-16 Delta crew. The J-16 Delta seats two, pilot and electronic warfare officer, approaching the same battle space, both knowing the other is out there. The F-15 Eagle X pilot has an AWACS aircraft hundreds of miles behind him, feeding targets to his displays. A picture of enemy airspace is data linked into his cockpit. AWACS stands for Airborne Warning and Control System. On that picture, there's an ominous blotch of static where a Chinese jammer is working. That's the first sign the enemy is near. Not a radar contact, but a hole where no information returns. The J-16 Delta has likely detected the American first. Its long-range sensors picked up the distinctive electromagnetic noise of AWACS and fighter radars from afar. In response, the Chinese crew toggles on their jammers one by one. Instantly, the American AWACS's screen lights up with interference, the telltale electronic fog of jamming across multiple frequencies. The F-15 Eagle X's own radar starts to act erratic, contacts flickering in and out as noise floors rise. But the Eagle de Secours was built for this moment. The F-15 Eagle X's EPAWSS begins fine-tuning filters to cut through jamming. The pilot switches tactics. If the radar is untrustworthy, he'll use his infrared search and track or rely on off-board targeting data shared via encrypted Link 16 network, though that too could be jammed by the J-16 Delta's onslaught. For a brief moment, both jets are effectively blind, their long-range eyes dazzled by noise. The outcome may hinge on who adapts faster or whose support infrastructure holds out. This theoretical engagement shows how tense and uncertain a modern air clash can be. It might start with blips and noise long before missiles fly. Perhaps the J-16 Delta pair is escorting a swarm of Chinese bombers or cruise missiles, and it is their job to make sure ground-based Patriot batteries and Aegis cruisers cannot lock onto those incoming threats. Perhaps the F-15 Eagle X is part of a U.S./Japanese rapid reaction force scrambling to protect an allied asset, say a United States carrier group in the Pacific or the island of Guam, by destroying those bombers or missiles before they get within range. In such a scenario, the J-16 Deltas would concentrate their jamming at the radars of the defending fighters and ships. The American pilots would feel a knot in their stomachs as their threat warning receivers light up with the angry buzz that means someone is trying to burn your eyes out. They know that somewhere out ahead, likely still beyond visual range, are Chinese fighters designed to make them deaf, dumb, and blind. For the J-16 Delta crews, the pressure is just as intense. Their jet is an invaluable but vulnerable asset. In fact, Western analysts believe the first thing the United States would do in a shooting war is target the J-16 Deltas for elimination. These lumbering electronic attackers, not being stealthy, would be priority prey for American long-range missiles the moment they came within range. So the Chinese EW crews must perform a high-wire act, get close enough to do their job, but not so close that an F-15 Eagle X or F-35 gets a clean shot. Perhaps they use standoff distance, staying behind the cover of friendly fighters and even trying to spoof the American AIM-120 missiles once they detect a launch. The game of cat and mouse is frenetic. Jamming pods power up and angle towards threats. Missiles are fired and then go dumb in flight as their seekers encounter confusing false targets, only to reacquire when jamming pauses for a split second. It's a deadly dance, all taking place at several times the speed of sound, under the shadow of a potential wider war. An F-15 Eagle X on the ramp during testing, loaded with air-to-air missiles under its wing. The Eagle II carries an arsenal of advanced weaponry and a suite of sensors. Note the sensor pods on its intake and underbelly. All coordinated by one of the most sophisticated electronic warfare systems ever put in a fighter. This aircraft exemplifies the fusion of a classic airframe with new generation technology to dominate in both firepower and information warfare. In raw performance, these two titans are fairly evenly matched, at least on paper. The F-15 Eagle X inherits the superb kinematics of the Eagle family. Twin General Electric F-110-GE-129 engines giving over 29,000 pounds of thrust each, allowing Mach 2.5 speed and an initial climb rate that can leave most fighters in the dust. Its service ceiling tops 60,000 feet. The J-16 Delta, powered by Chinese WS-10B engines of roughly similar thrust class, can likely reach about Mach 2.0 plus and similarly lofty altitudes. Flanker airframes are known for high energy performance. The J-16 Delta's aerodynamic lineage, with large leading-edge extensions and powerful control surfaces, gives it agility on par with its American rival, and being a two-seater, it can put a weapons officer in the back seat to manage its complex electronic warfare tasks. The F-15 Eagle X, interestingly, is also usually flown with two crew in testing, a pilot and a weapons systems officer, though it can be operated by a single pilot if needed. When it comes to range, both are designed to go the distance. The J-16 was built as a strike fighter to escort bombers on long raids, so the Delta variant has plenty of fuel and even aerial refueling capability. The F-15 Eagle X similarly boasts a combat radius over 1,100 miles without refuel. It's intended to fly long defensive CAPs, or combat air patrols, or carry heavy payloads across oceans if necessary. Neither aircraft is stealthy in the sense the F-35 or J-20 are. They light up on each other's radar screens like big Christmas trees given their size, though both have likely applied some radar-absorbent coatings or paints to modestly shrink their signatures. This means if one can get a radar beam on the other, detection is almost assured at long range, unless, of course, jamming gets in the way. That is why an engagement between them would hinge on electronic warfare and countermeasures, not on who can pull the most Gs in a tight turn. In a close-range dogfight, one could imagine the F-15 Eagle X and J-16 Delta evenly matched in thrust and weight, swirling amid the clouds like two knife fighters whose blades are equal. But modern doctrine would rarely let them get that close. One or the other would be neutralized, literally or metaphorically, before that ever happens. Despite the similarities in their raw stats, each jet is optimized for a distinct role within its nation's game plan. The F-15 Eagle X is the United States' new workhorse and bomb truck. It is being fielded to replace older F-15 Charlie/Delta air superiority fighters and to complement F-35 stealth fighters in roles where stealth isn't crucial. The United States Air Force intends to places like Okinawa, replacing F-15 Charlies at Kadena Air Base, and with Air National Guard squadrons protecting the homeland. In a major war, F-35s and F-22s, with their invisibility to radar, would likely spearhead the first wave of attacks, neutralizing the most dangerous enemy air defenses. But after that day one punch, the F-15 Eagle X's would surge in on day 2 or 3, carrying a far larger payload of missiles and bombs to keep up the pressure once the enemy's radar coverage has thinned. The Eagle II's ability to carry outsized weapons also gives it niche missions. For instance, it could lug standoff anti-ship missiles to augment the Navy, or even loft future hypersonic boost glide weapons to hit targets hundreds of miles away. In essence, the F-15 Eagle X is America's heavyweight slugger, not as fancy on its feet as an F-35, but capable of throwing a knockout punch with a 2,000-pound bunker buster or by volleying a dozen AMRAAMs at a swarm of enemy fighters. Its avionics keep it relevant. It links with stealth fighters to act as their armed escort. The Pentagon envisions F-15 Eagle X's serving as missile magazines guided by stealthy F-35s acting as forward sensors. And crucially, the F-15 Eagle X can defend itself in the electromagnetic realm better than any fourth-generation jet before it, thanks to EPAWSS. Still, the Eagle II is not invincible. It relies on its onboard tricks and whatever cover-friendly EW assets provide. The Air Force knows it must not throw F-15 Eagle X's against top-tier integrated air defenses without support. They are powerful, but not sneaky. To that end, F-15 Eagle X units will train closely with growlers or other jamming support in joint operations, ensuring they don't blunder into an China's J-16 Delta, by contrast, is more akin to a specialized surgeon's scalpel in the People's Liberation Army. As of 2024, only a small number, perhaps a regiment's worth, around a dozen, of J-16 Deltas are in service, compared to hundreds of regular J-16s. The People's Liberation Army Air Force treats them as high-value force multipliers. In any campaign, especially one like a Taiwan invasion scenario, J-16 Deltas would be first in, last out, alongside other assets to dominate the electromagnetic spectrum. They might fly in concert with J-20 stealth fighters. The J-20s sneak close to targets without alerting radars, while the J-16 Deltas from further back blast those radars with noise. A 1-2 combination of stealth and smackdown that could paralyze an adversary's early warning capacity. The J-16 Delta is also designed to work in conjunction with China's growing fleet of reconnaissance planes and drones, creating an electronic warfare umbrella for Chinese strike forces. Wang Yanan, a Chinese aerospace expert, described how a J-16 Delta can even enhance the stealth of less stealthy aircraft by jamming enemy radar, effectively cloaking them in electronic shadows. People's Liberation Army strategists have studied United States successes in wars like Iraq, 1991 and 2003, where American EA-6B and EA-18G jamming crippled Iraqi defenses. They clearly intend to have that ability themselves. So the J-16 Delta fills a role that previously was a glaring gap for China, an airborne electronic attacker to escort raids and strike groups. Without it, Chinese bombers and fighters would be far more exposed to modern net that China can attempt the kind of layered penetration that United States forces have long employed. Fighters under cover of jamming with long-range anti-radiation missiles, or ARM, to destroy SAM sites. In fact, the J-16 Delta is expected to carry such ARMs itself, likely the YJ-91 or newer missiles akin to the United States HARM. Launching a high-speed anti-radar missile while simultaneously flooding the radar with jamming is a classic SEAD tactic. Either the radar shuts down to avoid the ARM and is then useless, or it stays on and gets neutralized. Either outcome is a win for the jammer. This cat-and-mouse electronic war between the F-15 Eagle X and J-16 Delta doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's part of a bigger picture that military planners call the combat cloud, or the multi-domain battle. Each jet is a node in a vast web. The F-15 Eagle X is linked to satellites overhead, to ground command centers, to other fighters and AWACS planes, all sharing data. The J-16 Delta similarly is integrated into the People's Liberation Army's networks, likely linked to KJ-500 AWACS early warning planes and naval ships below. The side that can sever the links holding the other's network together gains a massive edge. That might be the ultimate goal of the J-16 Delta, not just to save its own skin or its wingmans, but to blind the entire enemy force at the critical moment. For instance, one nightmare scenario for the United States Navy is a J-16 Delta getting within range to jam the powerful radars of an Aegis cruiser or the E-2D Hawkeye eyes of a carrier strike group. If that happened, suddenly the information guiding United States missiles and interceptors would be compromised. Conversely, the nightmare for China would be an F-15 Eagle X surviving long enough to launch a volley of long-range AIM-120D or AIM-260 missiles at the support assets China relies on, like their KJ-500 AWACS or high-value J-16 Delta itself. In an air battle, everyone's hunting the other side's force multipliers, jammers, tankers, radar planes. It's a deadly irony that the J-16 Delta, tasked to neutralize enemy eyes, has a big bullseye painted on it in American war plans. The F-15 Eagle X, armed to the teeth, would love nothing more than to lob a missile at a J-16 Delta from 100 miles away and eliminate that threat early. So the J-16 Delta would likely be shielded by friendly fighters, maybe J-11s or J-10s, forming a protective screen. We start to see the outline of a broader conflict centered on thrust, wing loading, turn rates. The new debates sound more like tech brochures. Who has more processing power? Whose algorithms adapt faster under jamming? Which radar has better low probability of intercept modes to sneak up on the other? The United States has publicly fretted that China's investments in these areas are eroding the West's lead. In 2023, the United States Air Force Secretary himself warned that Beijing is rapidly advancing electronic warfare and other destroy chain capabilities, saying, "We are out of time in keeping ahead." It was an unusually candid admission. The race in electronic warfare is close, and the outcome could decide any future conflict before it even begins. And so we end not with a pronouncement of which jet wins, the F-15 Eagle X or the J-16 Delta, but with a realization: modern air combat may not grant any side an easy win at all. If the Eagle II and the electronic Dragon ever meet in anger, the battle will be determined by preparation, teamwork, and a little luck. Perhaps an F-15 Eagle X gets vector cues from a stealth F-35 and silently lobs a beyond visual range missile that destroys the unsuspecting J-16 Delta before it can react. Or perhaps the J-16 Delta, lurking behind a screen of decoys and drones, manages to jam and slip away, denying the Americans their neutralization and leaving them groping in sensor darkness at the worst possible time. In either case, it won't be a duel of aces in a clear blue sky, but a chess match in the haze of electronic war. Fast, unforgiving, and likely decided by who makes the first mistake. The true victor, many analysts note, will be the side that better integrates these wonder jets into a coherent fighting system. A lone F-15 Eagle X or a lone J-16 Delta is a big, formidable beast, but it's also a single point of failure. Paired with the right allies, be it F-35s or J-20s, AWACS, or drones, they become exponentially more dangerous. In the age of electronic warfare, the most decisive weapon isn't a missile or a cannon shell. It's information and the ability to take it away from the enemy. Dogfights aren't fought with guns and heat seekers now. They're fought with invisible waves that decide who lives and who vanishes first. Forget the gentle arcs of land-based aviation. On a carrier, an aircraft is born in violence and returns in a controlled crash. 3 seconds of electromagnetic fury hurl 30 tons of metal and fuel into the sky. 100 meters of steel cable snatch it back from the edge of oblivion. In this world, The difference between a combat-ready asset and a fireball on the deck is measured in microns of turbine blade tolerance and milliseconds of software response. This is the brutal reality that shaped the Shenyang J-15, China's first attempt to master the carrier jet. Plagued by underpowered engines and treacherous flight controls, the original Flying Shark was a testament to the immense difficulty of the task. Its evolution into the catapult-launched J-15T is therefore more than an upgrade. It is the story of a nation wrestling with the fundamental physics of naval power and finally beginning to win. To ensure you don't miss future in-depth analyses like this one, be sure to subscribe. The genesis of the aircraft known to NATO as the Flanker X-2, and more poetically by its creators as the Fascia or Flying Shark, is a tale of strategic necessity, industrial opportunism, and a rather flexible interpretation of international intellectual property norms. In the early 2000s, the People's Liberation Army Navy, PLAN, faced a classic chicken-and-egg problem. It had acquired the unfinished hull of the Soviet aircraft carrier Varyag, which would eventually be reborn as the Liaoning, but it possessed no aircraft capable of operating from its deck. The logical choice was the Soviet-designed Sukhoi Su-33, the navalized variant of the formidable Su-27 flanker, specifically designed for this class of carrier. However, negotiations with Russia for a purchase collapsed. Moscow, wary of China's burgeoning reverse engineering capabilities demonstrated by the Shenyang J-11D, a modified copy of the Su-27SK, reportedly demanded a large minimum order to justify restarting the dormant Su-33 production line, a price Beijing was unwilling to pay. The solution, as it often does in such geopolitical impasses, emerged from the post-Soviet industrial diaspora. In 2001, China acquired the T-10K3, an unfinished Su-33 prototype, from a test facility in Ukraine. This single, non-flying airframe became the Rosetta Stone for China's carrier aviation ambitions. The J-15 program was officially initiated in 2006, with the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation tasked with dissecting the Ukrainian prototype and creating a domestic equivalent. It is crucial to understand that the resulting J-15 was never a simple one-for-one clone. While its airframe is structurally based on the Su-33, inheriting its distinctive three-surface configuration with canard foreplanes, folding wings and stabilators, and a strengthened undercarriage, its internal systems were a hybrid of reverse-engineered Soviet design and indigenous Chinese technology. Rather than replicate the Su-33's dated 1980s-era avionics, Shenyang integrated the more modern digital systems developed for its land-based J-11D fighter. This decision made the J-15 a multi-role platform from its inception, a significant departure from the Su-33's primary focus on air superiority. This act of industrial archaeology saved China years, perhaps a decade, of fundamental aerodynamic research. However, this shortcut came with a hidden and substantial engineering debt. By copying a mature airframe without access to the full suite of design data, wind tunnel results, and stress testing information, Chinese engineers were left to fill in critical blanks on their own. This was particularly true for the complex interplay between the airframe's unique aerodynamics and the flight control system, a challenge that would later manifest in a series of tragic and costly failures. The rapid success in replicating the physical form of a carrier fighter masked a far more difficult and protracted struggle to master its soul. The initial operational phase of the J-15 aboard the short takeoff but arrested recovery Stobar carriers Liaoning and Shandong can be best described as a period of tethered ambition. The aircraft, while visually impressive, was fundamentally hobbled by the physics of its launch method and the immaturity of its core systems. The upward-curving ski jump ramp, a simpler and cheaper alternative to a catapult, imposes severe penalties on an aircraft's maximum takeoff weight. while the J-15 theoretically possessed a respectable payload capacity of up to 6,500 caloric, approximately 14,000 pounds. The reality of a ski jump launch from the carrier's 105-meter or 195-meter positions slashed this to a near-anemic practical limit, in some cases as low as 1.5 tons. This created an inescapable operational dilemma. A J-15 could launch with a meaningful fuel load for a combat air patrol, or it could carry a meaningful load of anti-ship or long-range air-to-air missiles, but it could not do both simultaneously. This single constraint relegated the Flying Shark to a primarily defensive role, blunting its teeth and drastically curtailing the carrier group's power projection capabilities. Compounding this aerodynamic handicap were severe and persistent reliability issues. The program was plagued by problems with both its Russian-supplied Saturn Al-31F engines and, more critically, its early-generation indigenous Shenyang WS-10 turbofans. The Al-31F, while a known quantity, suffered from a limited service life and was prone to nozzle malfunctions, while the early WS-10 variants were notoriously unreliable and lacked the requisite thrust to get the heavy airframe off the deck with a full load. The harsh maritime environment, with its high salinity and humidity, only exacerbated these engine woes. Even more alarming were recurring problems with the aircraft's flight control system, FCS. Reports from multiple crashes pointed to an unstable FCS as a key contributing factor, suggesting that the software and hardware adapted from the land-based J-11D were not fully compatible with the different aerodynamic characteristics and demanding landing profile of the canard-equipped, carrier-borne J-15. This dangerous combination of underpowered engines and a temperamental FCS led to at least 4 known crashes, several fatalities, and at one point, the grounding of the entire J-15 fleet. The aircraft's operational availability was reported to be a dismal 42.8%, meaning that at any given time, less than half the fleet was fit to fly. In this light, the early J-15 was less a weapon system and more a brutal, high-cost training apparatus. Its primary value was not in its combat potential, but in its role as the sole platform through which the plan could begin the long, arduous process of building institutional knowledge. Every launch and recovery, however light the payload, was an invaluable lesson for pilots, deck crews, and commanders who were starting from a knowledge base of zero. The failures of the Stobar J-15 were, in essence, a necessary and painful tuition payment for admission into the exclusive club of carrier-operating navies. The recognition that ski-jump carriers represented a strategic dead end for a navy with blue water ambitions drove the parallel development of China's first catapult-assisted takeoff barrier, arrested recovery, catabar carrier, the Type 003 Fujian, and a new generation of the Flying Shark capable of operating from it. This metamorphosis resulted in the Shenyang J-15T. For years, this upgraded variant was referred to in media reports as the J-15B, but the officially unveiled production model now carries the J-15T designation, a name that covers both the initial prototypes and the series production aircraft, rendering the J-15B moniker effectively obsolete. The transformation from the original J-15 to the J-15T is far more profound than a simple letter change. It represents the unlocking of the airframe's full potential. The most critical modifications are centered on the nose landing gear, which has been completely redesigned and massively reinforced to withstand the violent stresses of a catapult launch. It features a longer and wider shock-absorbing oleo strut and an integrated catapult launch bar, the crucial mechanical link that hooks into the shuttle of the carrier's launch system. The internal airframe structure was also significantly strengthened to distribute these immense forces without compromising structural integrity. This new variant was designed explicitly for the Fujian's Advanced Electromagnetic Aircraft Launch System, EMALS, a technological leap that bypasses steam catapults entirely. The successful completion of catapult launches and arrested recoveries of the J-15T from the Fujian in 2025, alongside the new J-35 stealth fighter and KJ-600 airborne early warning aircraft, served as the definitive validation of China's entire modern carrier ecosystem. This was not just a test of a plane or a ship. It was the successful culmination of a decade-long codependent engineering effort, demonstrating a maturation from reverse engineering individual components to designing and integrating complex systems of systems. Critically, the J-15T retains the ability to operate from the older Stobar carriers, providing the plan with significant operational flexibility and a way to upgrade the combat power of the Liaoning and Shandong air wings. A detailed examination of the J-15T reveals a platform that has evolved from its 1980s Soviet roots into a thoroughly modern 4.5 generation fighter. The airframe, with an empty weight of approximately 17,500 kilos and a maximum takeoff weight of 33,000 kilos, makes extensive use of composite materials to a greater degree than its Su-33 progenitor, reducing weight and improving aerodynamic performance. The most significant leap forward lies in its propulsion. The J-15T is powered by mature variants of the indigenous Shenyang WS-10 afterburning turbofan, likely the navalized WS-10B or WS-10H. These engines deliver a substantial increase in power, providing between 135 kN and 144 kN of thrust with afterburner compared to the 122.6 kN of the Russian AL-31F. This boost gives the J-15T a thrust-to-weight ratio exceeding 1.0 in certain configurations, a key metric for fighter performance, and reflects a newfound confidence in the reliability of domestic engine technology, an absolute prerequisite for the high-stakes environment of carrier operations. The aircraft's sensor suite has undergone an equally dramatic modernization. The single most important upgrade is the replacement of the old mechanically scanned array radar with a modern active electronically scanned array AISA system. This is visually identifiable by the aircraft's new lighter gray radome, which has a distinctive canted connection to the nose and the conspicuous absence of the long pitot tube that characterized earlier flanker variants. This AISA radar is credited with a detection range exceeding 200 kilometers, enabling the J-15T to see farther and engage targets with greater precision and resistance to jamming. The aircraft also features an updated infrared search and track IRST system mounted forward of the cockpit, a passive sensor that is particularly useful for detecting low observable aircraft at shorter ranges. The cockpit itself has been transformed into a modern glass interface featuring a large, wide-angle holographic head-up display, HUD, and, in a nod to its new operational reality, grab bars for the pilot to brace against during catapult launches. This suite of upgrades demonstrates a pragmatic and efficient engineering philosophy, leveraging the proven aerodynamically superb flanker airframe while integrating mature, cutting-edge subsystems developed across China's broader aerospace industry, particularly from the J-11D and J-16 programs. The transition to catabar operations fundamentally redefines the J-15T's combat role, transforming it from a light-duty defensive interceptor into an authoritative strike and air superiority platform. Freed from the tyranny of the ski jump, the J-15T can now utilize its full payload capacity, estimated at up to 12 tons of fuel and ordnance. This is a revolutionary increase that allows the aircraft to fulfill its multi-role potential. It retains its internal 30mm GSH 30-1 cannon with 150 rounds and can carry weapons on 12 external hardpoints. The modernized avionics and pylons enable the J-15T to wield China's most advanced air-launched munitions. For air-to-air combat, this includes the PL-10, a highly agile short-range missile with high off-bore sight capability, and more importantly, the PL-15 Beyond Visual Range Air-to-Air Missile. The PL-15 is a genuine game-changer, boasting an estimated operational range of 200-300 kilometers, which significantly outranges the American AIM-120D AMRAAM. Equipped with an active radar seeker and a two-way data link for mid-course updates, the PL-15 allows the J-15T to engage hostile aircraft from standoff distances. For maritime and land attack missions, the aircraft can carry a variety of munitions, including the subsonic YJ-83K anti-ship missile and the supersonic YJ-91, which can function as both an anti-ship and an anti-radiation missile for suppressing enemy air defenses. The combination of the J-15T's long-range AESA radar and the extended reach of the PL-15 missile creates a formidable defensive shield for the planned carrier strike group. A J-15T on combat air patrol can detect and engage incoming threats well before those threats are within range to launch their own weapons, fundamentally altering the tactical geometry of a carrier versus carrier engagement and dramatically enhancing the survivability of the entire naval formation. While a direct side-by-side tabulation of specifications is often the clearest method for comparison, the narrative format requires a more integrated approach. The following analysis will therefore weave these comparative data points into a cohesive assessment of the J-15T against its progenitor and its primary rivals. Compared to its direct ancestor, the Sukhoi Su-33, the J-15T is in a completely different class. The Su-33 has been a victim of benign neglect, receiving only minor upgrades since its introduction and retaining a 1990s-era cockpit with mostly analog instruments and a mechanically scanned Enrozo-1 radar. The J-15T, with its AESA radar, glass cockpit, extensive use of composites, and compatibility with a new generation of munitions, is a far more capable and versatile multi-role aircraft. The more relevant comparison is with its contemporary Western counterparts, the Boeing FAA-18E-F Super Hornet and the Dassault Rafale M. Against the Super Hornet, the J-15T represents a classic contest of kinematic potential versus system maturity. The J-15T is a larger, heavier aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of 33,000 kilograms versus the Super Hornet's 129,900 kilos. It boasts superior flight performance in several key metrics, including a higher top speed, approximately Mach 2.4 versus Mach 1.8, and a greater service ceiling, around $20,000 versus $15,000. Its WS-10 engines produce more thrust than the Super Hornet's General Electric F414s, and its larger airframe allows for a physically larger AESA radar aperture, which in theory could provide a raw advantage in detection range. The Super Hornet's strengths lie in areas harder to quantify on a spec sheet: its highly mature and combat-proven AN/APG-79 AESA radar, its superior sensor fusion and data networking capabilities, its advanced electronic warfare suite, and its more refined, low observable characteristics. The matchup with the Dassault Rafale M highlights a different contrast in design philosophy. The Rafale M is a medium-weight fighter, significantly lighter and more agile than the J-15T, with a maximum takeoff weight of 24,500 kilograms and a higher G limit, 9 G versus almost 8.5 G. While its top speed is lower at Mach 1.8, it possesses the ability to supercruise, fly supersonically without afterburner, and is renowned for its world-class Spectra integrated electronic warfare suite and the seamless sensor fusion between its RBE-2AA ISA radar and its frontal sector optronics, OSF IRST system. Ultimately, the J-15T embodies a brute force approach, leveraging a large, powerful airframe to maximize speed, altitude, and payload, exemplified by its pairing with the very long-range PL-15 missile. Its Western rivals, while still potent kinematically, place a greater emphasis on situational awareness, data fusion, electronic survivability, and lower observability. It is a contest between the longer spear and the more skillfully wielded sword, where the outcome would likely be decided not by the aircraft alone, but by the quality of the surrounding network of early warning aircraft, electronic warfare support, and command and control systems. The introduction of the J-15T, in conjunction with other new platforms, signals a profound shift in the strategic role and future prospects of China's carrier air wings. The early narrative of the J-15 as a mere interim fighter, destined for complete replacement by a fifth-generation aircraft, now appears overly simplistic. Instead, the J-15T is poised to become a permanent and crucial pillar of a sophisticated high-low capability mix, operating alongside the new J-35 stealth fighter. The future air wing of the Fujin and its successors is now clearly defined, comprising a synergistic combination of J-15T heavy multi-role fighters, J-35 stealth fighters, J-15D electronic warfare aircraft, and KJ-600 airborne early warning and control (AEW&C) platforms. In this architecture, the J-35 will serve as the door kicker, using its stealth to penetrate contested airspace, gather intelligence, and clear a path for the main strike force. The J-15T, with its massive payload capacity, will function as the missile truck and bomb truck, launching volleys of long-range standoff weapons like the L-15 from a safer distance, cued by data from the forward-deployed J-35s and the overarching eye of the KJ-600. This is augmented by the J-15D, a two-seat electronic attack variant analogous to the U.S. Navy's EA-18G Growler, which will provide vital jamming support to suppress enemy air defenses and protect the entire strike package. This doctrinal structure, a mix of stealth strike, heavy conventional firepower, electronic attack, and airborne command and control, is not an invention. It is a direct reflection of the modern U.S. Navy carrier air wing composition, which pairs the F-35C, FA-18EF, EA-18G, and E-2D Hawkeye. This convergence of doctrine is arguably more significant than the technical specifications of any single aircraft. It demonstrates that the plan has moved beyond simply copying hardware and has now fully absorbed and is actively implementing the complex, network-centric operational concepts that define modern carrier warfare. The J-15T, therefore, is not a stopgap. It is the indispensable heavy lifter, the provider of affordable mass and long-range firepower that enables the more advanced and likely more expensive stealth assets to be employed to their greatest effect. Its journey from a flawed copy to a credible catapult-launched Predator is complete, and in doing so, it has become a load-bearing component in China's emerging architecture of global naval power. The true test of the J-15T will not be found in brochures or parade line flybys, but in the grinding arithmetic of sustained operations, the dull calculus of sorties per day, maintenance man-hours per flight hour, and the attrition curve of engines and avionics under salt air and constant use. A carrier air wing is less an assembly of singular miracles than an industrial process writ at sea. Its combat value is determined as much by the supply chain that feeds it as by the latest radar or missile it carries. In practice, this means the J-15T's contribution will be measured by how reliably it can be cycled through the deck, launched, tasked, recovered, refueled, rearmed, and relaunched with the predictability of a clockwork machine. That predictability is the product of hundreds of small innovations as much as of headline changes. It is found in the redesigned access panels that let a maintenance crew reach a hot section fast and safely, in corrosion-resistant coatings and sacrificial anodes on vulnerable control surfaces, in the spare engine logistics that determine whether a carrier force can sustain a week of high-tempo sorties or will be stranded by a single turbine failure. The Chinese industrial response to this challenge has been incremental but relentless, procedures written into checklists, specialized shore support ships assigned to engine swaps, modular avionics racks that can be swapped in a matter of hours instead of days. Those are the kinds of efficiencies that convert a potent aircraft into a useful one. They also expose the thin line between operational competence and systemic fragility. An enemy who understands that attrition and downtime, not a one-on-one duel, will decide a protracted maritime clash can design campaigns centered not on shooting down fighters, but on grinding down the logistics that sustain them. This is the vulnerability any large, complex air arm must accept and then attempt to mitigate. Operational doctrine around the J-15T has matured into something that emphasizes redundancy and layered responsibility. Where earlier carrier planners might have imagined a small number of multi-purpose sorties doing everything, the revised model favors dedicated tasking. Some aircraft commit to long-range radar picket and missile control, others to persistent escort, still others to strike packs that can be rapidly reconfigured to carry anti-ship or land attack payloads depending on the unfolding picture. This doctrinal multiplication is not mere extravagance. It is a pragmatic response to the realities of modern sensors and networks. A long-range missile is only as good as the sensor that tells it where the target will be minutes from now. The J-15T thus becomes part of a distributed targeting chain in which the KJ-600, land radars, and space-based assets feed a common operational picture. That chain is only as effective as its weakest link, and so the J-15T program has driven investments not just in airframes and engines, but in data links, secure comms, and electronic protection measures. The invisible plumbing that lets a missile guided by a carrier-based radar receive in-flight target updates from a drone loitering hundreds of kilometers away. The human side of this system has evolved too, into a culture that prizes specialization. Where the early years forced pilots to be jack of all trades, the emerging model encourages crews to master narrower, more repeatable mission sets, to reduce error rates and increase reliability under stress. A pilot who has practiced the long-range intercept profile and the electronic attack response 100 times is exponentially more useful than one who has been trained only to get the airplane to the carrier. This emphasis on repeatable muscle memory reduces the fog of war in the cockpit. It also means training pipelines must produce not just technically proficient pilots, but teams, sensor operators, weapons officers, and deck control specialists, drilled to operate in a tightly choreographed tempo. The choreography extends to the deck itself. The choreography of tractors and ordnance crews, of fuel trucks and catapult technicians, each movement timed so that the next launch is not delayed by a single missing bolt. Such sequencing is the hidden art of carrier operations, and here the J-15T's increased weight and complexity have forced a painful but ultimately productive redeployment of manpower and procedure. Seen from an adversary's perspective, the J-15T changes the geometry of risk. It does not so much reduce the vulnerability of the carrier as stretch the threat envelope outward. With fully loaded J-15Ts on patrol, an enemy must respect a no-go distance measured in hundreds of kilometers rather than tens. Long-range missiles and a powerful radar make the carrier task force into a node that can contest sea control at a significantly greater standoff. That extension has important political consequences. In a crisis, a carrier that can generate credible strike options at long range becomes a bargaining chip. Its presence alters the calculations of diplomatic opponents even when it is not used. The fleet's ability to feed the political center with options, to promise a measured but potent application of force that stops short of war, is at least as valuable as its capacity to shred an enemy fleet. The J-15T thus functions as both an instrument of war and an instrument of statecraft. a duality that naval planners prize because it allows coercion without immediate escalation. Yet the platform's scale and role also ensure it will remain a target for asymmetric counters. Electronic warfare, cyber attacks against data links, maritime denial weapons, and the proliferation of long-range anti-ship missiles are natural responses to the problem of a numerically superior but visible air wing. The Chinese response has been twofold: hardening and deception. Hardening includes improved emission control procedures, frequency-hopping data links, rapid over-the-air authentication for cooperative targeting, and the installation of more robust self-protection suites. Deception takes the form of distributed sensors and decoys, unmanned surface and subsurface platforms that present false signatures or dilute an enemy's targeting picture. In exercises, J-15T groups have been paired with swarms of smaller unmanned systems whose purpose is not to kill but to complicate an adversary's sensor fusion algorithms, creating enough ambiguity that no single missile salvo can be reliably directed to a decisive kill. The combination of massed manned fighters and a distributed unmanned curtain is a distinctly 21st century approach to naval air operations. It recognizes that survivability in modern conflict depends as much on information entropy as on physical armor. Industrial learning will continue to be decisive. The J-15T's evolution has already rippled through China's aerospace sector, forcing improvements in manufacturing tolerances, metallurgy, and systems integration. Those advances lower the bar for future programs. Improved engine reliability reduces spare part pressure for other platforms. Better composites techniques accelerate stealth-related projects, and more sophisticated avionics integration makes multi-platform networking easier. This spiraling effect accelerates doctrinal change because it allows planners to envision operations previously considered too costly or fragile. There is, however, a countervailing danger in success. Achieving a comfortable operational tempo with a particular mix of platforms can create institutional inertia. Once an air wing is organized around the J-15T as the reliable workhorse, it becomes politically and logistically costly to shift resources toward wholly different architectures, say, a future in which unmanned fighters dominate the kill chain. The tension between exploitation of an existing, proven capability and investment in disruptive futures is a universal problem in military modernization, one that will shape the J-15T's long-run role. Export and influence are additional dimensions that cannot be ignored. A credible, cost-effective carrier fighter has diplomatic value. Selling or sharing a variant of the J-15T to partner states would not only bring revenue, but also standardize tactics and logistics among allies. The technological transfer inherent in such deals, however, carries strategic risks and domestic political complications. For Beijing, the calculus is delicate. Exporting too quickly might reveal vulnerabilities, while withholding technology could limit China's ability to bind partners into its sphere of influence. If exports occur, they will likely be to states whose needs and political alignment make such transfers sensible, and the exported variants will probably be downgraded in sensors and data links, sufficient to bolster a friend, not to make them appear. Ultimately, the story of the J-15T is the story of a Navy and an industrial base learning to think in terms of systems rather than singular platforms. The jet itself embodies trade-offs: size for payload, toughness for stealth, numbers for finesse. But those trade-offs make sense inside a coherent operational model that values persistence and mass in the face of modern sensors and missiles. It is a model designed to impose choices on an adversary. Either accept contested seas and the risk of saturation, or concede areas of strategic interest. Whether that model will be decisive in a future conflict depends on many variables beyond the plane: the quality of enemy ISR, the effectiveness of missile defense, the resilience of logistics, and the political will to tolerate attrition. What is no longer in doubt is that the J-15T has moved from being a precarious experiment to a foundational element of naval power. It will not win every duel, but it can change the terms of the fight. And in modern maritime strategy, changing the terms often matters more than any single tactical victory. The landscape of modern air combat is a hyper-accelerated field of strategic conflict, a realm where tactical victory is no longer secured by the visual spectacle of a close-quarters dogfight, but by the silent, instantaneous exchange of digital information and terminal kinetic energy. Victory is often determined long before the aircraft visually acquire one another, resting entirely on the relentless aggregation of engineering minutiae, a complex algorithm where a single poorly manufactured component in a turbine blade or an outdated line of code in a threat library can serve as the fatal flaw that unravels an entire strategic plan. It is within this crucible of technological detail that military strategists must objectively assess the true combat parity between two of the world's most formidable 4.5 generation platforms, the Russian Sukhoi Su-35S Flanker E and the Chinese Shenyang J-16 Qianlong. Both fighters trace their architectural DNA back to the legendary Soviet-era Sukhoi Su-27, but their evolutionary trajectories have diverged so radically that they now stand as archetypes of two distinct and often contradictory philosophies of aerial warfare. The Su-35S represents the kinetic zenith of the classic Soviet heavy interceptor design. Developed as the second deep modernization of the Su-27, the Su-35S was conceived in the early 2000s as a critical technological and operational bridge, an interim solution intended to provide high-end air superiority capability while the more complex and costly fifth-generation Sukhoi Su-57 program matured. Sukhoi designers focused on maximizing raw performance, streamlining the design by removing the canards present in earlier Su-27M derivatives, thereby shedding structural weight and complexity in a quest for unparalleled speed and agility. The resulting aircraft is defined by a singular purpose: aggressive air superiority, although it is cataloged as a multi-role fighter. Its tactical doctrine reflects a legacy mindset, expecting the fighter to operate as a high-performance spearhead, often supported heavily by dense, overlapping ground-based air defense networks. In sharp contrast, the Shenyang J-16 Qianlong, designated officially as a multi-role strike fighter, signifies a paradigm shift in Chinese doctrine, emphasizing sophisticated network integration over purely kinetic metrics. Derived initially from the licensed production Shenyang J-11, a local variant of the Su-27, and drawing heavily on the Russian Su-30 MKK multi-role architecture, the J-16's development signaled China's transition from mere reverse engineering to indigenous technological mastery. Crucially, the J-16 maintains a two-seat configuration, requiring a dedicated Weapon Systems Officer, WSO, in the aft cockpit, a configuration traditionally associated with strike platforms like the American F-15E Strike Eagle or the Russian Su-30 family. This is not a historical accident. It is a profound doctrinal statement. Managing complex electronic warfare, EW suites, coordinating real-time sensor fusion with remote assets such as the KJ-500 airborne early warning and controlled aircraft, commanding formation tactics, and simultaneously engaging multiple long-range air-to-air and ground strike targets imposes a cognitive burden that exceeds the capacity of a single aviator in a high-threat environment. The J-16 is explicitly built to function as a powerful, complex node within a vast distributed system of systems. The Su-35S, by limiting itself to a single seat, remains largely optimized for the intense, singular focus of the duel. The inherent divergence in design philosophy finds its most profound expression in the propulsion systems, where raw, high-performance aspiration collides with the gritty reality of industrial maturity and logistical sustainability. The Su-35S is defined by its reliance on two Saturn AL-41F1S turbofan engines. This engine, a derivative of the developmental engine intended for the Su-57 program, delivers immense thrust, cited at up to 33,000 pounds or 145 kilonewtons in afterburner, with maximum theoretical thrust potentially reaching 177 kilonewtons. This overwhelming power output is the foundation of the aircraft's celebrated extreme supermaneuverability. Furthermore, the AL-41F1S grants the Su-35S a limited ability to maintain supersonic speeds above Mach 1.1 without constant reliance on afterburner, a capability loosely termed supercruise. Crucially, the AL-41F1S integrates a sophisticated three-dimensional thrust vectoring control (TVC) system. This mechanical capability allows the exhaust nozzles to pivot, enabling breathtaking post-stall maneuvers like the Pugachev's Cobra and the Kolbit. While these demonstrations are undoubtedly spectacular for airshow crowds and provide undeniable advantages in the theoretical close-in dogfight scenario, the legendary merge, their practical utility in modern beyond visual range (BVR) combat is negligible. Contemporary air combat doctrine emphasizes retaining high kinetic energy, speed, and altitude to maximize missile range and agility. Executing a low-speed post-stall maneuver is tantamount to placing the aircraft deliberately inside the enemy missile's high-energy engagement basket, a tactical decision rendered suicidal by modern active radar homing weapons. This reliance on TVC, therefore, risks reducing the Su-35S from a formidable BVR threat to what some dryly observe as merely a spectacular dancing bear. In contrast, the J-16 relies on the indigenously manufactured Shenyang WS-10 series engines. Early variants, particularly the WS-10A, were characterized by persistent reliability issues, especially regarding compressor surge, and exhibited insufficient thrust. However, the program has achieved significant industrial maturity. The latest operational variants, such as the WS-10C, deliver an improved thrust of approximately 142 kilonewtons with reported thrust-to-weight ratios of 9.5 for the most advanced versions, bringing its performance capability into direct parity with established foreign non-thrust vectoring counterparts. China has also developed a TVC-enabled variant, the WS-10B3, demonstrating its ability to replicate the technology, but the J-16 standard deployment eschews this feature, prioritizing sustained kinetic performance and reliability over low-speed gymnastics. This comparison of engine technology leads directly to the most critical strategic differentiator: logistical resilience. Historically, high-performance Russian engines have been burdened by notoriously low mean time between overhaul, MTBO. While precise, contemporary data for the AL-41F1S is highly classified, related Sukhoi engines often require comprehensive overhaul after only a few hundred flight hours. The Chinese WS-10 program, starting from a low base, has reportedly achieved a technical life expectancy of up to 1,500 hours for its current models. This monumental difference in durability and service life imposes a staggering maintenance burden on the Su-35S fleet, drastically reducing its operational readiness, particularly during prolonged conflicts where logistical supply chains are strained or subject to international sanctions. The J-16, supported by a massive, mature, and entirely indigenous industrial base, commands a dramatically higher sustained combat availability, transforming the contest from a technical measure of peak thrust into a critical strategic assessment of availability versus availability. Both the Su-35S and the J-16 share the intrinsic radar cross-section, RCS, penalty associated with the original Sukhoi Su-27 architecture, characterized by large engine inlets, vertical stabilizers, and numerous non-contoured control surfaces. Neither aircraft is considered truly low observable, placing them firmly in the 4.5 generation, where they must rely heavily on electronic warfare and standoff tactics for survival. However, incremental differences in manufacturing and material science distinguish them. The J-16 has been the beneficiary of extensive technology transfer and design principles derived from the Chengdu J-20 fifth-generation stealth fighter program. This includes the integration of advanced radar-absorbing materials, RAM, and structural composites into the airframe. While these measures do not confer true stealth, they are designed to marginally mitigate the frontal RCS, particularly against high-frequency X-band threat radars. The goal is signal shaping and absorption sufficient to delay detection and compromise enemy fire control systems, providing a slight but crucial tactical breathing room in BVR scenarios. Conversely, while the Su-35S airframe represents the physical evolution of the flanker lineage, its production has, at times, reflected the broader constraints and quality control challenges endemic to the Russian aerospace industry. Though the Su-35S itself is generally considered structurally robust, analogous Russian programs, such as the initial production runs of the Su-57, have exhibited visible manufacturing inconsistencies, including misaligned panels, excessive gaps, and protruding fasteners. Such flaws, regardless of their origin, immediately compromise any attempt at low observable characteristics, increasing the inherent RCS. While direct systematic structural flaws on the operational Su-35S airframes are not widely documented, the contrast in industrial quality control and the material science inheritance derived from the J-20 program grant the J-16 a plausible, albeit marginal, advantage in subtle RCS reduction and overall structural finish and longevity. The long-term impact of the reliance on imported components and the pressures of wartime production on Su-35S airframe integrity remains a persistent strategic mystery. The most profound technological schism between these two heavyweight fighters is found in their respective sensor suites, specifically their primary fire control radars, the critical components that will determine which aircraft achieves first detection, first lock, and first shot opportunity. This is a fundamental battle between legacy power and digital sophistication. Passive electronically scanned array, PESA, versus active electronically scanned array, AESA. The Sukhoi Su-35S fields the powerful N035 Irbis-E PESA radar. The Irbis-E is renowned for its incredible raw peak power output and massive aperture, allowing it to reportedly detect large targets with a 3 square meter radar cross-section, RCS, up to 400 kilometers away in a narrow field of view. Its PESA architecture relies on a single, extremely powerful central transmitter source, feeding an array of phase shifters. The radar achieves a wide field of regard through a mechanical gimbal mount that physically steers the antenna, supplementing the electronic beam scanning. However, this power comes at a steep tactical price. PESA systems emit predictable, powerful main beams, making them equivalent to operating a high-powered searchlight in a dark battle space. The lack of low probability of intercept, LPI characteristics, means the Su-35S's transmissions are easily detected, tracked, and triangulated by enemy radar warning receivers, RWRs, at immense standoff distances. The fighter announces its position the moment it begins to search. Furthermore, while the Irbis-E boasts advanced ECCMA capabilities, its anti-jamming resilience and frequency agility are inherently limited by its reliance on a central power source and its complex architecture, making it highly susceptible to sophisticated digital radio frequency memory DRFM, jamming techniques used by modern opponents. Against a typical fighter-sized target in a contested environment, the actual effective tracking range of the Irbis-E is estimated to be closer to 100 kilometers, a substantial discrepancy from brochure figures. The J-16 completely bypasses these liabilities by adopting an indigenous AESA radar, believed to be the Type 1475 KLJX. AESA technology represents a quantum leap in sensor capability. Instead of a single transmitter, AESA uses thousands of small, solid-state, transmit-charged-receive (TR) modules. This distributed power allows for exceptional simultaneous multi-mode operation. The J-16 can perform air-to-air search, track-while scan against dozens of targets, conduct high-resolution synthetic aperture radar and SAR ground mapping, and passively listen for signals, all concurrently. Crucially, AESA technology is inherently superior in electronic resilience and low probability of intercept, LPI. By using rapid frequency hopping, variable waveforms, and low power per element, the J-16 can track targets surgically and covertly, vastly increasing its survivability in a dense electromagnetic environment. This AESA superiority, coupled with its large physical radar aperture, a benefit inherited from the original flanker airframe, leads many analysts to regard the J-16's radar system as among the most powerful currently deployed by any operational fighter globally. In essence, the J-16 fights the information war with a digital scalpel, while the Su-35S must rely on a blunt, high-power instrument. The difference in sensor technology directly dictates the platform's respective roles in electronic warfare and networked operations. The Su-35S integrates the powerful L-265M10 Kibini-M electronic countermeasures ECM suite. Kibini is a formidable defensive system, often housed in wingtip pods, designed primarily for self-protection. It employs digital radio frequency memory, DRFM techniques, frequency agility countermeasures, and false target generation to receive and distort incoming enemy radar signals. The goal of Kibini is not to destroy enemy assets, but to delay aircraft detection, mask the true target against false returns, cause range-finding difficulties, and degrade enemy track-while scan modes. Its use of gallium nitride, GaN, based ESA antennas for jamming transmission marks it as a modern and capable defensive shield. However, the Chinese approach emphasizes offensive electronic attack and dedicated network specialization. The standard J-16 airframe benefits from advanced data link integration with high-value assets such as the KJ-2000 and KJ-500 Airborne Early Warning and Control (AEW&C) platforms, enabling true real-time sensor fusion and seamless sharing of target tracks across formations. This ability to operate as a tightly connected network node amplifies the effectiveness of its AESA radar and weapons. Moreover, China has taken the decisive step of fielding the specialized Shenyang J-16D electronic warfare aircraft. This variant is a strategic asset dedicated to the suppression or destruction of enemy air defenses, CAD DEAD. Similar in concept to the American EA-18G Growler, the J-16D sacrifices its internal cannon and uses specialized high-powered jamming pods to conduct offensive electronic attacks. Its mission focus is to create intensely contested electromagnetic environments, effectively blinding entire radar grids, disrupting networked missile command links, and spoofing data links. The J-16D can carry specialized anti-radiation missiles, such as the YJ-91, to kinetically destroy targeted radars, clearing digital and physical corridors for subsequent kinetic strike packages or fifth-generation fighters like the J-20. This creation of a dedicated electronic attack platform within the J-16 family ensures that the Qianlong fleet functions as an indispensable force multiplier, an asymmetric capability that the single-seat, self-defending Su-35S fleet lacks. The J-16 is a distributed system. The Su-35S remains a centralized platform. The ultimate measure of any fighter lies in its lethality, which in modern combat is determined by its long-range missile suite. Here, the comparison becomes a fascinating duel between sheer velocity and terminal energy sustainment. The Su-35S boasts a significant threat capability derived from its ability to carry the enormous Wimpel R-37, NATO reporting name AA-13 Axe-Head missile. This specialized weapon, originally designed for the high-speed MiG-31 interceptor, is built for maximum reach with reported operational ranges cited between 150 and an astounding 400 kilometers. The R-37M is a hypersonic weapon capable of speeds up to Mach 6, making it ideal for targeting high-value airborne assets, HVA, such as AWACS, tankers, and bombers from extreme standoff distances. The Su-35S can carry up to 4 of these missiles, granting it an unparalleled initial reach that compels enemy HVA assets to operate at far greater and less efficient distances. For medium-range engagements, the Su-35S employs the R-77M, an upgraded version of the R-77 AA-12 Adder, which features conventional fins instead of the distinctive lattice control surfaces of its predecessor and is equipped with an active phased array antenna APAA seeker. This advanced seeker grants the missile a true fire-and-forget capability and a larger no-escape zone compared to older versions. The J-16 counters the Russian emphasis on initial range with a focus on sustained terminal lethality. Its primary beyond visual range BVR weapon is the L-15 NATO CHAA-10 Abaddon. With a respectable operational range cited between 200 and 300 kilometers, the L-15 matches or exceeds the R-70 Falcon and offers a unique technological advantage: the dual-pulse, solid-propellant rocket motor. In traditional missile engagements, the motor burns out early and the missile coasts toward the target, rapidly bleeding energy, making it susceptible to terminal evasive maneuvers. The L-15's dual-pulse motor allows it to reignite its second pulse during the mid-course correction or terminal phase of flight. This injection of renewed propulsion ensures sustained hypersonic speeds, Mach 5+, during the endgame, dramatically increasing the size of the no-escape zone, NEZ, and ensuring a high kill probability, PK, even against rapidly maneuvering targets at maximum range. Like the R-77M, the L-15 uses an advanced active radar homing seeker, but it also reportedly integrates a crucial home-on-jam HOJ feature. This allows the missile to track and destroy jamming emitters, turning the defensive electronic output of an enemy like the Su-35S into a terminal targeting vulnerability. Adding to its lethality profile, the J-16 is also reported to carry the very long-range L-17, sometimes referenced as L-20, an ultra-long-range missile designed explicitly to challenge the maximum reach limits of the R-37M. The multi-role capacity of the J-16 is further cemented by its heavy loadout capacity, 12 external hardpoints, supporting a comprehensive air-to-ground and maritime strike capability, including the YJ-12 heavy supersonic anti-ship missile, the YJ-91 anti-radiation missile, essential for SED, and various precision-guided munitions and standoff land attack cruise missiles, e.g. KD-88 and AKF-98. While the Su-35S is nominally multi-role, its operational utility and deployed weapon set remain heavily skewed toward air superiority. In evaluating these platforms, the contrast between on-paper specifications and in-the-field performance must be drawn. The Su-35S has undeniably gained invaluable, if sometimes negative, operational experience through its combat deployments, most significantly in the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. This intense use has provided painful, tangible evidence of the inherent limitations associated with advanced Russian platforms operating against layered, modernized air defenses. Logistical challenges, maintenance complexity compounded by the high wear rates of its high-performance engines, and the operational strain imposed by sanctions have demonstrably led to reduced operational readiness and heavy losses, validating the strategic risks associated with low MTBO figures and reliance on fractured supply chains. The J-16, meanwhile, benefits from an overwhelming scale of production and robust domestic industrial backing. Production rates have been immense, with estimates suggesting over 450 airframes in service by 2025. This massive production volume ensures standardization, simplifies logistics, and allows the platform to serve as the undisputed heavy backbone of the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAF, complementing the limited numbers of fifth-generation Chengdu J-20A fighters. The organizational structure of the PLAF has been undergoing significant, sustained modernization, including the transfer and consolidation of naval aviation and air defense assets under unified command structures, further streamlining the J-16's integration into joint warfare concepts. This continuous advancement, coupled with the ongoing technological bleed-down from the J-20 program into the J-16 airframe, positions the Qianlong not merely as a stopgap, but as a long-term, evolvable strategic asset designed to match or exceed the capabilities of comparable modern Western 4th and 4.5 generation fighters. The comparison thus transcends mere engine performance. It speaks to the underlying industrial health and strategic doctrine of the originating nations. The comparison between the Shenyang J-16 Qianlong and the Sukhoi Su-35S Flanker E is not a simple choice between two variations of the same Soviet blueprint. It is an examination of two fundamentally different strategic priorities. The Su-35S is the pinnacle of the kinetic flanker concept, a high-speed, supermaneuverable fighter whose most compelling tactical advantage resides in its raw engine thrust and the staggering reach of the R-37M missile. It is a formidable single-seat interceptor optimized for the kinetic duel and for prosecuting high-value targets from extreme ranges, serving its function perfectly as an interim solution awaiting its fifth-generation successor. Conversely, the J-16 Qianlong is the expression of a mature, network-centric doctrine. It sacrifices the dramatic kinetic advantage of thrust vectoring for decisive, sustained informational and logistical superiority. Its advantages, the indigenous AESA radar, superior LPI and ECCM, the two-seat configuration, superior crew capacity for complex missions, the lethal dual-pulse PL-15 missile, superior terminal energy and HOJ capability, and the existence of the dedicated J-16D electronic attack variant, indispensable force multiplication, collectively grant it greater survivability, mission flexibility, and systemic lethality in a peer conflict scenario. Furthermore, the industrial maturity and high operational availability derived from the reliable WS-10 series engine and massive domestic production capacity ensure that the J-16 fleet, as a whole, possesses far greater strategic resilience against attrition and supply chain disruption. In the complex geometry of modern BVR combat, the platform that sees first, shares data fastest, tracks most covertly, and ensures superior terminal missile energy is the one destined to dominate the fight. Despite its architectural heritage, the Shenyang J-16 possesses the critical indigenous and digital advantages that position it as the superior strategic asset, a fully realized platform built for the integrated air warfare of the 21st century. The Su-35S remains a spectacular, powerful, but ultimately analog champion fighting a rapidly digitizing war. The preceding analysis centered on the critical technical elements that define airframe integrity, propulsion resilience, and the pure physics of lethal reach. Yet the calculus of air superiority extends far beyond the material limits of the airframe and the propulsive energy of its missile payload. The ultimate point of convergence for every sensor input, every tactical decision, and every fire control solution is the cockpit, the human-machine interface, HMI. It is here, in the final act of information processing, that the doctrinal differences between the single-seat Sukhoi Su-35s and the two-seat Shenyang J-16 Qianlong create a gulf that no amount of raw thrust can bridge. The Su-35S pilot operates within a cockpit environment that is a masterful fusion of analog legacy and digital modernization. It utilizes large, modern liquid crystal displays, LCDs, to present information, providing clarity for a pilot who must simultaneously serve as the fighter's radar operator, weapons system manager, electronic warfare coordinator, and formation commander. This workload, while achievable for an elite aviator, approaches the edge of human cognitive capacity during high-tempo combat, particularly in an environment saturated with digital threats and rapid tactical shifts. When the powerful Endar-35 Airbus E-PISA radar initiates its high-power search, effectively illuminating the aircraft's presence to distant enemy passive receivers, the pilot must quickly integrate that data with input from the L-265M10 Kibini M defensive jamming suite and the aircraft's crucial passive sensors, all while maintaining the high kinetic energy required for effective beyond visual range, BVR missile employment. The Su-35S is designed to maximize the performance of one man, forcing that solitary operator to become a bottleneck for all incoming data. The J-16's philosophy explicitly rejects this single-operator cognitive choke point. Its tandem cockpit features two dedicated crew members, a pilot focused almost exclusively on the kinetic management of the airframe, and a weapon systems officer, WSO, in the rear seat, whose entire universe revolves around the network. This WSO is the indispensable maestro of the J-16's superior AESA radar, managing its complex multimode operations, searching, tracking, mapping, and passively listening, simultaneously and covertly. The WSO handles the administration of the intricate data links, coordinates with external assets like the KJ-500 airborne early warning and control aircraft, and manages the release of complex dual-pulse munitions like the PL-15. This division of labor not only drastically reduces the cognitive load on the pilot, enabling sharper kinetic maneuvers, but also allows the overall weapons system to function at a level of complexity impossible for a single operator. The J-16 functions as a distributed, two-person brain trust, capable of processing and acting on exponentially more tactical data than its single-seat counterpart. This architectural choice is perhaps the most eloquent statement on the divergence of doctrinal requirements. The Su-35S is designed for the high-altitude, high-speed duel, while the J-16 is built for the high-volume, information-intensive brawl. This reliance on an information network leads directly to the question of passive situational awareness, a critical silent aspect of modern air combat. Should a hostile environment compel both aircraft to switch off their active radar emissions to avoid detection, a moment of profound tactical silence, the comparison shifts to their electro-optical infrared EOIR sensor suites. The Su-35S is equipped with a formidable legacy in this domain, the Russian Optical Locating Station, OLS. This system allows the aircraft to passively detect the heat plume of enemy jet engines and the friction-induced heat signature of airframes moving at supersonic speeds, providing a critical ability to silently track and engage without emitting a single compromising radio signal. This capability, inherited from a long-standing Soviet doctrinal emphasis on passive detection, remains a major psychological and tactical threat, forcing opponents to fight an invisible duel. However, the J-16's passive sensors, though less openly documented, are integrated into a system designed for immediate, network-wide fusion. While the Su-35S pilot might detect an enemy silently with the OLS, that information must then be communicated, usually verbally or via a limited, secure data link, before a fire control solution can be generated. The J-16's WSO and its associated digital processing architecture ensure that all passive tracks, from its own IRST, from its wingman's radar, or from a distant KJ-500, are immediately correlated, fused, and displayed as a coherent threat picture on the multifunction displays. In the electronic quiet of a standoff engagement, this fused picture, seamlessly updated and distributed, transforms localized passive detection into a systemic advantage. Some advanced Chinese platforms, including variants of the J-16, are even exploring the integration of experimental systems that utilize artificial intelligence algorithms to manage these sensor fusion tasks autonomously, pushing the man-machine boundary further than purely contemporary Russian systems. The ultimate question is not which aircraft has a better optical sensor, but which can weaponize the resulting data most efficiently, and the J-16, backed by a dedicated WSO and sophisticated internal networking, has the inherent architectural lead. This relentless drive for technological sophistication within the Qianlong program is underpinned by an industrial apparatus that contrasts sharply with the challenges facing the Flanker E. The J-16's lineage benefits from the sustained, high-volume manufacturing prowess of the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation and its dedicated supplier base. As the undisputed heavy backbone of the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF, production numbers have soared, with estimates suggesting over 450 airframes in service by 2025. This scale is not merely a matter of quantity. It imposes a continuous cycle of modernization, quality control, and logistical standardization across the fleet. Every new batch benefits from material improvements and software updates trickled down directly from the J-20 fifth-generation program, ensuring the J-16 remains current and relevant against the most advanced Western counterparts. The Su-35S, by contrast, operates under the perennial strain of a leaner, state-controlled system, heavily reliant on export orders to stabilize production and fund future development. The Su-35S has fulfilled its crucial function as an interim high-end platform for the Russian Aerospace Forces, VKS. However, its operational lifespan is now burdened by the inherent structural limitations of the high-wear AL-41F-1S engine, which, despite its dazzling performance, necessitates more frequent, costly overhauls compared to its Chinese-developed counterpart. The logistical challenges exposed during prolonged conflicts, from sanctions impeding component supply to the sheer difficulty of maintaining complex, high-performance engines in the field, undermine the platform's strategic readiness, effectively translating raw kinetic power into reduced fleet availability. The divergence in future trajectories is equally stark, resting on the relative maturity of their respective fifth-generation programs. The Su-35S was specifically designed as a technology bridge to the Sukhoi Su-57, intended to buy time until the newer, stealthier platform achieved critical mass. Yet the Su-57 program continues to face developmental hurdles and slower than anticipated production, forcing the Su-35S to bear the brunt of frontline operations and counter fifth-generation threats for far longer than initially intended. Its only real counter-stealth capability remains the speculative long-range detection offered by the Airbus E-PISA's ability to operate in L-band frequencies via secondary wing root arrays, a technical solution that still lacks conclusive, widely acknowledged effectiveness against high-end stealth platforms. The J-16, conversely, is evolving in lockstep with the Chengdu J-20. The Qianlong is designed to function as the indispensable force multiplier, the loyal wingman, and external missile truck for the limited numbers of the stealthier J-20. The J-16 can use its superior data fusion to identify targets and, crucially, to launch its long-range missiles, such as the L-15 and the potentially hypersonic L-17, toward the target, while the J-20 maintains stealth silence, acting merely as the forward target observer. In this dual-layered concept, the J-16's primary role is not to challenge the enemy's fifth-generation fighters kinetically, but to overwhelm the enemy's defensive system through sheer numbers, electronic attack via the J-16D variant, and the long-range volley fire coordinated by its WSO and AESA radar. Ultimately, the contest between the Shenyang J-16 Qianlong and the Sukhoi Su-35S Flanker E is a proxy battle between two competing visions of 4.5 generation air power. The Su-35S is the final evolution of the analog heavy interceptor, maximizing single-platform performance through raw power and spectacular agility, embodying the legacy of the kinetic duel. The J-16, however, is the prototype of the networked multi-role strike fighter, leveraging industrial scale, indigenous AESA technology, and dual-crew operational capacity to achieve systemic informational superiority. In an era where air combat is less a sword fight and more a high-speed game of electronic chess, the platform designed to process and coordinate the largest, most accurate data picture is the one that holds the decisive, unseen advantage. The Flanker E remains a brilliant soloist, but the Qianlong has become the conductor of a sophisticated, evolving orchestra. The boneyard of military aviation is filled with ambitious prototypes that never reached production, cautionary tales of technological overreach. The Shenyang J-11D, with only 2 examples built before vanishing from public view, seems a perfect fit for this category. But to label it a failure is to fundamentally misunderstand its purpose. The J-11D was not a failed aircraft, it was a brilliantly successful technology demonstrator. Its mission was not to fill squadrons, but to serve as a high-stakes crucible for the advanced systems, the AESA radar, the composite airframe, the next-generation avionics, that would be harvested and transfused into China's modern air fleet. Its cancellation was not an admission of defeat, but the final step in a targeted technology raid, a strategic success disguised as a production failure. The story of the J-11D is inextricably linked to the complex and often contentious lineage of the Sino Flanker, a saga that began in the early 1990s. Following the Tiananmen Square incident and the subsequent Western arms embargo, a strategically isolated China turned to a financially struggling post-Soviet Russia for advanced military technology. The centerpiece of this new relationship was the Sukhoi Su-27SK Flanker, a large, powerful, and exceptionally agile air superiority fighter that was a direct counterpart to the American F-15 Eagle. China became the Su-27's first export customer, acquiring dozens of the jets and, in 1995, signing a landmark $2.5 billion agreement to license-assemble 200 more from Russian-supplied kits at the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, SAC. These Chinese-assembled aircraft were designated the J-11. In their initial form, they were flankers in all but name, constructed from Russian components and equipped with Russian NIIP N-OZO-1 radars, Lyulka AL-31F engines, and avionics suites. For People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAHF pilots, the transition was jarring. The cockpit was a relic of a different design philosophy, a Soviet clock shop of analog gauges and dials that stood in stark contrast to the increasingly digitized interfaces of Western aircraft. This initial phase of cooperation, however, was a masterclass in technology absorption for Chinese engineers who meticulously assimilated the intricacies of the Su-27's formidable design. The arrangement began to fracture in 2004. After assembling approximately 100 of the 200 contracted aircraft, China unilaterally canceled the remainder of the deal, officially claiming the Su-27's capabilities no longer met the PLAF's evolving requirements. The PLAF sought a true multi-role platform with precision-guided munition capabilities, something the baseline Su-27SK was not designed for. This official explanation, however, masked a more audacious ambition. 3 years later, in 2007, the world was introduced to the J-11D. Externally, the aircraft was a near-perfect replica of the Su-27, but internally, it was a declaration of independence. Shenyang had systematically replaced nearly every key Russian component with a domestically produced equivalent. The Russian radar was supplanted by the Chinese Type 1493 pulse Doppler system. Russian air-to-air missiles like the R-27 and R-77 were replaced with the indigenous PL-8 and PL-12, and most contentiously, a concerted effort was underway to replace the reliable AL-31F engine with the new, unproven Shenyang WS-10A Taihang turbofan. This move, which Russia viewed as a flagrant act of reverse engineering and intellectual property theft, caused a deep chill in military technical relations and led to formal investigations by Rosoboronexport. Yet this painful and diplomatically costly process was a strategic necessity for China. It was a forced evolution, a deliberate severing of the technological umbilical cord to Moscow. The J-11D program compelled the Chinese defense industry to create a complete ecosystem of advanced subsystems, radars, engines, missiles, electronic warfare suites, and the software to integrate them that it had previously been forced to import. The initial results of this crash course in systems integration were, predictably, fraught with difficulty. But this brutal education was the essential foundation upon which China's modern aerospace industry was built. The J-11D prototype, serial number D1101, first took to the skies on April 29, 2015, representing the apotheosis of this evolutionary journey. While retaining the iconic flanker silhouette with a length of 21.9 meters, a wingspan of 14.7 meters, and a height of approximately 5.9 meters, its construction marked a profound departure from its predecessors. The most significant structural advancement was the extensive use of composite materials, particularly in the wings, vertical stabilizers, and engine air intakes. This strategic shift in material science served a threefold purpose. It reduced the aircraft's overall weight, thereby improving its thrust-to-weight ratio and kinematic performance. It increased the airframe's structural integrity and service life, and it contributed to a reduction in the aircraft's overall radar cross-section, RCS. This inherent stealthiness was further augmented by the application of radar-absorbent materials, RAM, and specialized coatings, creating what was described as a pseudo-stealthy airframe designed to degrade the performance of enemy sensors. Several subtle but critical aerodynamic refinements were also evident. The most visually distinctive was the new light gray radome, which was canted slightly upwards. Another key change was the relocation of the infrared search and track IRST sensor from its traditional centerline position to the starboard side of the windshield. This was done to accommodate a retractable in-flight refueling IFR probe on the port side, an engineering solution borrowed directly from the J-15 carrier-borne fighter program, which promised to dramatically extend the J-11D's range and patrol endurance. These modifications highlight a fascinating divergence in design philosophy from its Russian contemporary, the Su-35. While both aircraft started from the same Su-27 blueprint, their modernization paths diverged based on their respective industrial strengths. Russia pursued performance gains through brute force engineering, leveraging its mature expertise in aerodynamics and propulsion to create the Su-35, a heavier but super maneuverable machine powered by formidable engines with thrust vectoring nozzles. Shenyang, by contrast, pursued a more finesse-based approach with the J-11D, seeking enhanced performance not through raw power alone, but through the sophisticated application of advanced materials, weight reduction, and signature management. It was a design philosophy that showed a clear convergence with Western principles, prioritizing a holistic balance of kinematics, sensors, and low observability. The J-11D was not just a better J-11B, it was a fundamentally different answer to the question of how to perfect a fourth-generation airframe. At the heart of any fighter aircraft lies its power plant, and for the Sino-Flanker family, the engine has been the source of both its greatest challenges and its ultimate triumph. The story of the Shenyang WS-10 Taihang engine is a microcosm of China's struggle for technological sovereignty. The project began in the 1980s as an ambitious effort to develop a domestic high-performance turbofan comparable to the Russian Saturn AL-31F, the engine that powered the imported Su-27s. The development process was arduous, and the initial introduction of the WS-10A variant on the J-11B fleet was nothing short of a debacle. Early production models were plagued by catastrophic reliability issues. In a moment that calls for a touch of dry humor, reports circulated that the engines required a complete overhaul after a mere 30 hours of flight time, compared to the 400-hour interval for the rugged Russian AL-31Fs they were meant to replace. One can only imagine the pre-flight rituals required to coax such a machine into the air. The problem became so severe that entire PLAF regiments of newly delivered J-11Bs had to be grounded and ignominiously retrofitted with imported Russian engines, a significant setback and a stark reminder of the immense difficulty of mastering advanced jet engine technology. However, through a relentless process of iteration, failure, and refinement, Shenyang's engineers eventually overcame the substandard manufacturing and quality control issues. By the end of the 2000s, the WS-10A had finally matured into a reliable and powerful engine, capable of powering not just the J-11B, but also the J-16 strike fighter and even early models of the J-20 stealth fighter. The J-11D was designed to be powered by an even more advanced version of this engine, likely the WS-10B or a later production block of the WS-10A. This improved power plant was expected to deliver thrust in the range of 138 kN to 144 kN with afterburner, and featured a sophisticated full-authority digital engine control FADEC system for optimized performance. While some observers speculated that the J-11D might incorporate three-dimensional thrust vectoring to match the Su-35's super maneuverability, there is no photographic or official evidence that this technology was ever fitted to the two known prototypes. The saga of the WS-10 a fundamental truth of military-industrial development. The high-performance turbofan engine was the ultimate pacing item for China's strategic autonomy. While airframes, radars, and missiles could be reverse-engineered or developed with relative speed, mastering the complex metallurgy, thermodynamics, and manufacturing precision of a modern jet engine was a multi-decade challenge. Overcoming this hurdle was more strategically important than any single aircraft program, as a reliable, powerful domestic engine unlocks the potential for all future combat and support aircraft, finally severing the last major technological dependency on foreign powers. If the engine was the J-11D's heart, its avionics suite was its brain, and it was here that the aircraft made its most revolutionary leap. The centerpiece of this technological transformation was its Active Electronically Scanned Array, AESA radar. This system represented a generational shift in capability over the mechanically scanned pulse Doppler radar of the J-11B and, crucially, the Passive Electronically Scanned Array, PESA radar of the Russian Su-35. The advantages of AESA technology are profound. It offers a significantly greater detection range, estimated to be an 80% increase over the J-11B's radar. Its thousands of solid-state, transmit, receive modules provide much higher resolution for targeting and identification. It is vastly more resistant to electronic jamming, and its ability to rapidly change frequencies and power levels gives it a low probability of intercept, allowing the J-11D to search for targets with a much lower risk of revealing its own position. The distinctive upwardly canted radome was a clever piece of engineering, likely designed to accommodate a larger and more powerful AESA antenna array within the confines of the flanker's nose cone, maximizing sensor performance while also subtly reducing. This advanced radar was integrated into a comprehensive sensor and avionics architecture. The cockpit was a fully modern glass design, dominated by large, color multifunction displays. The aircraft was equipped with an improved IRST system for passive detection and a new, fully integrated electronic warfare suite for self-protection. There were even credible reports that the J-11D was slated to integrate a distributed aperture system, DAS, a cutting-edge network of infrared sensors providing the pilot with a 360-degree spherical view around the aircraft, a technology otherwise found only on fifth-generation fighters like the American F-35 and the Chinese J-20. This fire hose of sensor data was managed by advanced mission computers and shared across the battle space via high-bandwidth data links, allowing the J-11D to share its tactical picture with other aircraft, ships, and airborne early warning and control AEW&C platforms like the KJ-500. This capability signaled a firm embrace of a U.S.-style, network-centric approach to warfare, where the fighter is not just an isolated platform, but a lethal, interconnected sensor shooter node. The J-11D's avionics suite, particularly its AESA radar, marked a pivotal moment where Chinese technology demonstrably leapfrogged its Russian counterpart in a critical domain. While Russia's Su-35 possessed a powerful PISA radar, China's ability to develop and field a mature AESA system signaled a reversal of the traditional technology flow. Fueled by a robust domestic electronics and semiconductor industry, China was no longer just catching up. In the vital field of combat avionics, it was beginning to lead. To complement its advanced sensors, the J-11D was designed to carry a more lethal and flexible weapons load than any of its predecessors. A key structural modification was the addition of a new pylon under each wing, increasing the total number of external hardpoints from 10 on the J-11B to 12. This expanded its missile-carrying capacity, allowing it to bring more ordnance to a fight and enhancing its operational flexibility. The venerable Gryazov-Shipunov GSH-31 30mm cannon, a standard feature of the flanker family, was retained for close-in engagements. The most significant upgrade, however, was the integration of China's newest generation of air-to-air missiles. For within visual range combat, this included the PL-10, a highly agile imaging infrared guided missile with a high off-bore sight capability, allowing it to engage targets far off the aircraft's nose. For beyond visual range engagements, the J-11D was armed with the formidable PL-15, a long-range missile guided by its own AESA seeker, whose performance has been a source of considerable concern for Western air forces. Some reports also suggested compatibility with an even longer-ranged weapon, potentially designated the PL-17 or PL-21, designed specifically to hunt high-value assets like tankers and AEW&C aircraft from extreme distances. While conceived primarily as an air superiority fighter, the J-11D also retained the multi-role capabilities pioneered by the J-11B. It could be armed with a variety of air-to-surface munitions, including precision-guided bombs like the LS-6, anti-radiation missiles for suppressing enemy air defenses, and potent anti-ship cruise missiles such as the supersonic YJ-12. The integration of the PL-15 missile, in particular, was more than a simple weapon upgrade. It was the capstone of a new combat philosophy. The combination of the J-11D's long-range AESA radar Its secure data links and a very long-range missile like the L-15 created a synergistic system of systems. This enables new tactics where the J-11D could receive targeting data from an off-board sensor, such as a stealthy J-20 flying ahead or a distant KJ-500, and launch a L-15 from well beyond the enemy's detection range without ever turning on its doctrinal capability to function as a silent, long-range sniper transforms the aircraft into a critical node in an anti-access area denial A2AD network, posing a far greater strategic threat than its kinematic performance alone would suggest. In the global arena of advanced fourth-generation fighters, the J-11D was designed to compete with the very best. Its most direct rival was its Russian cousin, the Sukhoi Su-35S. A hypothetical duel between these two superflankers would represent a classic contest of brains versus brawn. The J-11D would hold a decisive advantage in sensor technology with its AESA radar, offering greater range, stealth, and jamming resistance compared to the Su-35's PISA system. The Chinese jet's lighter, composite-rich airframe and use of radar-absorbent materials would also give it a lower radar signature. The Su-35, however, would likely dominate in a close-in, within-visual range engagement. Its combination of more powerful AL-41F-1S engines and three-dimensional thrust vectoring control nozzles grants it a level of super-maneuverability that the J-11D, lacking TVC, could not match. The American conceptual equivalent to the J-11D is the Boeing F-15EX Eagle B-2. Both are heavily upgraded legacy airframes, but they embody different philosophies. The F-15EX is an unapologetic missile truck designed to leverage its massive payload capacity of up to 22 air-to-air missiles and its immensely powerful AN/APG-82 AESA radar to achieve air dominance through overwhelming firepower. The J-11D, by contrast, represents a more balanced approach, blending the flanker's inherent agility and long range with modern sensor fusion and a greater emphasis on signature reduction. A European counterpart is the Eurofighter Typhoon. Like the J-11D, the Typhoon makes extensive use of composite materials for a lightweight and agile airframe. The Typhoon is renowned for its exceptional kinematic performance, particularly its acceleration and sustained turn rates at high altitudes and supersonic speeds. Equipped with its own advanced Captor-E AESA radar and the Meteor long-range air-to-air missile, it is a formidable air superiority platform. In a hypothetical matchup, the larger J-11D would likely possess greater internal fuel capacity and combat range, but it might struggle to match the raw agility and high-energy performance of the Delta Canard Typhoon in a dogfight. Despite its impressive technological credentials, the Shenyang J-11D its disappearance was not due to technical failure, but rather to strategic success elsewhere. The primary factor behind the J-11D's cancellation was the unexpectedly rapid maturation of the Chengdu J-20 Mighty Dragon, China's first fifth-generation stealth fighter. By the mid-2010s, the PLAF leadership was faced with a critical resource allocation decision. Should it invest heavily in mass-producing a state-of-the-art 4.5-generation fighter, or should it commit its resources to fielding a true fifth-generation platform that represented a generational leap in capability? The cost-benefit analysis was stark. The J-11D, with its advanced composite airframe, AESA radar, and sophisticated avionics, was a complex and expensive aircraft. Reports suggested its unit cost was only slightly lower than that of the J-20. From a strategic standpoint, the stealth, sensor fusion, and network-centric design of the J-20 offered a qualitative advantage that even the most advanced flanker derivative could not hope to match. The PLAF also found a more pragmatic and cost-effective solution for its existing fourth-generation fleet. Instead of building entirely new J-11Ds, it initiated the J-11BG upgrade program. This initiative involved taking the large fleet of relatively young J-11B airframes and retrofitting them with the key technologies pioneered by the J-11D project, most notably its AESA radar, upgraded avionics, and the ability to fire the PL-10 and PL-15 missiles. This approach provided a massive capability boost to hundreds of existing fighters for a fraction of the cost of new-build aircraft. Furthermore, the dedicated multi-role strike mission was being more than adequately filled by another Shenyang product, the two-seat J-16, a flanker derivative that was entering production on a large scale. The J-11D, as a single-seat air superiority specialist, found its niche squeezed from the high end by the J-20 and from the multi-role side by the J-16. The decision to cancel the program, therefore, demonstrates a remarkable level of strategic discipline and resource management maturity. Rather than falling prey to the sunk cost fallacy or pursuing a prestigious but ultimately redundant program, the PLAF made a ruthless, data-driven choice to prioritize the future, J-20, while pragmatically optimizing the present, J-11BG. This is the behavior of a first-rate military planning organization that has a clear vision for its future force structure. Ultimately, the Shenyang J-11D program should not be viewed as a failure. On the contrary, it was a resounding success as a technology demonstrator, a strategic bridge that carried China's aerospace industry from the era of reverse engineering to the threshold of fifth-generation capabilities. The ghost of the J-11D lives on, its technological DNA woven into the fabric of China's modern air combat fleet. Its advanced AESA radar, its integrated avionics architecture, and its next-generation weapons compatibility form the core of the formidable J-11BG, an upgraded fighter that now constitutes the backbone of the PLAF's 4.5 generation air superiority force. In essence, the J-11D's brain transplanted into the body of a J-11B. Furthermore, the design and technologies perfected for the J-11D served as the direct basis for the new J-15B, a carrier-borne fighter equipped with catapult launch capabilities, AESA radar, and WS-10 engines, making it arguably the most capable carrier-based flanker variant in the world. The story of the J-11D is the story of China's military-industrial complex in miniature. A rapid, sometimes ruthless, and ultimately successful climb up the technology ladder. It is a testament to the idea that in the grand strategy of nations, sometimes the most influential aircraft are the ones that never fly in formation. The J-11D's tale is not simply one of engineering milestones or aborted production runs. It is a window into the mindset of a nation redefining its place in the global order, a laboratory in which China tested not only avionics and composites, but also the doctrine, the industrial policy, and the intellectual confidence required to pursue great power status. To grasp the significance of this aircraft, one must examine not only the technical lineage, but also the broader ecosystem that birthed it, the rivalries it illuminated, and the lessons it imprinted upon the PLAF's evolving concept of operations. The first and perhaps most important lesson concerns technological sovereignty. For decades, China's defense industry was defined by dependency, first upon Soviet advisors in the 1950s, later upon clandestine reverse engineering of Western and Russian systems, and perpetually upon foreign suppliers for critical components like engines. The J-11D symbolized the end of this adolescence. By 2015, when its prototype appeared, China had demonstrated the ability to develop an indigenous radar competitive with Western systems, to mass-produce an engine family robust enough to equip multiple frontline types, and to integrate complex software architectures without relying on Russian code. In this sense, the J-11D was less an aircraft than a declaration. China could stand on its own feet in the most unforgiving arena of technological competition. The second lesson lies in doctrine. The original Su-27s imported in the 1990s were purebred air superiority machines, optimized for visual range dogfights and brute force aerial dominance. The J-11D, however, reflected a doctrinal evolution that paralleled that of the United States from the late Cold War onward. Its AESA radar, networked data links, and long-range missiles implied a shift toward distributed lethality, beyond visual range ambushes, and cooperative engagement tactics. In essence, the PLAF was acknowledging that the age of the knife fight in the sky was giving way to the age of silent hunters, linked by invisible networks. The J-11D's very existence marked the point at which the PLAF embraced the digital battlespace as its natural habitat. A third lesson involves industrial philosophy. Russia's aerospace culture, steeped in a tradition of brilliant aerodynamics and brute force solutions, produced masterpieces like the Su-35, but struggled to innovate in avionics and software. Europe's defense industry produced exquisite systems like the Typhoon, but was paralyzed by multinational politics and cost overruns. The United States pioneered stealth and network-centric warfare, but faced spiraling costs and procurement dysfunctions. China studied them all, borrowed liberally, and then crafted its own hybrid path. The J-11D is emblematic of this pragmatism. It was never intended to be the perfect aircraft. It was intended to be a stepping stone, a crucible in which composite fabrication, radar miniaturization, mission computer integration, and engine refinement could be tested under operationally realistic conditions. By discarding it once the lessons were learned, China demonstrated an unusual willingness to sacrifice prestige for progress, a discipline many Western programs lack. The cancellation of the J-11D also sheds light on China's shifting self-confidence. In earlier decades, Beijing clung tightly to every prototype, milking each program for production numbers to prove industrial capacity. By contrast, the J-11D was quietly shelved once it had served its purpose. This reflects a mature confidence, a recognition that resources should flow toward the systems of the future rather than be wasted sustaining evolutionary dead ends. Such maturity is not universal. The U.S. Air Force, for example, has continued to purchase upgraded F-15s and F-16s decades after their design, driven by institutional inertia, congressional politics, and industrial lobbying. Russia continues to produce Su-30 and Su-35 fighters, not only because they are excellent aircraft, but also because the fifth-generation Su-57 has stumbled. By contrast, China cut off the J-11D precisely because the J-20 was succeeding. In that sense, the J-11D is a monument not to failure, but to institutional confidence. The doctrinal ripple effects of the J-11D are profound. By equipping the PLAF's J-11BG fleet with AESA radars and PL-15 missiles, China has transformed hundreds of legacy airframes into credible long-range hunters. In wartime, this means that an adversary cannot assume only the stealthy J-20 poses a beyond visual range threat. Even a decades-old flanker derivative may be capable of launching a missile from 150 kilometers away with data-linked mid-course guidance. This saturation of the battle space with long-range shooters fundamentally alters the calculus for the U.S. and its allies. No longer can they rely on superior sensors and missiles to dominate the opening stages of a fight. Instead, they face a numerically superior force, equipped with broadly comparable technology. In this way, the J-11D's legacy magnifies far beyond its two prototypes. It has reshaped the balance of power across the Western Pacific. There is also a geopolitical dimension. Russia's resentment over the J-11B and J-11D programs reflects a deeper truth. The apprentice has surpassed the master. The Su-35s sold to China in the mid-2010s were in part a Russian attempt to reassert relevance. Yet the PLAF acquired only 24, more to study their AL-41 engines and Irbis E radar than to fill operational needs. By contrast, the lessons of the J-11D made clear that China no longer needed Russia's avionics expertise. If anything, Russia today is the one studying Chinese systems, as evidenced by reports of Russian interest in the PL-15's seeker technology. The J-11D thus marks the pivot point at which Sino-Russian defense relations shifted from patron-client to wary equals, and in some domains, even to subtle Chinese superiority. From an industrial policy standpoint, the J-11D illustrates how China leverages limited-run demonstrators as strategic investments. In Western terms, it resembles the YF-22 and YF-23 prototypes of the U.S. Advanced Tactical Fighter Competition, or even the F-16XL and F-15 active test beds. But whereas Western prototypes often fade into museum pieces, the J-11D's technologies were immediately cascaded into mass upgrades and spin-off designs. This reflects the Chinese doctrine of cross-pollination. No program exists in isolation, and every experiment is mined for maximum systemic gain. In the case of the J-11D, its AESA radar became standard across the flanker line. Its composites informed the J-20's refinements, and its avionics architecture provided a foundation for the J-15B. In effect, two prototypes fertilized an entire generation of aircraft. The symbolism of the J-11D also deserves attention. To Western analysts, it may appear obscure, a footnote in Jane's catalogs. To the PLAF, however, it symbolized the culmination of 2 decades of effort to escape dependency. The very act of fielding a credible AESA radar and a domestic engine in a flanker airframe was a rite of passage, a ritual affirmation that China had joined the club of true aerospace powers. That the aircraft never entered production is beside the point. Its existence marked a psychological threshold crossed. In Beijing's strategic imagination, the J-11D was the exclamation point at the end of the sentence. We no longer need you. The broader lesson for military strategists worldwide is sobering. Aircraft like the J-11D demonstrate that China's rise is not a matter of copying, but of leapfrogging. By skipping intermediate stages and harvesting only what is useful, Beijing avoids many of the pitfalls that ensnared other powers. Where the U.S. allowed the F-35 program to balloon into a $1 trillion Leviathan, China distributed its bets across multiple programs, discarding some, like the J-11D, once their lessons were absorbed, accelerating others, like the J-20, once their promise was clear, and sustaining workhorse types, like the J-16, to cover the interim. This portfolio approach minimizes risk and maximizes technological harvest, a strategy that Western bureaucracies, bound by political commitments and sunk costs, struggle to emulate. If there is a cautionary note, it lies in the limits of evolutionary airframes. The flanker, for all its brilliance, remains a design conceived in the 1970s. Its radar cross-section is inherently large, its airframe lacks internal weapons bays, and its kinematics are constrained by legacy aerodynamics. The J-11D showed how far these limits could be stretched, but also that they could not be transcended. In the end, the J-20 represented the only true path forward. The J-11D's cancellation was thus not a betrayal of the flanker, but an acknowledgement that every bloodline reaches its terminus. The torch was passed. Today, as J-20s enter service in growing numbers and the carrier-based J-35 looms on the horizon, the J-11D may seem like an anachronism. Yet its ghost lingers in every AESA-equipped flanker, every PL-15 slung beneath a J-16's wing, every WS-10 engine roaring over the East China Sea. The aircraft itself may be consigned to the boneyard, but its spirit is airborne in squadrons across China. It proved that sometimes the most important victories are invisible, not the squadrons filled, but the lessons learned, not the aircraft deployed, but the capabilities unlocked. The J-11D was never meant to fight. It was meant to teach. And in that mission, it succeeded beyond measure. Forget the romance of the skies. Modern air combat is a game of physics and photons played out at Mach speed in a battle space measured in gigahertz and kilometers. It is a world where victory is decided not by the pilot's daring, but by the processing power of the mission computer, the thermal resistance of a turbine blade, and the precise geometry of an air intake. In this arena, a fighter jet is the ultimate expression of a nation's will, a billion-dollar 20-ton argument forged from titanium, composites, and decades of fiercely guarded secrets. And few machines embody this brutal truth more completely than the Chengdu J-10C. Known to NATO as the Firebird, but to its creators as the Vigorous Dragon, this is the aircraft that was never supposed to succeed. Dismissed for years in Western intelligence briefings as a clumsy imitation of an F-16, a derivative knockoff cobbled together from borrowed designs and reverse-engineered parts, the J-10C has become something far more dangerous. A peer. It is the workhorse of a resurgent People's Liberation Army Air Force, Play AF, a 4.5-generation multi-role fighter that has clawed its way from technological obscurity to combat-proven lethality. The story of the J-10C is not just about an aircraft. It is a case study in how a nation can, through sheer force of will, industrial espionage, and staggering investment, bend the arc of technological history and forge a weapon that fundamentally alters the balance of power. This is not the story you think you know. This is the engineering, the doctrine, and the strategic calculus behind the Dragon's roar. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new analytical reviews. The gestation of the Vigorous Dragon was a protracted and arduous affair, a microcosm of the immense challenges that faced China's defense industry in the latter half of the 20th century. The genesis of the program, officially designated Project Number 10, dates back to the early 1980s, born from the PLAF's urgent need to replace its vast but increasingly obsolete fleets of J-7 fighters, themselves copies of the Soviet MiG-21, and Q5 ground attack aircraft. The program was formally approved by the State Council in 1986, yet it soon languished, starved of consistent funding and political attention. The development process was slow and fraught with difficulty, a reflection of the sheer technological leap the project represented. For an industry accustomed to reverse engineering and incremental upgrades, the J-10 was a monumental undertaking. Chengdu Aircraft Corporation estimated that a staggering 60% of the aircraft's technology and components had to be entirely new, a stark contrast to the typical 30% for a new aircraft program. This figure was a candid admission of the nation's limited domestic capabilities at the time. It was the shock of the 1991 Gulf War which vividly demonstrated the overwhelming superiority of modern Western air power that renewed Beijing's interest and unlocked the necessary resources to push the project forward. Throughout its development, the J-10 has been dogged by comparisons to the Israeli IAI Lavi, a U.S.-financed fourth-generation fighter canceled in 1987. The visual and conceptual similarities are undeniable. Both are single-engine fighters featuring a delta wing and canard four-plane configuration. While Chinese officials have consistently maintained that the design is a domestic evolution of their own canceled J-9 project from the 1970s, it is widely accepted in Western analysis that some degree of technical information from the Lavi program, whether through formal or informal channels, found its way to Chengdu and likely accelerated the J-10's development. Yet to call the J-10 a mere clone is a disservice to the engineering involved. The Chinese aircraft is notably larger and heavier than its Israeli counterpart, with significant differences in its air intake and wing platform. The most formidable obstacle, however, was not the airframe but the heart of the machine, its engine. The indigenous Shenyang WS-10 Taihang engine was selected as the intended power plant back in 1983, but the program was plagued by severe developmental delays, unreliability, and performance shortfalls that almost derailed the entire J-10 project. This critical failure forced Chengdu's engineers into a pragmatic but compromising solution, turning to their erstwhile rivals in Moscow. China secured a deal for Russia's Saturn Lyulka Al-31FN turbofan, an engine originally designed for the twin-engine Su-27 flanker. Cramming this large Russian engine with its gearbox and accessory pack rotated to fit into a smaller single-engine airframe necessitated a significant and costly redesign of the J-10's aft fuselage, stretching the airframe and altering its characteristics. This dependency on a foreign power plant would become the defining vulnerability of the aircraft's early life. The evolutionary path of the J-10 is a clear illustration of this struggle. The initial production variant, the J-10A, first took to the skies on March 23, 1998, and officially entered PLAF service in 2004. It was a capable, if not revolutionary, fourth-generation fighter, equipped with a domestic Type 1473G pulse Doppler fire control radar, and armed initially with PL-8 infrared-guided missiles and semi-active radar-homing PL-11s, later upgraded to carry the active radar PL-12. The subsequent J-10B, unveiled in 2008, represented a significant leap forward. It introduced a fixed diverterless supersonic inlet, DSI, a feature that reduced weight and frontal radar cross-section, an integrated infrared search and track IRST sensor, and China's first passive electronically scanned array PSA radar. However, the J-10B's production run was conspicuously short, limited to around 56 aircraft. This was likely because it served as a crucial but transitional technology bridge. The PSA radar, while a step forward, was reportedly unsatisfactory, and its development caused delays, all while the far superior AESA technology was on the horizon. The J-10B was the necessary, if imperfect, test bed that allowed Chinese engineers to master the complex aerodynamics of the DSI and gain experience with electronically scanned arrays, de-risking the far more ambitious final iteration. This definitive version, the J-10C, first appeared in late 2013 and superseded the J-10B in production from 2016 onwards. Entering combat service in April 2018, the J-10C incorporated a true AESA radar and, most importantly, finally integrated a mature and reliable version of the long-awaited domestic engine, the WS-10B, from around 2019, at last freeing the Vigorous Dragon from its Russian chains. The evolution of the fighter's air intake alone tells this story in metal. The J-10A's conventional boxy intake was a conservative design. The J-10BC's sleek DSI was a bold leap into advanced aerodynamics, a visual timeline of a nation's growing technological confidence. The airframe of the Chengdu J-10C is a masterful study in modern aerodynamic design, a physical manifestation of a doctrine that values agility and multi-role flexibility. Dimensionally, the aircraft measures 16.9 meters in length, with a wingspan of 9.8 meters and a height of 5.7 meters. Its empty weight is reported to be approximately 9,150 kilos, with a maximum takeoff weight of 19,227, placing it firmly in the medium-weight fighter category, broadly analogous to the American F-16 Fighting Falcon. The defining characteristic of its aerodynamic layout is the combination of a large, tailless cropped delta wing with a pair of large, all-moving canard foreplanes mounted high on the fuselage just aft of the cockpit. This configuration is inherently unstable, a design choice that grants the aircraft exceptional maneuverability and instantaneous turn performance, particularly in subsonic and transonic flight regimes. This inherent instability, or relaxed static stability, is managed by a sophisticated quadruple redundant digital fly-by-wire flight control system, which makes thousands of micro-adjustments per second to keep the aircraft stable and responsive to pilot inputs. The large canards generate powerful vortices that interact with the main delta wing, enhancing lift, especially at high angles of attack, allowing the J-10C to maintain control and point its nose with an authority that many conventional designs lack. This aerodynamic philosophy, while excellent for agility, suggests a doctrinal refusal to completely abandon the art of the dogfight, providing a potent within visual range capability as a fallback should long-range engagements be denied. The airframe is further stabilized by a large single vertical tail and two fixed, outwardly canted ventral fins beneath the rear fuselage, which enhance directional stability, particularly at high speeds. The construction of the airframe marked a significant step for China's aerospace industry, forcing the maturation of a new generation of manufacturing techniques. The J-10C incorporates a significant proportion of advanced composite materials and titanium alloys in its structure, a critical factor in reducing overall weight while maintaining structural integrity under high G loads. These materials, combined with the application of radar-absorbent coatings, also contribute to a reduction in the aircraft's overall radar cross-section, RCS, compared to its predecessors. One of the most significant engineering features of the J-10C's airframe is its diverterless supersonic inlet, DSI, inherited from the J-10B. This is a fixed, geometrically complex bump on the fuselage ahead of the engine intake, which replaces the heavy, mechanically complex, and radar-reflective moving ramps, or splitter plates, found on older supersonic aircraft. The DSI performs two critical functions with no moving parts. It creates a pressure gradient that diverts the slow-moving, turbulent boundary layer of air away from the engine intake, preventing engine stalls, and its three-dimensional shaping generates a system of conical shock waves that compress and slow supersonic air to the subsonic speeds required by the engine's compressor face. The successful implementation of this design, which requires incredibly complex computational fluid dynamics, CFD, modeling, provides numerous benefits: a significant reduction in weight, lower maintenance requirements, and most critically, a substantial reduction in the frontal RCS by eliminating the radar trapping cavities and sharp edges of a traditional intake. The mastery of DSI technology on the J-10BC was not just an upgrade for this specific airframe, it was a crucial gateway technology, a national-level dress rehearsal that provided the essential expertise needed for the development of China's fifth-generation stealth fighters, the J-20 and J-35. Both of which rely on DSIs as a cornerstone of their low observable designs. For nearly 2 decades, the Achilles heel of China's fighter programs was the jet engine. The nation's inability to mass-produce a reliable, high-performance turbofan was a source of immense strategic vulnerability and a persistent technological embarrassment. The final integration of the domestic Shenyang WS-10B Taihang engine into the J-10C airframe was, therefore, more than a simple component swap. It was a declaration of technological sovereignty. The WS-10B is a formidable afterburning turbofan that finally provides the Vigorous Dragon with the indigenous heart it was always intended to have. Specifications indicate that the engine produces a dry thrust of approximately 89.17 kN, around 20,050 lbf, which increases to a maximum of 144 kN, approximately $32,000 lbf, with the afterburner engaged, This level of power gives the roughly 9,750 kilograms airframe a combat thrust-to-weight ratio greater than 1.1, enabling aggressive acceleration and sustained energy in high G maneuvers. The journey of the Taihang engine series was long and troubled. Early versions were notoriously unreliable, with a mean time between overhauls rumored to be as low as 30 hours, making them wholly unsuitable for a single-engine fighter where an engine failure is catastrophic. For years, the PLAF prudently restricted the WS-10 to its twin-engine J-11B and J-16 fighters, where the redundancy of a second engine provided a critical safety margin. The decision to begin installing the WS-10B in new-build J-10Cs from 2019 was the PLAF's ultimate vote of confidence, a high-stakes certification that after decades of investment and refinement, the engine's reliability issues had been definitively solved. This was achieved through significant advances in material science, particularly the development of third-generation single-crystal turbine blades capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, which reportedly extended the engine's service life to a respectable 1,500 hours. The adoption of the WS-10B had profound strategic implications. It unshackled China's production of its most numerous 4.5 generation fighter from the whims of Russian foreign policy and production capacity. Moscow had previously used engine sales as a geopolitical lever, reportedly tying the sale of additional L-31 engines for other programs to a requirement that China purchase more Russian Su-35 fighters. Reliance on a Russian engine would have severely complicated, if not outright prohibited, the export of the J-10 to third countries due to end-user agreements. The WS-10B broke this dependency, allowing China to create the fully indigenous J-10CE export variant and pursue sales to nations like Pakistan, Egypt, and Bangladesh, transforming the aircraft from a domestic asset into a tool of global strategic influence. While the standard production J-10C does not feature thrust vectoring control, TVC, the capability is latent within the WS-10 engine family. A J-10B testbed equipped with a TVC nozzle, unofficially dubbed the WS-10B3, performed stunning feats of supermaneuverability, including the Pugachev's Cobra at the 2018 Zhuhai Air Show. This demonstration signals a clear path for future upgrades, suggesting that a more agile, TVC-equipped J-10 variant could be produced if doctrinally required, further enhancing its already formidable dogfighting capabilities. If the airframe and engine constitute the J-10C's body and heart, its avionics suite is its nervous system and senses, transforming it from a mere flying machine into a lethal node in the digital battlespace of modern warfare. The centerpiece of this system is its Advanced Active Electronically Scanned Array, AISA radar, a quantum leap in capability over the mechanically scanned and passive arrays of its predecessors. Believed to be a variant of the KLJ-07A radar, this system provides the pilot with an unprecedented level of situational awareness and combat effectiveness. Unlike older radars that physically move a dish to steer the beam, an AISA uses hundreds or thousands of small transmit-receive modules to steer the radar beam electronically, almost instantaneously. This allows the J-10C to track a large number of targets, reports suggest between 15 and 40 simultaneously, while engaging multiple threats at once. Its detection range against fighter-sized targets is estimated to be in excess of 200 kilometers. Critically, AISA radars are highly resistant to electronic jamming and have a low probability of intercept, meaning they can scan the sky without easily giving away the fighter's own position. Complementing the active emissions of the radar is a passive infrared search and track IRST system housed in a distinctive dome forward of the windscreen. This sensor detects and tracks enemy aircraft based on their heat signatures, allowing the J-10C to hunt for targets without emitting any radar energy of its own. This is a crucial capability in an era of stealth, as it provides a means to detect low observable aircraft at closer ranges and allows for entirely silent, ambush-style attacks. The combination of a powerful AESA and a passive IRST networked with off-board sensors gives the J-10C a potent stealth hunter capability within a larger integrated air defense system. Data from ground-based radars or an airborne early warning and control AEW&C aircraft like the KJ-500 can cue the J-10C to a potential target's location, allowing it to use its AESA in a focused, high-power search or to close in for a passive IRST track, a tactic demonstrated in exercises where a J-10C successfully engaged a simulated J-20 stealth fighter. The pilot interacts with this torrent of information through a modern, AI-assisted glass cockpit designed to manage cognitive load and accelerate decision-making. The interface is dominated by 3 large MFDs and a wide-angle holographic head-up display, HUD-D. All critical combat functions are managed via a hands-on throttle and stick HOTAS control system, allowing the pilot to fly and fight without removing their hands from the primary controls. This entire system is integrated with a sophisticated helmet-mounted display, HMD, which projects critical flight and targeting information directly onto the pilot's visor. This HMD allows the pilot to cue weapons simply by looking at a target, enabling look-and-shoot engagements with high off-bore sight missiles at extreme angles. The J-10C's full potential is unlocked through its integration into a network-centric warfare doctrine. Equipped with secure, high-bandwidth data links, the aircraft can share sensor data and receive targeting information from a vast network of on- and off-board assets, including other fighters, AEW&C aircraft, and even ground-based systems. This allows for cooperative engagement tactics where one aircraft can detect a target and another, remaining electronically silent, can launch a weapon, dramatically increasing the lethality and survivability of the entire force. The aircraft is also equipped with an integrated electronic warfare EW suite, including radar warning receivers and internal jammers, and can carry external pods like the KG-600 for enhanced electronic attack capabilities. The effectiveness of any fighter is ultimately measured by the lethality of its armament, and the J-10C carries a formidable set of talons. The aircraft is equipped with 11 external hardpoints, 3 under each wing, 3 under the fuselage, and 2 carrying an ordnance load of up to 7,000 kilos. For close-range engagements, a last resort in modern combat, but a critical capability nonetheless, the aircraft is fitted with an internal Gryazev-Shipunov GSH-23 twin-barrel 23mm cannon located on the port side under the intake. However, the true measure of its power lies in its missile systems, which are designed to give the pilot a decisive advantage across the entire spectrum of aerial combat. For within visual range, WVR combat, the J-10C's primary weapon is the PL-10 short-range air-to-air missile. This is a 5th-generation weapon, comparable or superior to Western counterparts like the AIM-9X Sidewinder and Iris-T. The PL-10 features an advanced multi-element imaging infrared IIR seeker that can identify targets by their shape, giving it all-aspect targeting capability and high resistance to countermeasures like flares. Its most lethal feature is its combination of extreme agility, enabled by thrust vectoring nozzles that allow it to execute turns reportedly in excess of 60 drones, and its high off-bore sight HOBS capability. Slaved to the pilot's helmet-mounted display, the PL-10 can be fired at targets well outside the aircraft's forward cone, allowing for look-and-shoot kills at angles greater than 90 degrees off the nose. For beyond visual range, BVR combat, the J-10C wields one of the most feared missiles in modern service, the PL-15. The domestic version of this missile boasts an astonishing range, estimated to be between 200 and 300 km, outclassing most Western equivalents like the AIM-120D AMRAAM. This extreme range is not just for engaging other fighters. Its primary strategic purpose is to threaten the high-value airborne assets, such as tankers and AWACS aircraft, that are the critical enablers of Western air power doctrine. By forcing these assets to operate further from the front lines, the PL-15 can effectively degrade an entire air campaign's reach and persistence. The missile's lethality is enhanced by two key technologies. First, its terminal guidance is provided by a miniature AESA radar seeker, which is extremely difficult to jam and offers superior performance against low observable targets. Second, it is powered by a dual-pulse rocket motor. This allows the missile to coast for a significant portion of its flight before igniting a second pulse of rocket fuel in the terminal phase, providing a massive burst of energy to chase down and destroy a maneuvering target, dramatically increasing its no-escape zone. This combination of the PL-10 and PL-15 creates a tactical dilemma for any adversary. To stay at range is to risk destruction by the long-reaching PL-15. To close for a dogfight is to enter the kill envelope of the hyper-agile PL-10 against an aircraft specifically designed for maneuverability. The J-10C is also a highly capable multi-role platform, able to carry a wide variety of air-to-surface munitions. Its arsenal includes laser-guided bombs like the LS-500J, satellite-guided glide bombs, the K-20 radiation missile for suppression of enemy air defenses, SAED missions. The true measure of a weapon system is its performance in the unforgiving arena of combat, or at the very least, in highly realistic combat simulations. The J-10C, as the numerical backbone of the modern PLAFIF, has been rigorously tested within China's evolving military doctrine and has seen its reputation forged in the crucible of real-world conflict, albeit under a foreign flag. The PLAF itself has undergone a profound transformation, shifting from a historically defensive force focused on territorial air defense to a modern strategic air force capable of offensive counter-air operations and power projection beyond China's borders. In this new doctrine, which emphasizes informatized or network-centric warfare, the J-10C plays a crucial role as the high-capability, mass-producible 4.5 generation fighter that complements the elite, but more expensive and less numerous, J-20 stealth fighter. Within the PLAF's highly competitive Golden Helmet annual combat exercises, the J-10C has reportedly established a remarkable record of dominance. For 3 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2021, J-10C units consistently prevailed in simulated engagements against both the larger, twin-engine domestic Shenyang J-16 and the highly vaunted imported Russian Sukhoi Su-35. The reasons cited for these victories are telling. The J-10C's lower radar signature and its more advanced sensor and weapons suite allowed its pilots to achieve the coveted first look, first shot advantage, a decisive factor in modern BVR combat. These results are less an indictment of the larger fighters and more a validation of the PLAF's doctrine, proving that in a networked battle space, superior situational awareness and stealthier characteristics can trump raw power and payload. The aircraft's combat debut, however, came not over the Taiwan Strait, but in the skies over Kashmir. In 2022, Pakistan became the first export customer for the J-10C, inducting the J-10CE variant into its air force to counter India's acquisition of the French Dassault Rafale. During a brief but intense conflict in May 2025, the Pakistan Air Force, PAF, made extraordinary claims that its J-10CEs, operating in a networked environment with AEW&C aircraft and armed with PL-15 missiles, had successfully shot down multiple Indian Air Force jets, including several Rafales. This alleged engagement, which would represent the first-ever combat loss for the Rafale, instantly electrified the global defense community. Pakistani sources claimed their pilots leveraged the PL-15's superior range, launching missiles from nearly 180 kilometers away while receiving targeting data from their Saab Erieye and ZDK-03 Karakoram Eagle AWACS, allowing the J-10CEs to remain electronically silent. These claims, however, must be viewed with extreme caution. They originate almost exclusively from Pakistani and Chinese state-affiliated sources and lack independent, verifiable evidence. The narrative of a simple platform versus platform victory is a gross oversimplification of a complex engagement involving a multitude of assets, electronic warfare, and tactical decisions on both sides. Nevertheless, the fog of war did not obscure the strategic victory for Beijing. Regardless of the factual accuracy of the kill claims, the conflict served as the single most effective marketing event imaginable for the J-10CE. It transformed the aircraft's reputation overnight, from a cheap alternative to a combat-proven system capable of defeating top-tier Western hardware. This narrative, true or not, has fueled a surge of interest from nations seeking affordable, high-performance fighters without the political entanglements of Western arms sales, cementing the J-10C's status as a formidable new player on the world stage. In the global amphitheater of military aviation, the Chengdu J-10C Vigorous Dragon has firmly established its place not as a revolutionary outlier, but as a supremely competent and strategically significant competitor. Its value is best understood through a nuanced comparison with its international peers, where it reveals a profile of calculated trade-offs and focused strengths. Against its most direct analog, the American F-16 J-10C presents a compelling case for parity, if not superiority, in key areas. Both are single-engine, multi-role workhorses, but the J-10C comes standard with an integrated IRST system, a capability the F-16V lacks, and boasts a clear advantage in beyond visual range combat with its PL-15 missile, which significantly outranges the F-16V's AIM-120 AMRAAM. While both aircraft feature advanced AESA radars and glass cockpits, the J-10C's Canard Delta configuration likely gives it an edge in instantaneous turn rate and high angle of attack maneuverability. When pitted against heavier twin-engine European rivals like the Dassault Rafale and Eurofighter Typhoon, the J-10C's design philosophy becomes clearer. It cannot match their advantages in payload, combat range, or the sheer redundancy and survivability offered by two engines. The Rafale, in particular, boasts a world-class integrated electronic warfare suite in its Spectra system and a significantly smaller radar cross-section, making it a far more survivable platform in a high-threat environment. Similarly, the Typhoon is a thoroughbred optimized for high altitude, high-speed interception, and energy maneuverability, likely outclassing the J-10C in these regimes. However, the J-10C counters with its own strengths, potentially superior agility at lower altitudes, a formidable BVR weapon in the PL-15, and, most critically, a unit cost estimated at $40,060 million, roughly half that of its European competitors. It is a budget alternative with teeth, a platform that makes 4.5 generation capabilities accessible to nations without Western-sized defense budgets. The comparison with the Russian Su-35 is perhaps the most telling. In direct exercises, the J-10C has consistently demonstrated that superior integrated avionics can defeat superior kinematics. The Su-35 is a beast of an aircraft with immense power, endurance, and payload, but its reliance on a less advanced PISA radar and older generation missiles makes it vulnerable to the J-10C's combination of AESA radar, lower signature, and the lethal PL-15. The future of the J-10C is one of continued relevance, though its position at the apex of China's air power is likely temporary. The airframe has clear potential for modernization. The integration of a thrust vectoring control engine nozzle, already demonstrated, is a logical next step to further enhance its agility. Ongoing upgrades to its radar, EW suite, and the integration of even longer-range missiles are all but certain. However, with China's fifth-generation J-20 and J-35 programs now in full-scale production, the J-10C's role will inevitably transition from that of a primary air superiority asset to a highly capable multi-role supplement, much like the F-16's role in the USAF alongside the F-22 and F-35. Ultimately, the J-10C's most enduring legacy may be its disruption of the global fighter market. It occupies a strategic sweet spot, significantly more capable than lighter, cheaper fighters like the J-17, yet far more affordable and politically accessible than high-end Western jets. For nations seeking to modernize their air forces and assert strategic autonomy without being tethered to Washington's or Paris, the Vigorous Dragon has become the fighter of choice. It is a symbol of a shifting world order, a capable, combat-proven machine that proves China is no longer just a follower in military aviation, but a power that is now setting its own terms. It may not be the most advanced fighter in the sky, but it is arguable. China is building a Ghost, a new stealth bomber, the H-20, designed to be undetectable and unstoppable. It is Beijing's answer to America's B-2 Spirit and B-21 Raider, a weapon intended to project Chinese power across the globe and complete its nuclear triad. But separating fact from fiction is the ultimate challenge. While Chinese officials claim there are no technical bottlenecks, U.S. intelligence remains skeptical, suggesting a truly operational bomber is still years, perhaps a decade, away. So, what is the H-20? A paper tiger or the phantom that will finally challenge American air supremacy? Its ultimate effectiveness remains contingent upon surmounting significant technological and systemic hurdles, particularly in developing high-performance engines, durable stealth materials, and the complex operational network required to support such a weapon. The development of the H-20 is not a standalone technological endeavor, but the logical culmination of China's evolving military doctrine, national ambitions, and specific strategic requirements. It represents the final and most technologically demanding component of the PRC's pursuit of a comprehensive, modern military capable of projecting power far beyond its borders. For decades, the PLAF was a force configured primarily for territorial air defense and limited regional operations. Its bomber fleet, consisting of variants of the Xi'an H-6, itself a derivative of the 1950s-era Soviet Tupolev Tu-16, lacked the range, survivability, and payload to constitute a true strategic threat. Under the military modernization drive directed by President Xi Jinping, the PLAF has been tasked with transforming into a force capable of projecting power globally, in line with China's ambition to become a world-class military. The H-20 is the central pillar of this transformation. It is designed to be a reusable, penetrating strike asset that provides capabilities fundamentally different from the PLA rocket force's ballistic and cruise missiles. Unlike a missile, a bomber can be recalled, redeployed, and used as a flexible instrument of statecraft, providing a persistent threat that complicates enemy defenses. A robust nuclear deterrent is traditionally built upon a triad of delivery systems: land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, sea-based submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and air-breathing bombers. Each leg possesses unique attributes that enhance overall strategic stability and survivability. While China has long possessed land-based missiles and has a maturing sea-based deterrent, it has lacked a credible air-breathing component. The H-20 is explicitly designed to fill this gap. A stealth bomber provides distinct advantages. It is highly survivable against a preemptive first strike due to its ability to be dispersed and kept on airborne alert. It offers unique signaling options during a crisis, where its forward deployment can convey resolve without crossing the threshold of a missile launch, and it provides a flexible delivery platform for a variety of nuclear payloads. Official PRC state media and U.S. intelligence reports have both confirmed the H-20's designated nuclear mission, cementing its role as the capstone of China's strategic deterrent posture. The H-20's development has been a long-term project, marked by deliberate secrecy, punctuated by carefully managed releases of information. Development is understood to date back to at least the early 2000s under the leadership of the Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation, a subsidiary of the state-owned Aviation Industry Corporation of China. The program was first publicly acknowledged in September 2016, when then PLAF Commander General Ma Xiaotian announced that China was developing a new generation long-range bomber. AVIC and the PLAF released promotional videos in 2018 and 2021 that concluded with brief glimpses of a large, flying wing aircraft concealed under a sheet. This controlled messaging strategy generated significant international speculation while revealing no concrete details, mirroring Northrop Grumman's own early marketing for the B-21 Raider. In March 2024, PLAF Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Wang Wei stated that the H-20 would be revealed very soon and that the program faced no technical bottleneck. This optimistic projection stands in stark contrast to U.S. intelligence assessments from late 2024 and early 2025, which consistently project that the H-20 is unlikely to achieve meaningful operational capability until sometime in the next decade or the 2030s. During this period, unconfirmed, grainy images purporting to show the H-20 in flight began circulating on Chinese social media. This persistent and significant divergence between Chinese official pronouncements and U.S. intelligence assessments is likely not accidental, but rather indicative of a deliberate information strategy. The claim of no bottleneck is highly improbable for a program of this complexity, particularly given China's well-documented historical challenges with advanced aero engine development. By creating the perception of an imminent and highly capable platform, Beijing can achieve deterrent effects long before the H-20 is fielded in significant numbers. This forces potential adversaries to begin planning and allocating resources to counter a threat that, for the moment, exists more on paper than on the flight line. This approach aligns with the characterization of the H-20 as a phantom bomber, a strategic tool whose primary value is currently derived from its potential complicating adversary calculations and serving as a powerful symbol of China's technological progress. An assessment of the H-20's potential capabilities begins with a technical analysis of its physical design, materials, and propulsion systems. While definitive specifications remain classified, a consistent picture has emerged from intelligence assessments, analytical models, and official Chinese media teasers. The H-20 is universally assessed to be a subsonic, flying-wing heavy bomber, a design that is broadly analogous to the American B-2 Spirit and B-21 Raider. This configuration is considered optimal for achieving all-aspect, broadband low observability. The absence of vertical and horizontal tail surfaces and the smooth blending of the wing and fuselage eliminate many of the sharp edges and right angles that are primary sources of radar reflection. This makes the aircraft particularly effective at evading detection by low-frequency early warning radars, which can often detect smaller stealth fighters with prominent tail surfaces. However, some evidence derived from wind tunnel models and unverified imagery suggests potential deviations from a pure flying wing planform. These include features such as a cranked kite wing shape, serrated air intakes, and most notably, foldable twin-tail surfaces that can reportedly switch between a horizontal and V-tail configuration. The inclusion of any form of tail surface is a critical design choice. A pure flying wing is inherently unstable and demands an exceptionally mature and reliable digital fly-by-wire flight control system to maintain stable flight. The inclusion of tail surfaces, even if adaptable, provides a degree of natural aerodynamic stability which can simplify the requirements for the flight control software. Therefore, if the final H-20 design incorporates tails, it may indicate a deliberate engineering trade-off, sacrificing a degree of low observability for reduced risk and greater control authority, perhaps signaling a lack of complete confidence in mastering the complex flight dynamics of a pure flying wing. Achieving a low observable profile depends critically on the use of advanced materials and coatings designed to absorb and deflect radar energy. The H-20's large surface area will require the mass production of durable, weather-resistant, and easily maintainable radar-absorbent materials. Recent unclassified research from Chinese institutions indicates significant progress in this field. A team at Peking University, for instance, has developed a flexible graphene at silica fiber membrane just 0.1 millimeters thick that can withstand temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees Celsius while reducing radar reflection to -42 decibels. Such a material would be ideal for managing the extreme heat generated by engine exhausts and aerodynamic friction on a high subsonic bomber, a critical component of reducing its infrared signature. Despite these advances, China is generally considered to be lagging behind the United States in low observable technology. The radar cross-section of its J-20 stealth fighter is assessed to be significantly larger than that of the F-22 or F-35. U.S. intelligence officials have publicly stated that the H-20's design is probably nowhere near as good as U.S. low observable platforms. While the H-20's flying wing shape will inherently give it a much lower radar cross-section than any conventional aircraft, it is unlikely to achieve the extreme level of all-spectrum stealth projected for the B-21 Raider, which benefits from an additional generation of U.S. research in materials science, signature management, and precision manufacturing. Propulsion remains the single most significant technical hurdle and pacing item for the H-20 program. China has historically struggled to develop and mass-produce reliable, high-performance military jet engines, often relying on Russian imports or reverse-engineered designs. The most probable engine for the H-20 is the indigenous Shenyang WS-20. This is a high-bypass turbofan originally developed for the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft with a thrust rating in the range of 138 to 140 kilonewtons or approximately 31,000 pounds force. Its high bypass design is optimized for fuel efficiency at subsonic speeds over long distances, making it well suited for a strategic bomber's mission profile. However, the selection of a high bypass turbofan creates a fundamental conflict with the requirements of a stealth aircraft. High bypass engines are physically larger in diameter than the low bypass engines used in fighter jets. This necessitates larger air intakes and exhaust nozzles, which are exceptionally difficult to shield from radar. To prevent radar waves from reflecting off the highly visible engine fan blades, the H-20 will require deep, S-shaped serpentine ducts treated with radar-absorbent materials. Furthermore, the engine's thermal and acoustic signatures must be extensively suppressed to reduce the risk of infrared and sound-based detection. The ability of Chinese engineers to successfully integrate 4 large WS-20 engines into a low observable airframe will be a definitive test of the program's maturity and a key indicator of the aircraft's true stealth capabilities. The central question regarding the H-20's strategic impact revolves around its weapon systems and its ability to deliver a decisive payload against defended targets. Its strike power is a function of its payload capacity, the types of munitions it can carry, and its survivability en route to the target. Analysis of the H-20's payload capacity is complicated by widely divergent estimates. U.S. government sources, including the Department of Defense and the RAND Corporation, provide a conservative baseline figure of at least 10 tons. This figure is often cited as the minimum requirement for a strategic bomber mission. In contrast, numerous other defense analyses and media reports suggest a much higher maximum payload, with some speculating a capacity of up to 45 tons. These figures are not necessarily contradictory. Instead, they likely reflect a design philosophy centered on mission duality, allowing the aircraft to be configured for different operational scenarios. A long-range, deep-penetration strategic mission, such as one targeting the continental United States, would demand a maximum fuel load, thereby restricting the weapon's payload to the 10 to 15-ton class. This is consistent with the projected payload of the U.S. B-21 Raider, which is approximately 13.6 tons or 30,000 pounds. Conversely, a shorter-range regional mission, such as launching a large salvo of standoff cruise missiles against targets in the second island chain from the relative safety of Chinese-controlled airspace, would allow for a significant reduction in fuel in exchange for a much heavier ordnance load. The speculative 45-ton figure reflects this missile truck role. If achievable, this would make the H-20 one of the most heavily armed bombers in the world, on paper. To quantify how many tons of nuclear weapons the H-20 can carry, it is necessary to analyze its most likely delivery system, the J-20 air-launched cruise missile. Employing a standoff air-launched cruise missile is the standard doctrine for modern bombers, as it allows the launch platform to remain outside the densest rings of enemy air defenses. The J-20, also designated DH-20, is the air-launched variant of the J-10 land attack cruise missile and is confirmed to have a nuclear-capable version. The ground-launched J-10 weighs approximately 2.5 tons, and the J-20 is assumed to have a similar mass. The J-10 family carries a conventional payload of 400 to 500 kilograms, and a nuclear warhead is assumed to have a comparable mass of approximately 400 kilograms or 0.4 tons, consistent with modern warhead miniaturization efforts. While the exact yield is unconfirmed, analysis of its predecessor suggests a variable yield in the range of 20 to 90 kilotons per warhead. Based on these specifications, a payload capacity of 10 to 15 tons would allow the H-20 to carry between 4 and 6 J-20 missiles. A 6-missile loadout is consistent with the capacity of the current H-6K bomber and represents the most probable configuration for a full strategic strike. This corresponds to a total nuclear warhead tonnage of 1.6 tons for a 4-missile loadout and 2.4 tons for a 6-missile loadout. The total deliverable yield would be 80 to 360 kilotons for 4 missiles and 120 to 540 kilotons for 6. In its conventional role, the H-20 will serve as a launch platform for a diverse array of standoff munitions designed to dismantle an adversary's air defenses and strike high-value targets. In addition to the conventional variant of the J-20 air-launched cruise missile, which has a range of 1,500 to 2,500 kilometers, the H-20 is a logical future carrier for China's burgeoning arsenal of hypersonic weapons. A prime candidate for integration is the YJ-21, also known as KD-21, an air-launched anti-ship ballistic missile. This weapon is reported to have a range of approximately 1,500 kilometers and can achieve speeds of up to Mach 10 during its terminal phase, making it exceptionally difficult to intercept. An H-6K bomber has already been photographed carrying 4 YJ-21s, a loadout that would be well within the H-20's capacity. The H-20's true strike power is not merely a measure of its payload, but an integrated assessment of its range, survivability, and the advanced capabilities of its munitions. Its strategic value lies in its ability to credibly threaten high-value, heavily defended targets throughout the Indo-Pacific that are currently beyond the effective reach of less survivable platforms. By presenting a penetrating threat from multiple, unpredictable vectors, the H-20 can hold at risk key U.S. and Allied military installations in the second island chain, including bases in Guam and Japan, thereby strengthening China's anti-access area denial strategy. The Xi'an H-20 enters a highly exclusive domain of military aviation, with its only direct analogs being the United States Northrop Grumman B-2 Spirit and B-21 Raider. A comparative analysis of these three platforms reveals differing design philosophies, technological generations, and strategic priorities. The B-2 Spirit is the benchmark against which the H-20 will inevitably be measured. The B-2's primary advantage is that its capabilities are proven through decades of operational service and combat deployment in contested environments like Kosovo and Iraq. Its stealth performance, while dating to the 1980s, is a known quantity that has been continually updated. The U.S. possesses a mature global ecosystem to support B-2 operations, including experienced crews and a vast aerial refueling infrastructure. On paper, the H-20 may hold several advantages. As a newer design, it is expected to incorporate more modern avionics, sensors, and potentially broadband stealth technologies that reduce its signature across a wider range of sensor spectrums. Its speculative maximum payload of 45 tons would dwarf the B-2's 18-ton or 40,000 pounds capacity, and its projected maximum range of up to 15,000 kilometers could surpass the B-2's 11,100-kilometer range. However, all of the H-20's purported advantages remain theoretical until the aircraft is fielded and its performance can be independently verified. The B-21 Raider represents the next generation of American stealth bomber technology and is a more direct peer competitor to the H-20. The two aircraft appear to embody different design priorities. The B-21 is designed for affordability, survivability, and adaptability. With a smaller airframe and a payload of approximately 13.6 tons or 30,000 pounds, the B-21 prioritizes extreme stealth and operational range over raw carrying capacity. Its low observability is considered a generational leap beyond the B-2, incorporating advanced materials and signature management across the infrared, acoustic, and electronic spectrums, likely resulting in a significantly lower radar cross-section than the H-20. A crucial advantage for the B-21 is its open systems architecture, which allows for rapid and cost-effective integration of new software, sensors, and weapon systems as threats evolve. This ensures the platform's relevance for decades. The H-20, if it achieves its high-end payload estimates, will be able to carry a much larger volume of ordnance than the B-21, but likely at the expense of stealth and unrefueled range. The U.S. strategy with the B-21 focuses on fielding a large fleet of at least 100 highly survivable, adaptable aircraft, whereas China's production numbers and ultimate fleet size for the H-20 remain unknown. A truly effective strategic bomber force is a system of systems, where the aircraft itself is only one component of a complex operational and logistical network. The development of this supporting ecosystem represents a challenge for the PLAF that is arguably as great as building the H-20 itself. A stealth bomber does not operate in isolation. To find and engage targets, particularly mobile ones, at intercontinental ranges, the H-20 will depend on a robust command, control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. This includes a constellation of space-based sensors, over-the-horizon radars, and data fusion centers capable of passing target-quality data to the bomber via secure, low probability of intercept data links. Furthermore, achieving the H-20's full potential for global reach is entirely dependent on aerial refueling. This remains a significant and acknowledged weakness for the PLAAF. While China's fleet of Y-20U tankers is growing, it lacks the numbers, experience, and global basing infrastructure required to support sustained, dispersed bomber operations in a contested environment on the scale routinely practiced by the U.S. Air Force. Beyond the supporting technology, the PLAF faces significant human and logistical hurdles. The U.S. Air Force has accumulated decades of institutional knowledge in conducting very long-duration bomber missions, a level of experience the PLAF is only beginning to develop. This includes complex mission planning, multi-aircraft and multi-tanker choreography, and crew endurance management for flights that can exceed 30 hours. The sustainment of a low observable fleet is also exceptionally demanding. The specialized coatings and materials that give stealth aircraft their properties are often fragile and require meticulous maintenance in climate-controlled facilities to preserve their effectiveness. Establishing the extensive logistical tail of specialized hangars, depots, and highly trained maintenance personnel is a massive undertaking that is as critical to the bomber's readiness as the initial production. The immense requirements of the H-20 program will inevitably act as a forcing function for the broader modernization of the PLAF. To make the bomber a viable weapon system, the PLAF must address its tanker shortfall, mature its command and control architecture, and develop a new generation of aircrews and planners skilled in long-range strategic operations. Therefore, observing the growth of China's tanker fleet and the increasing complexity of its long-range training exercises will serve as key leading indicators of the H-20's true operational maturity. The introduction of the H-20, even in limited numbers, will have profound and lasting effects on the strategic balance in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Its long-term impact will be shaped by its modernization potential and the geopolitical response it elicits from the United States and its allies. The initial operational version of the H-20 will not be its final form. Like all modern military platforms, it will likely be developed in iterative blocks, with capabilities enhanced over its service life. Future upgrades are expected to focus on several key areas, including propulsion, with the integration of more advanced engines, potentially incorporating variable cycle technology to improve fuel efficiency, range, and thermal signature management. Avionics and sensors will see continuous upgrades to its radar, electronic warfare suites, and sensor fusion capabilities, potentially incorporating artificial intelligence to aid in mission planning, threat detection, and autonomous decision-making. Weapon systems will be upgraded to integrate next-generation munitions as they become available, including more advanced hypersonic cruise missiles, directed energy weapons, and potentially serving as a mothership for launching and controlling swarms of unmanned combat aerial vehicles. A credible, deployed H-20 fleet will fundamentally alter the security calculus for the United States and its allies in the Indo-Pacific. The bomber's combination of range and stealth will hold at risk previously secure rear area bases, logistical hubs, and naval assets, particularly those on Guam and potentially as far as Hawaii. This capability serves as a powerful enhancement to China's existing anti-access area denial strategy, creating a multi-domain, multi-axis threat that is significantly more challenging to defend against. The presence of the H-20 will compel the U.S. and its partners to make substantial new investments in hardened shelters, force dispersal, integrated air and missile defense, and long-range counter-air capabilities, thereby increasing the strategic and financial costs of maintaining a credible forward military presence in the region. The Xi'an H-20 program faces immense technical, operational, and logistical challenges. The most speculative high-end performance claims should be treated with considerable skepticism until independently verified. Nevertheless, the H-20 represents the final and most ambitious piece in China's decades-long quest to build a military that can challenge the United States at a strategic level. The H-20 is not a silver bullet that will erase American military advantages overnight. However, should China successfully resolve the critical challenges related to its engines, low observable materials, and the creation of a comprehensive operational ecosystem, the bomber will mature into a true campaign-shaping platform. It will provide Beijing with a flexible and survivable intercontinental strike capability that solidifies its nuclear triad and fundamentally alters the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. The transition of the H-20 from a Phantom bomber used for strategic signaling to a real, operational, and proficiently crewed force will be one of the most critical military developments In the silent, high-stakes arena of fifth-generation air combat, the battle is won before the engines ever ignite. It is a war of physics, not pilots, a contest of radar-scattering geometries, heat-suppressing materials, and sensor fusion algorithms that decide victory from 100 miles away. Every design choice is a gambit, every innovation a potential checkmate. Into this unforgiving environment, the Shenyang J-31 was born, not from a state mandate, but as a corporate longshot. It endured a turbulent adolescence of shifting identities, public mockery for its smoky engines, and a profound transformation into the formidable, carrier-borne J-35. This machine is more than a new piece of hardware. It is the physical manifestation of a nation's strategic will, an industrial marathon, and a geopolitical play that could fundamentally alter the balance of air power for decades to come. The genesis of the Q5 Falcon was, by the standards of major Chinese military programs, unorthodox. It did not emerge from a clearly defined state requirement, but was presented as a private venture by the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, SAC, a key subsidiary of the state-owned Aviation Industry Corporation of China, AVIX. This corporate-led initiative was a curious departure from the typical top-down, state-directed model, with AVIC's chairman Lin Zuoming publicly asserting that the aircraft's development was funded entirely by the company, with no initial investment from the military. This claim, while plausible on the surface, likely masked a more nuanced strategic reality. In a system where major industrial efforts are intrinsically linked to national strategy, the private venture was almost certainly a state-sanctioned but corporately fronted project. This approach provided a valuable strategic hedge, allowing China to explore a medium-weight, twin-engine stealth fighter concept in parallel to the larger state-backed Chengdu J-20 program, mirroring the high-low mix philosophy of the American F-22 and F-35. It created a low-risk test bed for new technologies and design concepts, insulating the official military budget from the high probability of early-stage failure while positioning the state to capitalize on any success. The aircraft's early life was marked by a confusing flurry of designations, a sort of programmatic identity crisis that reflected its unofficial status. While SAC's official nickname was Q5 Falcon, Guying, it was variously referred to in media reports as the F-60, the J-21, or even the Snowy Owl, Yue Xiao, a menagerie of names for a machine yet to prove its mettle. The first tangible proof of its existence came on October 31, 2012, when prototype number 31001 conducted its maiden flight. It was a tentative 10-minute affair, with the aircraft's landing gear remaining down for the duration as it was cautiously escorted by 2 J-11 fighters. Despite its brevity, the flight was a milestone, making China only the second nation after the United States to have 2 distinct stealth fighter designs in active flight testing at the same time. However, the program's subsequent public appearances were far less auspicious. Its flying display at the 2014 Zhuhai Air Show became infamous. The prototype was visibly underpowered, struggling through maneuvers, and most damningly, trailing thick plumes of black smoke from its twin engines. This unsolicited, high-contrast visual tracking signature was a clear indictment of its power plants. 2 Russian-made Klimov RD-93 afterburning turbofans, the same engines used to power the much smaller and lighter Pak JF-17 Thunder. Western observers were unsparing in their critique, noting that the aircraft bleeds a lot of energy and that the pilots seemed to have a difficult time keeping the nose up, even in a clean configuration. Paradoxically, this very public humiliation may have been the program's salvation. The spectacle of a next-generation airframe hobbled by antiquated, foreign-sourced engines created an undeniable and politically potent justification for a massive state-level investment to solve the core problem. It laid bare the strategic vulnerability of relying on external suppliers for critical military components, and likely served as the catalyst that forced military planners to either abandon the Falcon or commit fully to its maturation, particularly the development of a suitable domestic engine. The program's trajectory shifted decisively when the People's Liberation Army Navy, PLAN, began to show serious interest. Naval planners tasked with equipping a new generation of aircraft carriers saw in the FC-31's twin-engine, medium-sized airframe the potential for a carrier-capable stealth fighter, a critical component for their blue water ambitions. This naval requirement provided the project with a clear purpose, a powerful patron, and the state funding it had previously lacked. The evolution was rapid and profound. The second flying prototype, Maina No. J-31,003, which took to the air on December 23, 2016, was already a significant redesign of the original airframe. Its length was increased from 16.8 meters to a more substantial 17.3 meters, and its maximum takeoff weight, MTOW, was raised from 25,000 kilograms to 28,000 kilograms, a clear nod to the structural strengthening required for the brutal physics of carrier operations. This process culminated in the aircraft that would become unofficially known as the J-35. Its first prototype made its maiden flight on October 29, 2021, bearing the unmistakable hallmarks of a naval fighter. The airframe was equipped with a robust twin-wheel nose gear assembly featuring a catapult launch bar, a wing-fold mechanism to conserve precious deck space, and other structural reinforcements necessary to withstand the controlled crash of an arrested landing. The J-35 is not merely a new aircraft, it is the linchpin of an entirely new naval aviation doctrine for China. Its development is inextricably tied to the Type 003 Fujian aircraft carrier, a vessel equipped with advanced electromagnetic catapults similar to the American emails. Without a catabar-capable stealth fighter, the Fujian would be a capital ship without its primary sword, unable to launch heavily armed, fully fueled aircraft that can penetrate modern air defenses. The J-35 is the weapon that unlocks the carrier's true potential, transforming the entire carrier strike group from a regional defense platform into a credible instrument of long-range power projection. The successful completion of catapult launches and arrested landings by the J-35 from the Fujian, publicly announced in September 2025, was therefore a milestone of immense strategic significance, signaling the birth of a new era in Chinese naval power. In parallel, a land-based variant, designated the J-35A, has also been developed for the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF. This version is distinguished by a lighter, single-wheel nose gear and different wing and vertical stabilizer designs, indicating a thoughtful strategy to maximize commonality between the two services while tailoring each airframe to its specific operational environment. This evolution, driven by the harsh requirements of naval aviation, is a clear example of convergent design. While the J-35's overall shape bears a strong resemblance to the American F-35, the specific modifications for navalization, the beefed-up landing gear, the folding wings, the launch bar, are dictated by universal, non-negotiable laws of physics. Carrier operations demand these features, forcing any nation's engineers, whether in Fort Worth or Shenyang, to arrive at remarkably similar solutions. The entire development arc of the J-31, J-35 program can be viewed as a saga of propulsion, with the airframe's capabilities consistently paced and constrained by the engines available to power it. This journey unfolded in three distinct phases, mirroring the maturation of China's indigenous aero-engine industry. The first phase was defined by a reliance on a Russian crutch. The initial prototype was powered by two Klimov RD-93 turbofans, each generating a modest 84 to 85 kilonewtons of afterburning thrust. These engines were a stopgap, a way to get the airframe flying, but they were woefully inadequate for a fifth-generation fighter, leading directly to the underperformance and infamous smoke trails of its early displays. This dependency also created a strategic liability. For a program ostensibly aimed at export, the use of Russian engines meant that Moscow could effectively veto sales to potential customers such as Pakistan if it came under diplomatic pressure from rivals like India. The second phase marked the transition to a domestic stopgap, the Guizhou WS-13 Taishan engine. The WS-13 was essentially a Chinese-developed and improved derivative of the RD-93, cleverly designed to fit the same physical footprint, which simplified its integration into the existing airframe. More advanced variants, like the WS-13E, pushed the thrust up to a more respectable 92 to 93 kilonewtons, and crucially, they were smokeless. This solved the aircraft's most embarrassing public relations problem, but still fell short of providing the thrust-to-weight ratio needed for the kinematic performance expected of a true peer competitor. The third and current phase centers on the intended powerhouse, the Guizhou WS-19, codenamed Huangshan. This is not an iterative improvement, but a completely new engine design, reportedly leveraging advanced technologies developed for the J-20's high-performance WS-15 engine. The WS-19 represents a quantum leap in capability, with a maximum afterburning thrust in the range of 98 to 116 kilonewtons, approximately 22,000 to 26,000 pounds force, and a target thrust-to-weight ratio of around 10.1. This engine is the key that will finally unlock the J-35's full performance potential, enabling a top speed of Mach 1.8 or higher and potentially the coveted ability to supercruise, fly at supersonic speeds without the fuel-guzzling use of afterburners. This progression reveals that the engine has been the program's critical path dependency. The airframe has, in essence, been waiting for the propulsion technology to catch up. The operational viability of the entire J-35 fleet is therefore wholly contingent on the successful mass production and long-term reliability of the WS-19. This multi-tiered engine development also provides a sophisticated mechanism for export control. China can market the FC-31 export variant equipped with the capable but less advanced WS-13E engine, offering a fifth-generation light fighter to international customers. Simultaneously, it can reserve the cutting-edge WS-19 for its own domestic J-35 fleet, thereby ensuring the Plan and PLA-F maintain a distinct and permanent technological overmatch against the very clients they supply. This creates a deliberate capability gap, a hallmark of mature arms exporters, and points to a highly calculated long-term strategy for the program. The anatomy of the J-35's invisibility is a study in the modern principles of low observable design, blending aerodynamic shaping, advanced materials, and careful systems integration. The airframe itself adheres to the classic stealth shaping philosophy, featuring a chined fuselage, trapezoidal planform wings, and canted vertical stabilizers, with the edges of control surfaces carefully aligned to deflect incoming radar waves away from the source emitter rather than reflecting them back. Two of the most critical elements of this shaping are the engine inlets and nozzles. The aircraft employs diverterless supersonic inlets, DSI, which use precisely sculpted bumps on the fuselage to manage airflow at high speeds without the need for complex, heavy, and radar-reflective moving ramps found on older designs. Behind these inlets, the engine faces are concealed by serpentine S-ducts, which curve to block any direct line of sight to the highly reflective turbine blades, a primary source of radar return from the frontal aspect. At the rear, later prototypes and production models feature engine nozzles with serrated or sawtooth edges, a design that helps to scatter radar waves and break up the aircraft's thermal signature, making it harder to detect by infrared sensors. The aircraft's skin and underlying structure represent an area of significant technological advancement. Early speculation suggested the FC-31 relied on simpler applied stealth coatings rather than the more advanced baked-in fiber mat composites used in American designs. However, more recent pronouncements from Chinese state media regarding the J-35 make far more sophisticated claims. Official reports credit its low observability to domestically developed metamaterial technology, a class of engineered materials with properties not found in nature, designed to manipulate electromagnetic waves. One particularly intriguing report details a novel radar-absorbing material inspired by ancient Chinese double-sided jacquard silk weaving techniques. This technology allegedly integrates conductive yarns into a durable textile matrix, creating a structure that can effectively absorb radar waves across a wide frequency spectrum, specifically 8 to 26 GHz. This focus on advanced materials is central to the public relations battle over the aircraft's radar cross-section, RCS. Chinese state media has metaphorically touted the J-35's RCS as being smaller than a human palm. This is a deliberately chosen phrase, as Western analysts have translated it into a numerical estimate of approximately 0.01 square meters, or a range of 10 to 100 square centimeters. This figure is clearly intended to be benchmarked against the American F-35, whose frontal RCS is often compared to the size of a golf ball, or roughly 15 square centimeters. This metaphorical jousting is a form of information warfare, a calculated effort to shape global perception and position the J-35 as a direct peer to the F-35 in the critical metric of stealth, a claim that is strategically potent even if it remains operationally unverified. Furthermore, the Chinese reports on their novel coatings emphasize not just radar absorption, but also operational durability, claiming the material can withstand 93.5 megapascals of tensile stress, and explicitly contrasting this with the well-documented maintenance challenges and high costs associated with the delicate stealth coatings on the F-22 and F-35. This suggests a conscious design effort to engineer a more robust and field-maintainable stealth solution, targeting a known operational weakness of its primary competitor. A higher sortie rate due to lower maintenance demands could prove to be a significant asymmetric advantage in a protracted conflict. Beyond the physical airframe lies the aircraft's nervous system, the suite of advanced sensors, and the software that binds them into a coherent whole. Here, the J-35 is equipped with hardware that mirrors the triad of sensors defining its American counterpart. The primary sensor is an active electronically scanned array, AISA, radar, likely the KLJ-27A for export models, and a more advanced indigenous system for domestic J-35s, providing long-range detection and tracking capabilities. This is complemented by a chin-mounted electro-optical targeting system, EOTS, a faceted window housing powerful infrared cameras for passive detection, tracking, and targeting of both air and ground threats, much like the F-35's EOTS. Finally, the aircraft is reported to feature a distributed aperture system, DAS, a network of 6 infrared sensors embedded around the airframe to provide the pilot with a 360-degree spherical view of the surrounding battle space, enabling unprecedented situational awareness and missile threat detection. The pilot interacts with this torrent of data through a modern glass cockpit, dominated by a large single-piece multifunction touchscreen display and a helmet-mounted display system, HMDS, that projects critical flight and targeting information directly onto the pilot's visor. However, the presence of this hardware is only half the story. The truly revolutionary and most challenging aspect of a fifth-generation fighter is sensor fusion. This is the ability of the aircraft's onboard computers to seamlessly ingest data from its own radar, EOTS, and DAS, as well as from off-board sources via data link, and fuse it all into a single, intuitive, and actionable picture of the battlespace. While China has proven its ability to manufacture the physical sensors, the maturity of its sensor fusion software remains the program's greatest unknown and the most significant potential capability gap when compared to the F-35. The F-35 software is the product of over a decade of iterative development, multinational collaboration, and the analysis of vast amounts of real-world operational data, a developmental ecosystem the J-35 program has not had. This is the fundamental challenge. The hardware is a solvable engineering problem, but the software that grants true informational dominance is a war of algorithms, a battle that is won through millions of lines of code and years of refinement. Yet China may not need to perfectly replicate the F-35's globally networked model. For its primary strategic goal of regional anti-access area denial, A2AD, a good enough sensor fusion capability could be sufficient, provided it is tightly integrated with China's vast terrestrial and space-based network of radars, satellites, and naval sensors. The J-35's design philosophy may not be to create a self-reliant, globally interoperable data node like the F-35, but rather a highly effective regional predator optimized to fight and win within its own integrated battlespace network. The lethality of any fighter is ultimately measured by its talons, the weapons it carries into combat. In this regard, the J-35 appears to have been designed with a clear emphasis on air-to-air combat and magazine depth. Its central internal weapons bay is reportedly capable of carrying between 4 and 6 beyond visual range air-to-air missiles, BV rams. If a 6-missile internal loadout is standard, it would confer a significant 50% advantage in stealthy engagement capacity over the F-35's typical internal load of 4 AIM-120 AMRAAMs. This suggests a design philosophy optimized for achieving a decisive first salvo in an air superiority role. The doctrine appears centered on detecting an adversary at extreme range, likely cued by off-board assets like the KJ-600 Airborne Early Warning and Control AEW&C aircraft, and launching an overwhelming volley of long-range missiles to attrite enemy forces before a visual range engagement can occur. The primary weapon for this role is the formidable L-15 missile, a weapon featuring a dual-pulse rocket motor for high terminal energy, an advanced ASA seeker for improved tracking and countermeasure performance, and a blistering top speed exceeding Mach 5. Its effective range is reported to be in excess of 200 kilometers and perhaps as much as 300 kilometers, outranging many of its Western counterparts. For close-in combat, the aircraft carries the PL-10, a highly agile imaging infrared-guided missile with high off-bore sight capability, allowing the pilot to engage targets far to the side of the aircraft's nose. Further developments hint at an even greater focus on internal carriage, with speculation surrounding a new compressed carriage missile, possibly designated the PL-16, designed with folding fins to maximize the number of weapons that can be packed into a stealth fighter's bay. A conceptual variant, dubbed the J-31B, has even been depicted with unique side weapons bays, each capable of carrying 2 missiles, a novel feature that would set it apart from the single missile side bays of the F-22 and J-20, and could push its total internal air-to-air load to 8 or more missiles. Such a capacity would transform the aircraft into a dedicated arsenal plane, a missile truck capable of engaging numerous targets based on data provided by other networked assets. While optimized for air superiority, the J-35 retains significant multi-role capability. Its total payload capacity is a substantial 8,000 kiloliters, divided between 2,000 kilom internally and 6,000 kg on 6 external hardpoints for non-stealthy missions. In this beast mode, it can carry a wide array of munitions, including up to a dozen small-diameter bombs for precision strikes or large air-to-surface, anti-radiation, or anti-ship missiles, making it a versatile platform for both air superiority and maritime strike missions. When placed in a comparative context, the J-35 reveals itself as a product of a distinct strategic and industrial environment. Against its most obvious analog, the American F-35 Lightning II, the J-35 presents a study in contrasts built upon a foundation of striking similarity. The J-35's twin-engine configuration offers potential advantages in top speed, which is estimated to be between Mach 1.8 and Mach 2.2 versus the F-35's Mach 1.6, as well as the inherent redundancy and safety margin that is highly valued in overwater naval operations. This, however, comes at the likely cost of a larger infrared signature, greater fuel consumption, and increased maintenance complexity compared to the F-35's single, powerful F-135 engine. The F-35's undisputed trump card remains its mature, combat-proven sensor fusion, its seamless network-centric warfare capabilities, and the vast global logistics and support network that underpins its operations. The J-35 appears to counter these systemic advantages with platform-specific strengths: a potentially larger internal air-to-air missile payload and the longer reach of its L-15 missiles. The persistent and undeniable visual resemblance between the two aircraft continues to fuel the debate over whether this is a case of industrial espionage or simply the convergent evolution of designs shaped by the same unforgiving requirements of stealth and performance. The comparison with Russia's Sukhoi Su-57 Felon is even more revealing, as it highlights two fundamentally divergent philosophies on what constitutes a fifth-generation fighter. The J-35, like the F-35, is a design that prioritizes all-aspect, broadband stealth above all else. The Su-57, in contrast, makes a deliberate trade-off, sacrificing a degree of all-aspect stealth for superior raw kinematic performance, including extreme supermaneuverability enabled by 3D thrust vectoring and the ability to carry very large, long-range hypersonic weapons in its capacious internal bays. The Su-57's doctrine for countering stealthy opponents relies less on its own low observability and more on its powerful sensor suite, including unique L-band radar arrays built into its wing leading edges and a sophisticated infrared search and track IRST system to detect and engage low RCS targets. The J-35 is a direct challenger to the F-35's stealth-first, information-centric design paradigm. The Su-57 is an attempt to create an alternative to it. This reveals a deeper battle of doctrines. The F-35 is conceived as a single node within a vast, distributed, and networked combat system, where the collective situational awareness of the system itself is the primary weapon. The J-35 is being developed to integrate into a more centralized, state-controlled battlespace network, optimized for regional dominance. The Su-57, with its emphasis on individual platform performance, represents a more traditional approach, where victory is sought through the superior speed, altitude, and agility of the fighter itself. The outcome of a future conflict between these machines may well be determined by which of these deeply ingrained philosophies proves most resilient and effective in the chaos of modern warfare. The strategic calculus behind the J-35 program is twofold, reflecting its dual identity as both a carrier's sword and an exporter's gambit. For the plan, the J-35 is the critical enabler of its long-held blue water Navy ambitions. When paired with the Type 003 Fujin and its electromagnetic catapults, it creates a carrier strike group with the reach and penetrating power to challenge American naval supremacy in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. It transforms the Chinese aircraft carrier from a largely defensive asset, limited by the performance constraints of ski jump operations, into a true instrument of offensive power projection, capable of launching sustained, stealthy strike operations far from the protection of mainland air defenses. In its other guise as the FC-31, the aircraft is a disruptive force on the global arms market. It is being aggressively positioned as a more affordable stealth fighter alternative for nations that are either unable to purchase the F-35 due to political restrictions or unable to afford its high acquisition and operational costs. With a speculated price tag of around $70 million per unit, it significantly undercuts not only the F-35 but also some European 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale and Typhoon. Pakistan has emerged as the most prominent potential customer, with negotiations reportedly concluded and Pakistani pilots allegedly sent to China for training on the new aircraft. For Pakistan, the acquisition of a stealth fighter would fundamentally alter the regional military balance with India. Other potential markets are being explored in the Middle East and Africa, where the FC-31 offers a path to fifth-generation capabilities without the political conditions often attached to American arms sales. This dual identity, however, creates a fundamental tension. To be a credible naval fighter capable of confronting the U.S. Navy, the domestic J-35 must be equipped with China's most advanced and sensitive technologies, from the WS-19 engine to its metamaterial coatings and sensor fusion software. To be a successful export product, the FC-31 must be affordable, reliable, and stripped of these very same crown jewel technologies to prevent compromise. Managing this divergence between a high-end domestic version and a downgraded export model will be a significant and ongoing challenge for Shenyang and the Chinese state. By exporting the FC-31, Beijing is engaging in a form of stealth diplomacy. It is not merely selling hardware, it is selling strategic influence, creating new security partnerships and technological dependencies that are centered on Beijing, thereby directly challenging the existing U.S.-led global security architecture. The journey of the Shenyang J-31 from the smoky, underpowered FC-31 prototype to the sleek, carrier-borne J-35 is a powerful testament to the speed and scope of China's military-industrial evolution. It is an undeniable achievement, demonstrating a rapidly maturing capability in complex aerospace design, advanced material science, and large-scale systems integration. The aircraft can no longer be dismissed as a mere copy or a paper tiger. It is a formidable contender that has earned its place among the world's elite fifth-generation fighters. It is a machine that looks impressive on paper and, unlike some of its more temperamental predecessors, does not appear to require a ritual dance to start up. Yet its final chapter has yet to be written. Its ultimate standing in the pantheon of modern combat aircraft will not be determined by airshow demonstrations or the carefully crafted narratives of state media. Instead, its true measure will be defined by the answers to three crucial and as yet unproven questions. First is the industrial challenge. Can the advanced WS-19 engine be mass-produced with the consistency, reliability, and service life required for high-tempo naval operations? Second is the software challenge. Can China's engineers develop sensor fusion algorithms that are not just comparable in function, but truly mature and resilient in a ferociously contested electronic warfare environment? And third is the human challenge. Can the People's Liberation Army Navy master the fiendishly complex, perishable, and unforgiving art of sustained blue water carrier aviation on a timescale that matches its technological ambition? The Shenyang J-35 is a potent symbol of a shifting global power balance, a credible threat in the contested skies of the Indo-Pacific, and a machine that warrants serious, sustained, and clear-eyed analysis for the foreseeable future. In modern aerial warfare, invisibility is often the goal, and every tiny detail counts. A single bolt protruding a millimeter too far can catch a radar beam. A stray line of code in a flight computer can ground an entire fleet. This is the ruthless realm in which two cutting-edge stealth fighters, the American F-35 Lightning II and China's new Shenyang J-35, are vying for supremacy. It is a high-stakes technological duel where perfection is not optional, and the consequences of a flaw can be monumental. We are about to explore this competition where nothing is trivial and the margin between triumph and disaster can hinge on something as small as a fastener or a software glitch. At first glance, the F-35 Lightning II and the J-35 might appear to be distant cousins, products of different nations and histories, yet they share a striking familial likeness in concept. The F-35, developed by Lockheed Martin, is a single-engine, single-seat stealth multi-role fighter, bristling with advanced sensors and the ability to fly at supersonic speeds. It was conceived as the jack-of-all-trades for the United States and its allies, an aircraft versatile enough to dogfight at high altitude, drop precision bombs, sneak past radar systems, and even land vertically on a ship's deck. In short, the F-35 was meant to do everything. From the razor-edged angles of its fuselage that scatter enemy radar waves to the secretive coatings on its skin that swallow radar energy, every aspect was designed for invisibility. The F-35 supposedly has a radar cross-section comparable to a golf ball. China's J-35, meanwhile, is the newer face in this game of ghosts. A twin-engine, carrier-capable stealth fighter, the J-35 has only recently emerged from secrecy to take its place on the deck of China's newest supercarrier. Just weeks ago, under the glow of floodlights on the carrier Fujian, J-35 prototypes were hurled into the night sky via electromagnetic catapult, marking a historic first for the Chinese Navy. In those moments, with the J-35's afterburners flaring blue against the dark, one could sense a shift in the balance of naval air power. To understand how we arrived at this face-off, we must rewind to the birth of the F-35. The F-35 Lightning II was born from the Joint Strike Fighter program, launched in the 1990s with an almost audacious goal: to replace a whole range of existing jets, including F-16s, F-18s, and AV-8B Harriers, with one common design. Like a modern military spin on the myth of the One Ring, it was supposed to be one fighter to rule them all. The vision was seductive: a single basic aircraft adaptable into three variants. One for the Air Force, the F-35A, a conventional takeoff model. One for the Marines, the F-35B, with a revolutionary short takeoff and vertical landing system. And one for the Navy, the F-35C, reinforced for carrier operations. In 2001, after a heated competition, Lockheed's sleek, delta-winged X-35 beat Boeing's alternative prototype to win the contract. Lockheed's prize was the largest defense contract in history to build an advanced fighter for the United States and a host of allies. But with that prize came immense technical challenges. Molding a single airframe to such divergent needs was like trying to design a race car that can also be a four-wheel drive truck and a helicopter. The engineers had to cram a lift fan for the F-35B's vertical landings right behind the pilot's seat, a feature reminiscent of earlier Cold War-era designs. They had to devise a swiveling thrust vectoring nozzle that could point downward for landing, and a labyrinth of ducts and doors that open and close in perfect choreography to balance the hovering jet. All variants had to share the same basic shape, so the F-35's fuselage became stout and deep to accommodate the lift fan in the B model, even in versions that did not need it. It was an engineering tour de force, and as critics would later quip, an overstuffed design, packing so many functions that it threatened to burst at the seams. The F-35's journey from drawing board to frontline unit was anything but smooth. As the aircraft took shape in the 2000s, reality sank in. Trading simplicity for universality carried a steep price. The program's size and complexity ballooned, Costs soared far beyond initial estimates, and schedules slipped year after year. By the 2010s, the F-35 was regularly making headlines, but often for the wrong reasons. It became the most expensive weapons program in history, projected to cost over $1.5 trillion over its lifetime. A United States senator famously likened it to a trillion-dollar tragedy. Part of the problem was a decision that seemed sensible at first: start building the jets even as testing was underway to speed up deployment. Instead, this approach turned into a quagmire. Hundreds of early production F-35s had to be retrofitted with fixes for problems discovered during testing. It was as if you started assembling a complex puzzle, only to find later that some pieces did not quite fit, requiring you to go back and trim and adjust pieces already in place. The result was costly do-overs, delays, and some embarrassing difficulties. By 2014, when the Marine Corps was eager to declare the first F-35B squadron operational, testers were still wrestling with software bugs that caused mysterious radar glitches and sensor issues. Maintenance crews were grappling with a bulky logistics system that at times would not even let them log in to see what parts were needed. The Lightning II was proving ironically slow in arriving, almost the antithesis of its electrifying moniker. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, something uncanny was happening. In late 2012, aviation watchers were stunned by blurry photos leaked from China, a strange jet, black and sleek, that looked like a smaller cousin of the American stealth fighters. It was dubbed FC-31 Falcon by its manufacturer, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, and informally called J-31 by analysts. The resemblance to the F-35 was hard to miss. Twin tail fins canted outward, internal weapons bays, and the same telltale design features used in American stealth designs. Western analysts raised their eyebrows. Was this parallel evolution, or had some of the F-35's jealously guarded secrets seeped into Shenyang's design labs? Just a year earlier, in 2011, news had broken that Chinese hackers had infiltrated the computer networks of United States defense contractors. In fact, in 2013, the Pentagon's acquisitions chief confirmed that stolen F-35 design data had helped accelerate foreign stealth fighter programs. United States intelligence knew that vast amounts of Joint Strike Fighter program data, including stealth shapes, radar frequencies, and engine schematics, had likely been sent to China. And there was a Chinese prototype that looked as if someone had taken an F-35 and an F-22, put them in a blender, and tweaked the recipe. To be sure, the FC-31, later evolving into what we now call J-35, was not an exact clone. It had two engines instead of the F-35's one, perhaps because China did not yet have a single engine powerful enough to match the F-35's mighty Pratt and Whitney F-135. Its nose and wings had their own distinctive contours. But many in the aerospace community saw the telltale signs of borrowing. One commentator wryly called the J-35 an F-35 with Chinese characteristics, capturing the blend of imitation and innovation. By the mid-2010s, while the F-35 was inching toward operational service in the West, China's prototype was undergoing its own growing pains. The early test model reportedly used underpowered Russian-made engines, the kind that powered older MiG-29 fighters. It struggled to meet performance targets. But Chinese aerospace was not standing still. They refined the design, building new prototypes with significant changes, lengthening the fuselage a bit, enlarging the wings, upgrading avionics. By 2019, a second iteration of the prototype had flown with noticeable improvements. A stealthier exhaust design here, a relocated tailhook there, a roomier weapons bay. This project was not officially endorsed by the Chinese military for years. It lingered as something of a private venture by Shenyang, likely in hopes of attracting either export buyers or the Chinese Navy's interest. But that changed as China's plans for a blue water navy, including new aircraft carriers, began to materialize. By 2020, the People's Liberation Army Navy clearly needed a next-generation carrier fighter. Their existing carrier planes were basically Chinese copies of 1980s-era Russian aircraft, big, heavy, non-stealth fighters that launched from ski-jump decks. The future carriers, like the then under-construction Fujian, would have modern electromagnetic catapults and demanded a cutting-edge aircraft to match, something stealthy that could take off fully loaded from a flat deck. All eyes turned to Shenyang's stealth fighter. Thus, the J-31 metamorphosed into the J-35, a legitimate program to field a carrier-borne stealth jet for China. In October 2021, a prototype with folding wingtips and catapult launch fittings had its first flight. From there, things moved quickly. By 2023, multiple J-35 prototypes were flying, including some painted in naval gray and bearing serial numbers indicating they belonged to a Navy test unit. In late 2024, a land-based variant called J-35A for the Air Force was unveiled at an air show, revealing that the Chinese plan, a family of stealth fighters paralleling the F-35's multi-variant concept. And then, in mid-2025, came the milestone that truly announced the J-35's arrival. The carrier Fujian, during sea trials, launched and recovered J-35s via catapult. For a brief instant, one might imagine United States Navy observers watching that video with a chill of recognition. We have seen this play before, and now it is not ours alone. So here we are, two advanced stealth fighters, often spoken of in the same breath because of their shared fifth-generation label. Let us start with the obvious: stealth. Both aircraft are built to be hard to detect on radar, but how they achieve that and how far each goes is a complex business. Stealth is not a single technology, but an all-encompassing approach affecting shape, materials, engine design, and even maintenance routines. The F-35 was built on the shoulders of earlier American stealth efforts, from the faceted F-117 of the 1980s to the super-maneuverable F-22 of the 2000s. It uses a combination of shaping and absorbent materials to reduce its radar cross-section. Look at an F-35 head-on. Its air intakes have a distinctive hump, a diverterless supersonic inlet that does away with radar-reflecting guide vanes and instead uses a curved bump to slow the airflow. Those inlets also lead to serpentine ducts that hide the engine's fan blades. The F-35 surfaces are a symphony of aligned angles. Every panel, edge, and screw is either hidden or sawtoothed to diffuse radar. Its skin is coated with advanced polymers that absorb electromagnetic energy. According to open-source information, the radar cross-section is on the order of a small bird or insect, extremely low from the front. China, having studied these principles, designed the J-35 in much the same spirit. The J-35's fuselage shows careful faceting and blending. It too carries weapons internally and probably wears radar-absorbent coatings. China has been developing its own stealth paint and laminates. Intriguingly, Chinese state media recently boasted that the J-35's radar signature is smaller than a human palm. This might be a bit of patriotic exaggeration. After all, stealth efficacy depends not just on design, but on manufacturing tolerances and quality control. A stealth jet is like a precision Swiss watch. A tiny misalignment or a rough finish can compromise its low observability. The United States learned through decades of trial and error how to mass-produce stealth aircraft with exacting tolerances. China is essentially compressing those decades of experience into a few years. However, the very fact that Chinese sources are touting such a tiny radar cross-section suggests they are confident in their design's radar slipperiness. Notably, the J-35 reportedly incorporates metamaterials in its construction, exotic composite structures engineered at the microscopic level to interact with radar in unusual ways. Stealth, however, is more than just evading radar. It is also about minimizing heat and sound signatures to foil infrared sensors. Both have embedded engines deep in the fuselage and likely use special coatings or additives in the fuel to reduce infrared flare. The F-35's single exhaust is a multifaceted nozzle with serrated edges that mix hot gases with cooler air, dimming its heat plume. The J-35 with two engines has a somewhat tougher challenge. Two exhausts mean twice the heat sources, though each smaller than the F-35's single big one. Early prototypes of the J-35 had conventional round nozzles, which stick out like hot bullseyes to thermal imagers. But recent images suggest the Chinese may be testing stealthier nozzle designs or cooling techniques. The F-35's designers opted for one very powerful engine, both for stealth and because of the space and weight limits imposed by the vertical landing variant. China's J-35 team went with two engines, likely because no single engine available to them could provide the needed thrust reliably. Now it is reported that the J-35 will use a brand new engine called the WS-19, fully indigenous, with medium thrust on the order of 24,000 pounds each in afterburner. Two of those would give the J-35 roughly 48,000 pounds of thrust combined, a bit more than the F-35's single F-135, which pumps out approximately 43,000 pounds. In theory, that could mean the J-35 might accelerate a tad faster or sustain speed better. But raw thrust is not everything. The J-35's empty weight is rumored around 17.5 tons, heavier than an F-35A at approximately 13.3 tons. So in terms of thrust-to-weight ratio, they could be neck and neck. The F-35's top speed is about Mach 1.6. The J-35 is said to reach about Mach 1.8, but these speeds are relatively modest compared to older fighters like the F-15 or Su-27, a conscious sacrifice of outright speed in favor of stealth shaping. Where twin engines do clearly help is in redundancy. If one engine fails, a twin-engine jet like the J-35 can limp home on the other. The F-35, by contrast, entrusts its life to a single power plant, albeit an extraordinarily well-engineered one. Pratt & Whitney's F-135 is often hailed as one of the most powerful and reliable fighter engines ever made. But even it is not immune to problems. A sobering example came on a June morning in 2014 at Eglin Air Force Base. An F-35A was rolling down the runway for takeoff when suddenly the rear of the aircraft erupted in flames. An investigation found that a turbine fan blade had excessively rubbed against its housing, overheating and cracking apart. Essentially, a microscopic design flaw and imprecise tolerance led to a catastrophic engine failure. The entire global F-35 fleet was grounded for weeks. A fix was devised, and flying resumed. But the incident was a chilling reminder. In these machines, a seemingly trivial detail can trigger a multi-million-dollar crisis. The J-35 has not had a public incident like that, at least not yet, but as it moves from prototype to active service, it will face the same unforgiving reality of high-performance aviation. If engines are the heart of these fighters, avionics and software are the soul. Pilots who have flown the F-35 often say it is less an airplane and more a flying supercomputer that just happens to shoot missiles. The Lightning II was designed around the concept of sensor fusion. It sucks in data from its radar, infrared sensors, and electronic surveillance gear, then fuses it into one cohesive picture for the pilot. Instead of a cockpit cluttered with dials and screens, the F-35 presents information intuitively on a big touch screen and in the visor of the pilot's helmet. The F-35's helmet-mounted display system is a piece of gear worth around $400,000. Essentially, virtual reality goggles meets fighter pilot. It projects infrared and night vision images from cameras around the plane, so the pilot can see through the jet's floor and walls by simply glancing down. Turn your head left and you might be looking straight through your wing via live video feeds. Key flight and targeting information floats on the visor, eliminating the need for a traditional heads-up display. It is astounding technology when it works. But in the F-35's early years, this super helmet had a learning curve. Initially, some pilots experienced a disorienting green glow in the visor when flying on pitch-dark nights. More alarmingly, the whole system was heavy, about 5.4 pounds. Tests revealed that a lightweight pilot, say under 136 pounds, risked serious neck injury if ejecting because the heavy helmet could jerk their head violently. In fact, for a time, the United States services barred smaller pilots from flying the F-35 for safety. The solution was to shave a few ounces off the helmet and adjust the ejection seat's rocket timings. This got the risk down to acceptable levels, but the whole saga had a faintly absurd aura. Still, to the F-35's credit, these issues have been largely ironed out. Pilots now rave about the situational awareness the helmet and sensors give. 4-ship flights of F-35s essentially act as one unit, invisibly data-linked, each jet seeing what the other's sensors pick up. The pilot can even tap a touchscreen to send target data to a wingman or to a command center far away. This is network-centric warfare come alive. China, for its part, is determined not to be left behind in the realm of smart avionics. The J-35 is said to feature its own sensor fusion and modern cockpit design. According to reports, it sports an advanced electronically scanned array radar, likely the KLJ-7A model, and has electro-optical targeting system and distributed aperture system cameras, much like the F-35. It took the United States years to perfect the software that blends 6 infrared feeds into one seamless sphere of vision for the pilot. One can imagine Chinese engineers hustling to write algorithms that can do the same. There are rumors that the J-35's cockpit has a large panoramic display, similar to the F-35's single giant touchscreen, and perhaps even its own helmet heads-up display. If so, the Chinese pilot too will have that transparent jet experience, peering down at night to see an enemy ship or terrain below. However, just as the F-35's high-tech systems had teething problems, the J-35's undoubtedly will as well. In a dry turn of irony, China's aerospace sector now faces some of the same headaches that plagued the F-35 program: complex software integration, debugging millions of lines of code, and creating a maintenance infrastructure to support a digital flying machine. The F-35 program infamously tried to revolutionize maintenance with a system called ALICE, the Autonomic Logistics Information System. ALICE was supposed to automatically tell ground crews what parts to replace or repair, scheduling itself for maintenance. In practice, it earned a reputation for being glitchy and cumbersome. There were times it grounded jets simply because it wrongly thought a part had expired. Things got so bad that the United States eventually decided to replace ALICE with a new system called Odin. Now consider, the J-35 will require a similar maintenance and diagnostic ecosystem. Will China make a more streamlined system, or will their ground crews be scratching their heads at error messages too? We do not know yet. But the point is, beyond the aerodynamic and stealth comparisons, so much of the F-35 versus J-35 rivalry will hinge on bits and bytes, ease of use, and reliability. A stealth fighter is only as good as its uptime. Here, the F-35, despite improvements, has struggled. As of the mid-2020s, barely half of the United States F-35 fleet is mission-ready at any given time, well below the 80% goal. Issues with spare parts, repairs taking too long, and those complex systems mean many jets sit awaiting fixes. The J-35, being new, might have an initial honeymoon of being clean and unused, but maintaining stealth coatings, advanced sensors, and 2 jet engines per plane is a costly, labor-intensive affair. Now, what about how these jets actually perform in the field? On the American side, after years of delays, the F-35 finally started seeing action. Israel was the first to use it in combat in 2018, sneaking into Syrian airspace to strike targets, reportedly undetected. The United States soon followed, flying F-35s on strike missions against insurgents. Pilots often report that in exercises, the F-35 can engage enemy fighters before the adversary even knows it is there, thanks to its stealth and sensor fusion. In mock dogfights, older jets struggled to lock onto the F-35 until it was too late. However, when dogfights did happen within visual range, there were early reports of the F-35 being outmaneuvered by F-16s. That was somewhat misleading. The test in question had the F-35 in a non-final configuration. Nevertheless, it highlighted that the Lightning II can hold its own in close combat, but it is not designed to be a purebred dogfighter. Instead, it is designed to kill or evade the enemy before the merge. The J-35's intended performance is likely similar. Chinese sources describe it as a multi-role stealth strike fighter with high agility, 9G capable, and armed with advanced long-range missiles. Its role is envisioned as both an air superiority fighter and a deep strike platform, able to take on other fighters or attack warships and ground targets. In fact, state media emphasized that the J-35 can carry a robust array of weapons, advanced long-range air-to-air missiles for beyond visual range duels, as well as anti-ship and land attack missiles internally. On paper, a J-35 could attempt to sneak up and take a shot at an F-35 before being seen, just as vice versa. How might that encounter play out? It could boil down to whose sensors are better and who spots whom first. The F-35's radar and its passive sensor suite are world-class, battle-tested, and constantly upgraded. The J-35's radar is newer and, while likely very capable, not proven in combat. Pilot training and experience will be decisive too, areas where the United States and its allies have a long head start in operating stealth jets. By contrast, Chinese pilots are only now beginning to train in stealth tactics. Some United States defense officials have mused that if equally equipped, the outcome of an F-35 versus J-35 engagement might largely depend on pilot quality and support systems. It is not an old-fashioned mismatch of raw power. It is a subtler contest of networks and knowledge. Beyond the hypothetical dogfights, there are the strategic implications of these jets. The F-35 was always more than just a United States fighter. It was designed as a coalition linchpin. Allies from Europe to Asia joined the program, contributed funds, and are now flying their own F-35s. Over a dozen countries either have F-35s or are acquiring them, creating an unprecedented shared air capability. As of late 2025, over 1,200 F-35s have rolled off the production lines, and the United States plans to buy 2,456 of them in total. These jets will serve into the 2070s, meaning the F-35 will dominate Western air fleets for the next half-century. This massive scale has some benefits: economies of scale for parts, a huge base of experience and data, and continuous upgrades. The F-35 is not a static design. It is meant to evolve. A major Block 4 upgrade is underway, aiming to add new weapons, better electronic warfare tools, and enhanced computing. However, Block 4 has been plagued by delays and has been pared back due to complexity issues. Some improvements that need more engine power were deferred until a later engine upgrade arrives around 2033. So even as the jet is fielded, the cycle of catching up with promises continues. By the time a hypothetical F-35 versus J-35 confrontation might happen, the F-35 will likely have seen multiple software refreshes and gained capabilities not present in its early years. Its radar software might be tweaked to better detect stealthy targets, or it could be carrying next-generation long-range missiles that could outrange anything the J-35 carries. Moreover, the F-35 might be teamed with drones, the so-called loyal wingman concept, where a stealth fighter commands several semi-autonomous drones that scout ahead or absorb enemy fire. The United States is actively testing this concept. If it comes to fruition, one F-35 could essentially multiply itself on the battlefield. China is not far behind in this idea. They too are developing stealth drones and likely envision their J-35s working in tandem with unmanned wingmen. After all, warfare is trending toward distributed, networked operations. The J-35, being a product of the 2020s, might integrate some of these concepts from the ground up. One area where the two jets diverge is in the realm of vertical takeoff. The F-35B variant famously can land like a helicopter, a party trick that required huge design compromises. China's J-35 has no such capability. It is built for catapult launches and runway use only. This means the J-35 cannot operate from small assault carriers or highway strips the way the F-35B can. While the United States Marines relish the F-35B's ability to deploy stealth fighters from austere locations, one could argue that the sheer complexity of the vertical landing system is a burden the Chinese wisely chose not to bear. Indeed, every time a United States F-35B performs a vertical landing, it is a bit of a ballet of machinery. It works brilliantly now, but one can imagine a Chinese engineer watching that and muttering, "Perhaps not today." Instead, China focused on mastering catapult operations with the J-35, which, while still complex, rely on more traditional physics. A catapult launch is violent and high stress, but largely a mechanical interaction between the launch system and the aircraft's nose gear. It does not demand the jet to transform itself mid-air. This choice likely allowed the J-35 to be optimized as a simpler, lighter design than it would be if it had to accommodate a vertical lift fan. In a way, you could say the F-35 tried to do 3 jobs and ended up a compromise of all, whereas the J-35 is focusing on 2. Let us turn for a moment to the quirks and hidden flaws, those things not advertised in glossy brochures. We have touched on a few for the F-35, the heavy helmet, the maintenance software troubles, the engine fire scare. Early on, F-35 maintainers had to be careful about what cleaning solutions to use on the radar-absorbent coating, and repairing minor dings in stealth materials was an art requiring specialized facilities. There was even a period when F-35 pilots had to restrict supersonic flight time because at very high speeds, the extreme heat and airflow were found to damage sections of the tail on certain variants, a limitation that had to be managed until fixes could be applied. Critics had a field day with such tidbits. The F-35 program learned to be humble in the face of physics and material science. Every cutting-edge solution introduced new wrinkles of its own. And yet, with iterative fixes, most of these issues have been addressed or mitigated. By 2025, the F-35's availability and reliability metrics were improving, and seasoned pilots and crew had figured out the rhythms and rituals to keep the jet running. Still, the Lightning II is undoubtedly demanding in the maintenance hangar, needing extensive checkups and a high logistics tail. In 2022, it was estimated to cost around $33,000 per hour of flight and upkeep. The J-35, as it enters service, will reveal its own gremlins. One likely suspect: engines. China's track record on new turbofan engines is spotty. Early examples of indigenous engines used on earlier Chinese fighters had shorter lifespans and quality issues compared to their Russian equivalents. A more recent engine, meant for the larger J-20 stealth jet, struggled for years with reliability at full thrust. Now the WS-19 powering the J-35 is brand new and unproven in operational conditions. It is one thing to perform well in a handful of prototype flights, another to do so day in and day out on a carrier at sea, sucking in salty air, getting baked on a sweltering flight deck, then slammed with cooling ocean spray. Carrier operations are brutal on airframes and engines. Every arrested landing on a carrier is like a minor car crash for the plane, and every catapult shot is a punch to the gut. The United States has over 50 years of experience operating high-performance jets from carriers, and even so, their jets age quickly under those conditions. China is just entering this world. The J-35 will undoubtedly face unanticipated issues as it learns to live at sea, and each will require an engineering solution or procedural workaround. In that sense, the J-35's real test is only beginning now that prototypes are becoming production models. As the J-35 begins to enter service, the strategic calculus in the Asia-Pacific is shifting. China deploying a stealth fighter on carriers is a signal. The gap between United States and Chinese naval aviation qualitatively is narrowing. A United States carrier strike group for decades had a comfortable edge with its F-18s and then F-35Cs under an umbrella of early warning aircraft and dense defenses. Now, a Chinese carrier group with J-35s starts to resemble a mini United States Navy, at least in form. The J-35's arrival means a Chinese carrier can send out fighters that are not easily tracked by opposing radars, complicating any potential United States or Allied response in a conflict. Scenarios like a Taiwan contingency or a South China Sea standoff now have to account for stealthy Chinese jets appearing where before there were none. Japan, for example, which operates F-35s, must consider that any conflict over disputed islands could involve Chinese J-35s trying to sneak past the radar line. Japanese defense circles have openly expressed concern. Their shiny new F-35s might soon meet a challenger in the J-35. Similarly, Taiwan's aging fighters and air defenses now face not just the looming specter of the larger Chinese J-20, but eventually a carrier-borne stealth threat from multiple angles. The United States, for its part, is already looking beyond the F-35, developing the next-generation air dominance fighter, a sixth-generation platform. Nothing spurs innovation like competition. One could argue that the rapid progress of Chinese stealth fighters has lit a fire under Western efforts to push to the next level. There is also a curious twist. The J-35, once seen as an imitator of the F-35, might become an export competitor. Several countries that are not in the American sphere might seek an advanced jet from China. Pakistan, for instance, has already signaled interest in acquiring the J-35 to modernize its air force. If that deal happens, it would put a stealth fighter in Pakistani hands, potentially, before India gets one. Similarly, other nations not aligned with the West might find the Chinese stealth jet an attractive option. In the end, comparing the F-35 and J-35 is not about declaring a winner today. It is about appreciating a rapidly evolving contest. The F-35 Lightning II, after years of struggle and curses muttered by mechanics at 2 in the morning, is now a combat-tested, formidable pillar of Western air power. Its edge lies not just in the jet itself, but in the rich ecosystem around it. The training, the joint tactics, the decades of stealth doctrine development, and the industrial base that can pump them out by the dozens. The Shenyang J-35 is the newcomer that in a short time has nearly caught up technologically, at least on paper, and is poised to give China its own stealthy spear tip. It benefits from being designed later, learning from the F-35's tribulations, and from a national will to close the capability gap quickly. Yet it still must prove itself in service, at sea, and potentially under fire. As these two fighters move forward, they also drive each other. The presence of the J-35 will likely spur the F-35 community to hasten improvements, better stealth coatings, new tactics, perhaps even a midlife upgrade with an enhanced engine. Conversely, if the F-35's next upgrades give it a new trick, you can bet China will incorporate something similar or counter it on their jets as soon as possible. It is a technological dance of moves and counter-moves. And remember, both sides are already conceptualizing sixth-generation aircraft where even stealthier designs, drone control, and advanced artificial intelligence will play roles. Imagine a tense encounter in, say, 2030. A United States carrier strike group is patrolling blue waters, and a Chinese carrier group steams in contested seas. Neither necessarily wants war, but both project power. High above, F-35Cs from the United States carrier sweep the skies, while J-35s from the Fujian rise to meet them in a show of presence. They keep their distance, their stealth and jamming making them shadows on each other's sensors. Both sides know that in this arena, every detail, every radar emission, every piece of data gleaned can tip off the other. It is a silent duel of detection and counter-detection, a far cry from the noisy air combat of yesteryear. Perhaps nothing dramatic happens that day. They circle and observe and then return to their decks. But the world will watch that tableau and see not just two jets, but two systems, two national technological wills staring each other down. Each aircraft up there is the sum of thousands of decisions and solutions. This alloy versus that composite, this algorithm versus that sensor. Each is a flying manifestation of a nation's strengths and weaknesses. And it is often the hidden things that will decide who has the upper hand, the quality of a radar module connection, the efficiency of a cooling pump, the integrity of encrypted communication. A bolt, a line of code, a hidden flaw, or a brilliant innovation, they can determine the outcome of not just a single engagement, but a whole strategy. The F-35 and J-35 story, therefore, is more than a tale of two jets. It is a testament to the fact that in modern war, victory favors the most detail-oriented. Both the Lightning II and its new Chinese rival embody this truth. Each is prodigious, lethal, and shrouded in secrecy, yet painfully vulnerable if mismanaged. The rivalry between them will likely push the boundaries of aerospace engineering for years to come. As one wave of technology crests and another rises, the only certainty is that neither side can afford complacency. In this arena, today's advantage can become tomorrow's footnote, with one breakthrough or one blunder. And so the Lightning II and the J-35 race forward, head-to-head but never quite visible to each other, chasing an ever-moving threshold of excellence. The world waits to see whose myriad tiny details, whose bolts and code, will prevail when these two phantom fighters finally meet in earnest. One thing is certain, the contest will be decided in those shadows where stealth and substance intersect, and the smallest hinge could swing the biggest door in the sky. Known to the export market by the ambitious moniker Flying Leopard, and to NATO observers as the more prosaic Flounder, the Xi'an JH-7A is not a machine of myth or legend. It is a quintessential product of unforgiving logic, a crucial if unglamorous stepping stone in China's long march toward aerospace autonomy. This aircraft is a case study in overcoming profound industrial shortfalls through focused design and sheer will, a story defined as much by its inherent limitations as by its formidable strengths. We are about to dissect this heavy-shouldered, purposeful machine from its core engineering to its strategic role. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new analytical reviews. The genesis of the aircraft lies in the strategic anxieties of the 1970s, a period when the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAF, and its naval counterpart, the PLANAF, were saddled with vast but increasingly obsolete fleets. Their primary strike assets, the Harbin H-5, a direct copy of the Soviet Ilyushin Il-28 Beagle from the late 1940s, and the Nanchang Q5 Fantan, a 1960s-era ground attack aircraft derived from the MiG-19, were utterly outclassed by the platforms being fielded by regional and global adversaries. An urgent requirement was issued for a new, domestically produced aircraft capable of replacing these aging types. A modern, supersonic, all-weather fighter bomber that could penetrate defenses at low altitude and deliver a meaningful payload at long range. The program initially designated H-7 Hongjiaji, or bomber, before being amended to the more accurate JH-7, Jianjiji Hongjiaji, or fighter bomber, was formally authorized by Deng Xiaoping on April 19, 1983. This was to be a monumental undertaking for the Qian Aircraft Industrial Corporation, XAC, and the 603rd Aircraft Design Institute, representing a steep and treacherous learning curve. It was, notably, China's first major combat aircraft to be developed using computer-aided design software, a technological leap that brought its own set of novel challenges and teething problems. At the heart of this challenge lay the most complex and persistent bottleneck in China's aerospace industry: the aero engine. Lacking a suitable indigenous high-performance turbofan, the designers at Xi'an had to look abroad. The solution they found was both pragmatic and revealing of the era's technological landscape. They selected the British Rolls-Royce Spey Menkei 202, a respectable but fundamentally 1960s-era low-bypass turbofan that had powered Western stalwarts like the F-4KM Phantom and the Blackburn Buccaneer. The plan was to import an initial batch and subsequently produce it under license as the Xi'an WS-9 Xinling. This single decision would fundamentally shape the aircraft's entire character, performance envelope, and ultimately, its strategic role. The first prototype, coded 081, made its maiden flight on December 14, 1988, an event that quickly descended into the kind of near disaster that gives test pilots premature gray hair. While returning to base, the newly installed engines began to vibrate with such catastrophic violence that, according to reports, 2/3 of the instruments were literally shaken from the instrument panel, and the connectors on the remaining third were rattled loose. The pilot, Huang Bingxin, managed to execute an emergency landing with little more than raw instinct and a prayer, a stark illustration of the fine line between ambitious engineering and a machine that requires a ritual dance just to stay in one piece. The aircraft would not dare to push past the sound barrier until nearly a year later, on November 17, 1989. The initial variant, the JH-7, which entered limited evaluation service with the PLANAF in the mid-1990s, was a deeply flawed machine. Plagued by technical problems, it was equipped with a rudimentary Type 232H radar, a three-piece windscreen that offered poor visibility, and a limited number of weapon hardpoints. The PLAF, assessing the aircraft's manifest shortcomings, flatly refused to procure it. This rejection, however, was not the end of the program, but the catalyst for its rebirth. The lessons learned from the troubled development and operational trials of the original Flounder were channeled directly into a comprehensive redesign. The result was the JH-7A, an aircraft that, while visually similar to its predecessor, was in fact a vastly more capable and mature platform. It first took to the skies on July 1, 2002, and finally entered full-scale service with both the PLANAF and the once skeptical PLAF in 2004. This entire development cycle, identifying a capability gap, importing a key foreign component as a stopgap, reverse engineering a domestic version, fielding an imperfect initial model to gain experience, and then leveraging that experience to produce a truly operational variant with upgraded indigenous systems, serves as a perfect microcosm of China's broader national industrial strategy. The JH-7A is not merely an aircraft. It is a physical manifestation of a national policy of import, digest, absorb, and reinnovate in action. In its final form, the JH-7A is a large and imposing aircraft, a testament to its intended role as a long-range strike platform. With an overall length of approximately 21 meters and a wingspan of 12.7 meters, it is roughly the size of an American F-4 Phantom. Its general configuration is dictated by its primary mission: low-level, high-speed attack. The high-mounted, swept wings, featuring a noticeable 7-degree anhedral, are aerodynamically optimized for stability in the dense air close to the surface, providing a smooth ride during penetration runs. The fuselage is distinctly slab-sided and waisted at the wing junction, a design choice that bears a passing, if perhaps unflattering, resemblance to the European Panavia Tornado. The most significant structural evolution from the original JH-7 was the extensive incorporation of composite materials in the JH-7A's airframe. This shift from a conventional all-metal structure resulted in a lighter yet stronger airframe, a critical improvement that directly translated into enhanced performance. The weight savings allowed the maximum ordnance load to be increased from the JH-7's adequate 6,500 kg to a much more formidable 9,000 kg, transforming the aircraft's combat potential. This internal redesign was accompanied by several visible aerodynamic refinements that distinguished the A model. The somewhat crude wing fences of the original were deleted. The single large ventral fin beneath the tail was replaced by a pair of smaller twin ventral fins for improved directional stability, and the archaic three-piece windscreen was supplanted by a modern single-piece wraparound canopy that significantly improved the crew's field of view. At its core, the aircraft is powered by a pair of the aforementioned Xi'an WS-9 Qinling afterburning turbofans. Each of these license-built Spey-Menke 202 copies produces a static thrust of approximately 54.3 kN dry and up to 91.26 kN with afterburner engaged. An improved variant, the WS-9A, has also been developed, offering a modest thrust increase to around 97 kN. These engines propel an aircraft with an empty weight of around 14,500 kg and a maximum takeoff weight of 28,475 kgs. This power plant gives the JH-7A a respectable, if not world-beating, performance envelope. It can achieve a maximum speed of Mach 1.75 at high altitude and reach a service ceiling of around 16,000 meters. Its combat radius is a key metric, estimated at approximately 900 kilometers on internal fuel alone, but extending to a strategically significant 1,600–1,160 kilometers with external fuel tanks. The rate of climb at 190 mph is sufficient for its role, though it pales in comparison to dedicated air superiority fighters. The entire design philosophy of the JH-7A can be understood as a direct consequence of its engine limitations. China's well-documented struggles to master high-performance aero-engine technology forced the adoption of the Spey, a 1960s-era low-bypass design. Such engines are not optimized for the extreme demands of high-altitude, high-G air combat maneuvering. They are, however, relatively fuel-efficient and reliable at lower altitudes and subsonic speeds, the very regime where a strike aircraft spends most of its time. Consequently, the aircraft's physical form, its large, stable airframe, its high-mounted wings ideal for carrying heavy, drag-inducing ordnance, is not simply a strategic choice, but a brilliant engineering compromise. The JH-7A was meticulously designed to be the best possible strike aircraft given the engine it had, rather than being an idealized platform waiting for a hypothetical purpose-built engine. It is a fascinating and successful example of designing around a fundamental weakness to create a focused and effective strength. If the airframe and engines form the muscle and bone of the Flying Leopard, its avionics suite constitutes its digital nervous system, and it was here that the JH-7A represented a quantum leap over its predecessor. The cockpit was transformed from an analog relic into a modern glass workspace. While some traditional single-function dial indicators were retained as backups, the primary interface for the tandem-seated pilot and weapon systems officer, WSO, consisted of a head-up display, HUD, and two large color liquid crystal multifunction displays, MFDs. This arrangement, coupled with a domestically developed helmet-mounted sight, HMS, provided the crew with a level of situational awareness and data management that was state-of-the-art for Chinese industry at the time. Underpinning this was the introduction of a fully digitized quadruplex fly-by-wire flight control system. This was a critical upgrade, replacing direct mechanical linkages with electronic signals, which enhanced handling, improved stability, and, most importantly, allowed the aircraft to function as a rock-steady platform for precise weapons delivery, especially during turbulent low-altitude flight. The single most important upgrade, however, was the replacement of the primitive Type 232H radar of the original JH-7 with the JL-10A Shanying Mountain Eagle. This indigenously developed J-band pulse Doppler fire control radar system elevated the aircraft into the modern era. The JL-10A possesses a maximum detection range against aerial targets of approximately 104 kilometers, with a lookup tracking range of 80 kilometers and a crucial look-down tracking range of 54 kilometers, allowing it to distinguish targets from ground clutter. Built to the MIL-STD 1553B data bus standard, it is compatible with a wide range of systems and can reportedly track up to 15 targets while engaging up to 6 of them simultaneously. With 11 modes of operation, including ground mapping, Doppler beam sharpening, and a terrain-following capability, the JL-10A provides the JH-7A with a genuine all-weather, day-night, look-down, shoot-down capability and is the key enabler for its diverse arsenal of precision-guided munitions. This offensive capability is protected by a comprehensive defensive electronic warfare suite. Internally, the aircraft is equipped with a radar warning receiver, RWR, chaff and flare dispensers located at the base of the tail fin, and a BM-KJ-8605 noise jammer. However, the true potency of its electronic warfare capability lies in the external pods it frequently carries. The JH-7A is often seen equipped with powerful KG-600 or the newer KG-800 jamming pods, as well as pods designed for electronic intelligence, ELINT gathering. This ability to carry sophisticated electronic warfare equipment suggests a doctrinal employment that goes beyond simple self-defense. It points to the use of the JH-7A not just as a kinetic shooter, but also as a dedicated electronic attack platform. A typical strike package might consist of several aircraft, with some configured as missile carriers and others tasked with suppressing enemy air defenses, using their powerful jamming pods and anti-radiation missiles to blind and neutralize enemy warship radars like the American Aegis system. This transforms the JH-7A from a mere missile truck into an integrated and sophisticated component of a suppression of enemy air defenses (SEAD) campaign, dramatically increasing the survivability and combat effectiveness of the entire formation. The JH-7A's raison d'etre is to carry a heavy and diverse load of ordnance to a distant target. Its airframe is studded with 9 hardpoints, 6 under the wings, 2 at the wingtips for self-defense missiles, and 1 on the center line, capable of carrying a total of 9,000 kilos of weapons and external fuel. Its arsenal is tailored for its primary missions, chief among them being maritime strike. For this role, the aircraft can carry up to 4 formidable anti-ship cruise missiles. The standard loadout includes subsonic sea skimmers like the YJ-83K with a range in excess of 180 kilometers, or the air-launched KD-88, a versatile missile with an imaging seeker. The platform's threat potential is set to increase dramatically with the planned integration of the YJ-12, a large supersonic anti-ship missile capable of speeds approaching Mach 4 and ranges of up to 400 kilometers. A salvo of such weapons would pose an extreme challenge to even the most advanced naval air defense systems. For land attack missions, the JH-7A's capabilities are equally comprehensive. It can deploy a wide array of precision-guided munitions, a capability enabled by its JL-10A radar, and the carriage of an external KADC-03 targeting pod. Its inventory includes laser-guided bombs such as the 500 kilo LS-500J and satellite-guided bombs from the LS-6 and FT families. For targets requiring a greater standoff range, it can launch missiles like the television-guided Russian KH-29T or the domestic KD-88 air-to-surface missile. This precision strike capability is complemented by a potent C-DED, suppression, destruction of enemy air defenses, role. To hunt and destroy enemy radars, the JH-7A employs anti-radiation missiles like the LD-10 and the YJ-91, a Chinese derivative of the powerful Russian KH-31P. While emphatically not designed as a dogfighter, the aircraft is far from defenseless in the air-to-air arena. Its wingtip pylons are dedicated to carrying short-range, all-aspect infrared-guided missiles for self-protection. These typically include the reliable PL-5C, a weapon in the class of the AM-9 Sidewinder, and the more capable PL-8, a license-built version of the highly agile Israeli Python 3. Cued by the pilot's helmet-mounted sight, these missiles provide a respectable defensive capability against intercepting fighters. For close-in engagements, the aircraft is fitted with an internal twin-barrel Type 23-3 23mm cannon, a copy of the Soviet GSH-23L, supplied with 200 to 300 rounds of ammunition. With approximately 240 units in service, split almost evenly between the PLAF and PLANAF, the JH-7A is a mature and widely deployed asset in China's armed forces. It is a frequent participant in military exercises and a common feature in patrols conducted in the contested airspace of the South China Sea and around Taiwan. The platform has also gained significant international exposure, most notably through its consistent participation in the Falcon Strike series of joint exercises with the Royal Thai Air Force. In these complex drills, JH-7As have operated as part of integrated packages alongside more advanced J-10C fighters and KJ-500 Airborne Early Warning and Control AEW&C aircraft, training in realistic scenarios against Western-designed Saab Gripen fighters. These exercises have focused on air support, ground assault, and joint force operations, providing invaluable experience for PLA pilots and commanders. Recent domestic exercises have also highlighted the JH-7A's growing versatility, particularly in the close air support CAS role. With the retirement of China's only dedicated attack aircraft, the rugged Nanchung Q5, the JH-7A has been tasked with providing direct fire support to ground forces, a mission for which its large payload and stable flight characteristics are well suited. However, the aircraft's most critical strategic function is its role as a linchpin in China's formidable anti-access area denial A2AD strategy. The entire concept of A2AD is to create a layered defensive bubble that can hold an adversary's military forces, particularly a U.S. Navy carrier strike group, at risk, thereby deterring or defeating third-party intervention in a regional conflict. The JH-7A, with its long combat radius and heavy payload of anti-ship missiles, is a key kinetic element of this strategy. Operating under the guidance of AEW&C aircraft and leveraging its own potent electronic warfare capabilities, it forms a credible and lethal layer within this defensive system. The aircraft's participation in complex cross-service drills is about more than just honing pilot skills. It is about stress testing the command, control, communications, and intelligence networks that bind the entire A2AD system together. When a KJ-500 guides a flight of JH-7As toward a distant naval target, or when a ground-based Special Forces team provides coordinates for a CS mission, the PLA is practicing the very kind of joint force integration that was historically its greatest operational weakness. In this sense, the JH-7A serves as a relatively low-cost, high-volume platform used to mature the PLA's nascent joint operations doctrine. It acts as a set of training wheels, providing the invaluable lessons in networked warfare that will be directly applied to the operation of more advanced platforms like the Shenyang J-16 and Chengdu J-20. To truly understand the JH-7A's place in the pantheon of military aviation, it must be compared against its genuine peers. A common analytical error is to place it in the same category as the American F-15E Strike Eagle or the Russian Su-34 fullback. The F-15E is a true multi-role strike fighter derived from one of the most successful air superiority fighters ever built. It possesses vastly superior engines, flight performance, radar, and air-to-air capabilities, making it a dominant fighter that also happens to be a superb strike platform. The Su-34, with its unique side-by-side armored cockpit and enormous fuel load, is a dedicated long-range bomber designed to replace strategic assets like the Tu-22, operating in a class of its own for deep penetration missions. The JH-7A, with its 1960s-era engine architecture and specialized design, cannot realistically compete with either of these heavier, more advanced, and far more expensive aircraft in terms of multi-role flexibility or kinematic performance. The most accurate and insightful analog for the CNJH-7A is the Panavia Tornado IDS. Both were developed in the 1970s and 1980s with a shared design philosophy: to create a two-seat, twin-engine strike aircraft optimized for low-level, all-weather penetration missions. Both platforms prioritized payload, range, and a stable ride in dense, low-altitude air over high-G air combat agility. The Tornado's primary advantage lies in its variable sweep wing design, which provides superior performance across a wider flight envelope, particularly in low-level ride quality and short-field takeoff and landing. The JH-7A, on the other hand, boasts a slightly higher maximum payload capacity and, in its current iteration, arguably a more modern and cohesively integrated indigenous avionics suite than the Tornado IDS variants it replaced. Furthermore, the JH-7A's primary armament of long-range anti-ship missiles is more central to its core design purpose than the Tornado's more general-purpose ground attack role. In essence, both aircraft represent parallel solutions to a similar set of tactical problems, shaped by the distinct technological capabilities and strategic priorities of their respective developers. The Xi'an JH-7A Flying Leopard is now in the long twilight of its service life. It continues to receive incremental upgrades, such as the JH-7OI variant seen in 2019, which is believed to feature improved radar processing for better integration with newer jamming pods and munitions. A more ambitious JH-7B, which was rumored to incorporate stealth features, an in-flight refueling probe, and more powerful WS-9A engines, appears to have been abandoned, as its intended role is now being filled by a far more capable successor. That successor is the Shenyang J-16, a Chinese multi-role strike fighter derived from the Russian Su-30 MKK, which combines the payload and range of a dedicated strike aircraft with the high performance and agility of a heavy fighter. As J-16 production ramps up, the JH-7A fleet will inevitably be drawn down, its frontline duties passed to a new generation. Looking further ahead, a new, stealthy three-engine fighter bomber is reportedly in development, destined to eventually replace the JH-7 and J-16 fleets entirely. In the final analysis, the JH-7A will not be remembered as a legendary fighter or a revolutionary design. It will be remembered as a vital and dependable workhorse. It was the aircraft that allowed China's aerospace industry to bridge a critical technological and doctrinal gap, providing the PLA with a credible, long-range maritime strike capability at a time when no other domestic option existed. It served as an invaluable test bed for maturing key technologies like fly-by-wire controls, pulse Doppler radar, and precision-guided munitions. Most importantly, it was the platform upon which the PLA learned the complex art of modern joint force operations. The legacy of the Flounder is that of a pragmatic, imperfect, but ultimately successful tool that did its job, paving the way for the far more formidable Chinese combat aircraft that now follow in its wake. The JH-7A was never intended to be the crown jewel of Chinese air power, and that reality is fundamental to understanding its purpose. Unlike the Chengdu J-10 or the stealthy J-20, which are tasked with winning air superiority, the Flying Leopard was conceived from the outset as a pressure tool, a strike platform designed to impose cost and risk on adversary naval forces and critical infrastructure. Within China's broader anti-access area denial framework, the JH-7A represents a crucial mid-layer of deterrence. Coastal missile batteries and submarines provide the initial hard crust, but it is the Flying Leopard, armed with long-range anti-ship missiles, that delivers massed, flexible strike capability from the air. This philosophy echoes Soviet concepts of maritime aviation, where land-based bombers and strike aircraft were tasked with saturating carrier groups and cutting off sea lanes. Yet China adapted and expanded the model. The JH-7A is not confined to a maritime strike role. It has demonstrated equal utility in deep interdiction against airfields, logistics nodes, and surface-to-air missile sites. Particularly telling is its utility in suppression and destruction of enemy air defenses. Exercises consistently feature JH-7As carrying electronic warfare pods and anti-radiation missiles, deliberately configured to burn holes through adversary radar coverage. In this role, the Leopard is a force enabler, creating corridors for more advanced multi-role fighters like the J-16 and stealth penetrators like the J-20. Seen in isolation, the JH-7A can appear an anachronism, a large twin-engine strike aircraft powered by engines rooted in 1960s technology. But its real value lies not only in operational service, but in what it taught the Chinese aerospace industry. This was China's first combat aircraft designed with computer-aided design software, its first significant application of composites in a frontline airframe, and one of its earliest platforms to incorporate a digitized fly-by-wire system. Each of these milestones represented both risk and reward, and each became a foundation for future aircraft. The avionics revolution it brought forward, transitioning from a largely analog cockpit to a glass interface, integrating multi-function displays, helmet-mounted sights, and digital data buses, provided the industrial base and the pilot corps with the experience necessary to handle far more complex platforms later on. Likewise, the JL-10A radar and electronic warfare integration demonstrated that China could not only field, but also iteratively refine indigenous sensor suites in line with international standards. Perhaps most importantly, the Leopard embodied the national policy mantra of import, digest, absorb, and re-innovate. The Rolls-Royce Spey engine was not an ideal solution, but it gave Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation a starting point from which to build the WS-9 and its subsequent derivatives. The experience of fielding a flawed but serviceable aircraft, then redesigning it into the more mature JH-7A, became the living example of China's crawl, walk, run strategy in aerospace development. As of today, the Flying Leopard remains operational in both the PLAF and PLANAF, with roughly 240 units still serving. Incremental upgrades such as the rumored JH-7AI with enhanced radar processing and electronic warfare compatibility extend its relevance, but its trajectory is clear. It is a transitional machine, bridging the technological gap between 20th century Soviet derivatives and 21st century indigenous multi-role fighters. Its successor, the Shenyang J-16, represents the destination toward which the Leopard pointed. A heavy, agile multi-role fighter bomber combining payload, range, and kinematics in a way the JH-7A never could. And beyond the J-16 lies the future. Stealth-oriented designs, possibly even the rumored stealthy tri-engine strike bomber under development. The JH-7A will fade into twilight not with the glory of a legend, but with the satisfaction of a workhorse that did precisely what it was intended to do: hold the line, teach the lessons, and prepare the ground for what comes next. In the world of military aviation, the line between a student's first jet and a frontline combatant is getting dangerously thin. No aircraft blurs that line more than this: the Hongdu L-15 Falcon. Designed to train China's next generation of elite pilots, its creators made a critical decision: to make it supersonic. That choice transformed it from a simple trainer into a potent, affordable light fighter that is now appearing in air forces across the globe, from Africa to the Middle East. This isn't just a story about a jet, it's about a calculated strategy to reshape the skies. The aircraft's story begins not in a sterile Chinese design bureau, but in the complex geopolitical and industrial tapestry of the post-Cold War world, a testament to a strategy of leveraging foreign expertise not merely for imitation, but as a foundation for surpassing the original concept. At the turn of the millennium, as the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAF, began its monumental shift towards fourth-generation fighters like the indigenous Chengdu J-10 and the formidable family of Russian-derived flankers, the Su-27, Su-30, and their Chinese counterparts, the J-11 and J-16, it faced a looming crisis in pilot development. The existing training pipeline, reliant on older, less capable aircraft, was inadequate to prepare pilots for the complex, high-energy, fly-by-wire environment of these new machines. To bridge this chasm, China Aviation Industry Corporation the Staat, Avionics, initiated a program for a new advanced trainer, and in a move characteristic of the era's pragmatism, contracted Russia's famed Yakovlev Design Bureau in 2000 to act as a technical and scientific consultant. Yakovlev was at the time deep into the development of its own groundbreaking trainer, the Yak-130, a subsonic machine that would later spawn the Italian Leonardo M346 Master. This consultancy provided the nascent L-15 program, led by chief designer Zhang Hong, with a proven and highly refined aerodynamic blueprint, saving invaluable time and resources in the initial design phase. However, to characterize the L-15 as a mere copy would be a profound misreading of Chinese strategic intent. While the visual similarities to its Russian-Italian cousins are undeniable, the tandem cockpit, the mid-mounted swept wings, and the prominent leading-edge root extensions, lurks, the Chinese design team, which Yakovlev's own Director General credited with the vast majority of the design work, made a pivotal decision that would fundamentally distinguish their aircraft. While the Yak-130 was conceived as a purely subsonic platform, Hongdu pursued a more ambitious and challenging path: supersonic flight. This was not a matter of prestige, but of doctrine. A subsonic trainer, no matter how agile, can only partially replicate the flight envelope of a supersonic frontline fighter. By engineering the L-15 for a top speed of Mach 1.4, Hongdu was creating a true lead-in fighter trainer, lift, capable of providing a much higher fidelity training experience, acclimatizing pilots to the unique challenges of transonic and supersonic maneuvering before they ever set foot in a multi-million-dollar frontline asset. This decision cascaded through the entire design, necessitating different structural considerations, more complex engine intakes, and, crucially, the integration of afterburning turbofan engines. The L-15 program was thus an exercise in strategic technology acquisition, using a foreign foundation as a springboard for a platform tailored specifically to the PLAAF's high-performance requirements. This ambition was not without internal challenge. The L-15 was developed in direct competition with the Guizhou JL-9, a less sophisticated and cheaper trainer derived from the venerable MiG-21 lineage. The JL-9 represented a lower-risk, entirely indigenous path, and the PLA's eventual decision to procure both aircraft suggests a doctrinal compromise, using the JL-9 for intermediate stages of training and the more advanced and expensive JL-10 for the final critical transition to high-performance fighters. After a mock-up was unveiled at the Zhuhai Air Show in 2004, the first L-15 prototype took to the skies on March 13, 2006, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Chinese military aviation. There is a certain dry humor in the fact that Russia, through Yakovlev, actively assisted in the creation of an aircraft that would later emerge as a direct and formidable competitor to the Yak-130 in the international arms market, a prime example of the often unforeseen consequences of short-term industrial collaboration. The physical form of the L-15 is a masterclass in modern aerodynamic design, meticulously crafted to serve as a kinetic simulator for China's most demanding fighters. Its architecture is dominated by a blended wing-body configuration paired with medium aspect ratio wings. But the most defining feature is the set of large, gracefully curved, leading-edge root extensions, or lurks, that flow from the cockpit area back to the wing roots. These are not stylistic affectations. They are the key to the aircraft's exceptional high angle of attack AOA performance. The LRX generates powerful, stable vortices that flow over the wings at high AOA, energizing the airflow and preventing it from separating, thereby maintaining lift and control far beyond the point where a conventional wing would stall. This design grants the L-15 the ability to achieve and sustain a maximum angle of attack of 30 degrees, a figure that is not arbitrary. It is a direct and deliberate replication of the flight characteristics of the flanker family of fighters, which are renowned for their super maneuverability and high AOA capabilities. For a student pilot, this means the L-15's airframe itself is a pedagogical tool. It physically teaches the muscle memory, sensory inputs, and instinctive reactions required to operate at the very edge of the aerodynamic envelope, effectively pre-calibrating the pilot for the frontline J-11 or Su-30. This drastically reduces the training shock and the number of costly flight hours required in the operational fighter, directly fulfilling the program's core objective of enhancing training efficiency while cutting costs. The airframe is stressed to withstand a G-load of plus 8.5 G, further enabling it to perform the tight, high-energy maneuvers typical of modern air combat. The aircraft's dimensions are compact, with a length of approximately 12.4 meters, a wingspan of 9.4 meters, and a height of 4.7 meters. Its empty weight is a lithe 4,960 kilograms, though its maximum takeoff weight has grown through its development from an initial 9,500 kilograms to 11,600 kilograms for the heavily equipped L-15B combat variant, reflecting its expanding mission set. The construction of this airframe reflects a modern approach to materials science. According to Ukrainian sources involved in the program, approximately 25% of the aircraft's structure is composed of composite materials. The use of carbon fiber reinforced plastics and other composites is critical for reducing overall weight, which enhances performance and fuel efficiency, while also offering superior corrosion resistance and fatigue life compared to traditional all-metal structures. The remainder of the airframe is constructed primarily from advanced aluminum alloys, likely including modern aluminum lithium formulations that offer weight savings approaching those of composites, but with more predictable damage tolerance and lower manufacturing costs using established industrial processes. This balanced application of materials is engineered to give the L-15 a design service life of 10,000 flight hours, ensuring a long and cost-effective operational career for both domestic and export users. If the airframe is the L-15's body, its twin-turbofan engines are its heart, and the story of its propulsion is a geopolitical saga in itself. The decision to use a twin-engine configuration was a fundamental one, offering significant advantages in reliability and survivability over a single-engine design. For an advanced trainer, engine redundancy provides an invaluable safety margin for student pilots. For a light combat aircraft, it means the ability to sustain damage and return to base, a critical consideration for missions over hostile territory or open water. This design choice, however, plunged the program into the complex world of international engine supply chains, creating a strategic dependency that would become both a catalyst for the aircraft's initial success and a significant long-term vulnerability. With no suitable domestic engine available at the time, Hongdu designed the L-15 around the Ukrainian Ivchenko Progress AI-222 family of low-bypass turbofans. The initial subsonic trainer variants, designated L-15A or L-15AW, were fitted with the non-afterburning AI-222-25 model. This engine, a two-spool design with a two-stage low-pressure and eight-stage high-pressure axial compressor, produces a static thrust of approximately 2,520 kilograms force, 24.7 kN. It proved to be a reliable and efficient power plant for the Advanced Jet Trainer AJT role. However, to achieve the program's supersonic ambitions for the lift variant, a more powerful afterburning engine was required. This came in the form of the AI-222K25F, where the F denotes forçage, the Russian term for afterburner. This engine, while sharing the same core, incorporates an afterburner section that increases its dry weight from 440 kilars to 560 kg but boosts its maximum thrust to a potent 4,200 kglf, 41.2 kN. It is this power plant that gives the L-15B its Mach 1.4 performance, transforming it from a sprightly trainer into a genuine pocket fighter. The engines are managed by a full-authority digital engine control FADEC system, which automates engine operation, optimizes performance, and reduces pilot workload. This reliance on a foreign supplier, however brilliant the engine, was always a strategic gamble. The geopolitical turmoil in Ukraine following 2014 placed the entire L-15 supply chain in jeopardy, turning what was once a pragmatic engineering decision into a pressing national security issue for Beijing. The situation created an urgent imperative to accelerate the development of an indigenous replacement, the Guizhou WS-17, codenamed Minshan. Developing high-performance jet engines is widely regarded as one of the most difficult technological challenges in aerospace, requiring mastery of advanced metallurgy, precision manufacturing, and the kind of tacit knowledge that can only be accumulated over decades. China's struggles in this domain have been well documented, with a long history of reliance on Russian engines for its frontline fighters. The WS-17 program thus represents a critical test of China's industrial maturity. Publicly available specifications for the WS-17 are scarce, but it is reportedly designed to produce between 4,700 and 4,900 kgf of thrust with afterburner, a significant improvement over its Ukrainian predecessor. The successful integration and mass production of the WS-17 will be a watershed moment, not just for the L-15 program, but for China's entire aerospace sector. It will finally sever the L-15's geopolitical tether, ensuring its production and export viability are no longer subject to the political climate in Eastern Europe and signaling a major leap forward in China's quest for true technological sovereignty. Until then, the L-15 remains a formidable aircraft whose ability to fly depends, rather amusingly, less on the engineers in Nanjing and more on the state of international relations with Kyiv. Moving from the physical and mechanical to the digital, the soul of the L-15 resides in its advanced avionics suite and flight control system. It is here that the aircraft truly distinguishes itself as a 21st century training platform, designed not just to teach pilots how to fly, but to immerse them in the complex, data-saturated environment of modern air combat. The cockpit is a fully glass environment, an architecture standard in all modern 4th and 5th generation fighters, eschewing the analog dials of older trainers for a suite of large multifunction displays, MFDs, in both the front student and rear instructor positions. The front cockpit is also equipped with a wide-angle head-up display, HUD, which projects critical flight and targeting information into the pilot's line of sight, allowing them to maintain situational awareness without looking down at their instruments. The entire system is managed through a hands-on throttle and stick, HOTAS control scheme, where critical functions for sensors, weapons, and flight controls are mapped to buttons and switches on the throttle and control column. By replicating this perfectly, the L-15 ensures that a student pilot develops the correct ergonomic habits and cognitive pathways from the very beginning of their advanced training. The true genius of the L-15, however, lies in its digital, 3-axis, quadruple redundant, fly-by-wire, FBW, flight control system. In an FBW aircraft, there is no direct mechanical linkage between the pilot's controls and the flight surfaces. Instead, the pilot's inputs are sent to a bank of flight control computers, which interpret the pilot's intent and then command actuators to move the ailerons, elevators, and rudder in the most efficient and stable way possible. This system is what makes inherently unstable but highly agile aircraft, like the J-10, possible. In the L-15, this technology is leveraged for a revolutionary training purpose. The FBW system makes the L-15 a programmable aircraft. Its handling characteristics can be altered via software to mimic the feel and response of a wide range of other fighters. An instructor can load a profile that makes the L-15 feel as heavy and stable as a Su-30 on a bombing run, or as nimble and twitchy as a J-10 in a dogfight. This reconfigurability is an incredibly powerful and cost-effective training tool, allowing a single airframe to prepare pilots for multiple frontline types, a task that would have previously required several different specialized trainers. The L-15 is less a conventional airplane and more a flying simulator with live engines, capable of providing a tailored training syllabus in the real-world environment of flight. For the combat-oriented L-15B variant, this digital brain is connected to a sophisticated suite of sensors and electronic warfare systems. The nose is visibly lengthened and reprofiled compared to the trainer version to accommodate a passive electronically scanned array, PESA radar. This X-band radar can scan for both air and surface targets with a reported detection range varying in sources from a modest 75 kilometers to a more respectable 111 kilometers, a difference that highlights the critical importance of a decimal point in air combat intelligence. While not as advanced as an active electronically scanned array, AISA radar, the PESA represents a significant leap in capability for a trainer-class aircraft, enabling it to guide advanced munitions and conduct realistic beyond visual range combat simulations. The L-15B's defensive suite includes an integrated radar warning receiver, RWR, with antenna typically housed in a fairing atop the vertical stabilizer to alert the pilot to enemy radar locks, and an identification friend or foe IFF system to prevent fratricide. Furthermore, it can be equipped with dedicated electronic warfare pods on its underwing hardpoints, allowing it to act as a cut-price electronic attack or jamming platform, further blurring the lines between trainer and frontline combatant. The evolution from a sophisticated schoolhouse to a genuine strike fighter is most evident in the armament and combat capabilities of the L-15B variant. This version transforms the platform's potential into tangible lethality, equipping it with a versatile and surprisingly potent arsenal that allows it to perform a wide spectrum of missions, from air policing and counterinsurgency to credible air defense and precision strike. The key to this flexibility lies in its external stores carriage capacity. While the basic trainer versions feature 6 or 7 hardpoints, the L-15B expands this to a total of 9, 1 under the center line of the fuselage, 3 under each wing, and a launch rail at each wingtip. These pylons can carry a total payload of between 3,000 and 3,500 kilocalories of fuel, sensors, or ordnance. For air-to-air combat, the L-15B is equipped to handle a range of Chinese short-range, infrared homing missiles, such as the PL-5 Thuareg and the more modern PL-8. These are primarily for self-defense and within visual range engagements. However, the most strategically significant addition to its arsenal is the PL-12, also marketed for export as the SD-10A, an active radar-guided, beyond visual range, BVR, air-to-air missile. The integration of the PL-12, guided by the aircraft's PISA radar, is a game-changer. It elevates the L-15B from a simple light fighter into a platform capable of BVR combat, a domain previously reserved for much larger, more expensive fourth-generation fighters. This single capability has the potential to dramatically alter regional air power balances. It effectively democratizes BVR engagement, providing smaller air forces with a low-cost but credible deterrent against technologically superior adversaries. An Air Force equipped with L-15Bs can no longer be dismissed as having only a short-range, defensive capability. It must be approached with the tactical respect due any BVR-capable opponent. In the air-to-ground role, the L-15B's capabilities are equally comprehensive. It can carry a centerline-mounted 23mm cannon pod for strafing runs, as well as unguided 57mm rocket pods and conventional freefall bombs. More importantly, it is fully integrated with a suite of modern precision-guided munitions. These include the LT-2 laser-guided bomb, which requires a targeting pod or a ground-based designator, and the highly effective LS-6 family of GPS INS-guided glide bombs. The LS-6, with its fold-out wings, can glide to targets up to 60 kilometers away, allowing the L-15B to strike defended targets while remaining outside the range of many short-range air defense systems. For anti-armor missions, it has been shown with the HJ-10 anti-tank guided missile, a formidable weapon capable of destroying modern main battle tanks. This diverse weapon set, ranging from BVR missiles to precision glide bombs, makes the L-15B a true multi-role combatant, capable of adapting to a fluid battlefield and providing its operators with a flexible and cost-effective solution for a wide array of combat scenarios. In the crowded global sky of advanced jet trainers, the Hongdu L-15 occupies a unique and strategically astute position. A comparative analysis against its primary international analogs reveals that it was not designed to be the absolute best in any single performance metric, but rather to offer the most compelling balance of modern capabilities at a disruptive price point. Its closest relatives are its subsonic cousins, the Russian Yak-130 and the Italian Leonardo M346, with whom it shares a common design ancestor. The Yak-130 is a rugged, reliable workhorse, optimized for operation from austere airfields with features like engine intake blanking doors to prevent foreign object damage. It boasts 9 hardpoints and a respectable 3,000 kg payload, making it a capable light attacker, but its performance is capped at a subsonic Mach 0.93. The Leonardo M346, particularly in its M346 Faye fighter attack variant, is a highly sophisticated platform with an exceptional embedded training system that can simulate a vast array of sensors and tactical scenarios, making it arguably the world's premier pure training and aggressor aircraft. It too, however, is fundamentally a subsonic design. The L-15's crucial advantage over both is its supersonic performance. Its ability to push to Mach 1.4 allows it to train pilots for the entire flight envelope of modern fighters and gives it a significant kinematic advantage in a potential combat role, enabling faster ingress, egress, and interception. The more critical comparison, however, is with the world's other leading supersonic trainer, the South Korean KAI T-50 Golden Eagle, and its FA-50 combat variant. The T-50 is a formidable competitor, a mature platform with a wider operator base and deep integration with Western systems. It is powered by a single, powerful General Electric F404 engine, a derivative of the engine used in the FA-18 Hornet, which gives it a slightly higher top speed of Mach 1.5 and a greater payload capacity. The FA-50 variant is equipped with proven Western avionics, such as the AN, APG-67, or EL M2032 radar, and can carry a full suite of American weaponry, including AEM-9 Sidewinder and AEM-120 AMRAAM missiles, making it an attractive option for nations aligned with the United States. Against this, the L-15 offers 2 key differentiators. The first is its twin-engine configuration, which provides a level of safety and redundancy that the single-engine T-50 cannot match, a powerful selling point for air forces concerned with pilot safety and mission reliability over water or remote terrain. The second, and perhaps most important, is cost. With a unit price estimated between $10 and $15 million, the L-15 is significantly cheaper than the FA-50, which is often quoted at over $30 million per aircraft. This positions the L-15 as the quintessential good enough competitor. It may not have the absolute top-end performance of the FA-50, but it offers a supersonic, BVR-capable, twin-engine platform for a fraction of the price. It occupies a strategic market niche, providing a modern feature set that is more advanced than its subsonic European counterparts, but far more accessible than its South Korean rival, making it a disruptive force for a vast segment of the global market that desires advanced capabilities without the exorbitant cost. The future of the L-15 platform is intrinsically linked to the grandest ambition of the People's Liberation Army, the creation of a world-class blue water navy centered on a fleet of modern aircraft carriers. The most significant development in the L-15 story is the recent emergence of a new prototype, spotted in flight testing in late 2025, featuring a radical redesign of its empennage. This new variant discards the single vertical stabilizer of the original design in favor of a twin-tail configuration with 2 smaller outward-canted vertical fins. This is not a minor aerodynamic tweak. It is clear and undeniable evidence of a carrier-capable variant in development. Every modification visible on this new prototype points towards the brutal operational environment of a carrier deck. The twin-tail design itself offers significant advantages for naval aviation. It improves directional stability and control during the critical high AOA, low-speed flight regime of a carrier approach, where precise handling is paramount. Furthermore, twin tails are shorter than a single tail of equivalent effectiveness, reducing the aircraft's overall height and making it easier to store in the cramped hangar bays below a carrier's flight deck. Accompanying the new tail is a visibly reinforced tricycle landing gear engineered to withstand the violent, controlled crashes of arrested landings, along with a new twin-wheel nose gear assembly to better distribute the immense forces of a catapult launch. While not yet seen, a housing for an arrestor hook is an almost certain feature of the design. This navalization program is not a speculative venture. It is a direct response to a critical capability gap. China's existing trainers, the land-based L-15 and the older JL-9, are not optimized for the rigors of carrier operations. As the plan commissions ever more sophisticated carriers, like the Type 003 Fujian with its advanced electromagnetic catapults, the need for a dedicated high-performance carrier trainer has become acute. An aircraft carrier is ultimately a floating airbase, and its combat power is entirely dependent on the skill of its pilots. Without an effective and safe training platform, the plan cannot generate the quantity and quality of naval aviators required to man its growing fleet of carrier-borne fighters like the J-15 and the next-generation J-35 stealth fighter. The navalized L-15 is therefore more than just a new variant of an existing aircraft. It is a critical enabling technology for China's entire carrier aviation enterprise. Its development serves as a bellwether of Beijing's naval ambitions. The successful entry of this twin-tailed Falcon into service will signal that China has solved a key piece of the enormously complex carrier aviation puzzle, and it will be a definitive statement of the seriousness and scale of its long-term maritime strategy. In the final analysis, the Hongdu L-15 Falcon must be recognized as one of the most significant Chinese military aircraft of its generation. Its importance stems not from any single revolutionary technology, but from what it represents as an integrated system and as a symbol of China's maturation as a global aerospace power. It is the physical embodiment of a sophisticated national strategy, showcasing an industrial doctrine that has evolved from simple reverse engineering to the shrewd acquisition and adaptation of foreign technology to create a product that surpasses its progenitors in key areas. The L-15's journey from a Yakovlev-influenced concept to a supersonic, multi-role combatant, and ultimately to a twin-tailed naval trainer destined for the decks of China's supercarriers, mirrors the trajectory of the nation's broader technological and military rise. It is a testament to a pragmatic design philosophy that skillfully balances the dual requirements of domestic force generation and international export appeal. For the Plafin plan, it is a vital tool for solving the pilot training bottleneck, a cost-effective flying simulator that prepares a new generation of aviators for the complexities of aircraft like the J-20. For the global arms market, it is a disruptive competitor, offering a package of speed, modern avionics, and advanced weapon capabilities at a price point that fundamentally challenges the established hierarchy of Western and Russian suppliers, as evidenced by its landmark sales to nations as diverse as Zambia and the United Arab Emirates. The aircraft's ongoing evolution, particularly the determined pursuit of engine self-sufficiency with the WS-17 and the development of a carrier-capable variant, underscores a methodical and relentless drive towards complete technological independence and full-spectrum military capability. The L-15 Falcon is, therefore, far more than just an advanced trainer. It is an aerodynamic system, a propulsion system, a digital training system, an industrial production system, and a geopolitical export system, all effectively integrated into a single, versatile airframe. Its enduring significance lies in this successful synthesis, which has forged the L-15 into a powerful and multifaceted instrument of national policy for the People's Republic of China. The Nanchang Q5, designated Fantan by a wary NATO, was a machine born not of ambition, but of abandonment. It was China's first indigenously designed and mass-produced combat jet, a declaration of self-reliance hammered into shape in the sudden, chilling vacuum left by the Sino-Soviet split. Conceived in an era of alliance with the Soviet Union and built in an age of acrimony, its story is one of geopolitical turmoil shaping aerodynamic design. The Q5 was a fundamental re-engineering of the Soviet MiG-19 fighter, a project driven by the desperate necessity to innovate or perish. This aircraft stands as a testament to a nascent industrial power, wrestling a formidable, if deeply flawed, weapon into existence, embodying the brutal calculus of military aviation, where every design choice is a compromise, and every rivet a potential point of failure in the unforgiving arena of national survival. The genesis of the Q5 lies in the harsh lessons learned by the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF, in the mid-1950s. The bloody seizure of Yijiangshan Island from nationalist forces was a success, but it underscored the critical need for a modern close air support platform to replace the aging, propeller-driven Soviet Il-10s that had proven their worth. The dawn of the jet age had rendered such aircraft obsolete, and the PLAF, then operating under the technological aegis of the Soviet Union, sought a supersonic solution. The foundation for this new machine was readily available: the Mikoyan Gurevich MiG-19, a potent twin-engine first-generation supersonic fighter that China was beginning to produce under license as the Shenyang J-6. In August 1958, the formal request was issued, and the project, initially designated Xionying 302, or Mighty Eagle 302, was handed to the Nanchang Aircraft Factory under the leadership of chief designer Lu Xiaopeng, a man who had studied aircraft design in the United States before the communist victory. A full-size wooden mock-up was constructed and approved in Beijing that October, and the path to prototype construction seemed clear. However, the project's trajectory was immediately and violently altered by the political cataclysm sweeping China. The Great Leap Forward, a disastrous economic and social campaign, crippled the nation's finances, and in 1961, the Q5 program was unceremoniously canceled. The 300-strong design team was disbanded, the production line dismantled, and the project left for dead. Yet a small, dedicated team kept the embers of the program alive, and in 1963, with the worst of the famine having passed, the program was officially resurrected. On June 4, 1965, the first prototype, bearing no serial number, clawed its way into the sky with test pilot Tuo Fenming at the controls. The flight was a success but revealed numerous flaws requiring extensive rework. This period of refinement was further complicated by the onset of the Cultural Revolution, a decade of political purges and social chaos that wreaked havoc on China's technical and industrial base. Production quality plummeted as ideological zealotry often superseded sound engineering principles. There are accounts of young, inexperienced designers swept up in revolutionary fervor, attempting to disobey physical laws in their work, a philosophy that manifested in catastrophic failures like a static test airframe that simply snapped in two under 85% of its design load. Despite these immense hurdles, the Q5 was pushed through, its completion having become a matter of national pride and strategic urgency. It finally entered serial production in 1969 and was accepted into PLAF service in 1970, just as Sino-Soviet relations reached their nadir with violent clashes along the Ussuri River. The formidable Soviet tank divisions massed on the border gave the flawed but functional Q5 an immediate and vital purpose. The Sino-Soviet split, while a technological catastrophe that cut China off from advanced Soviet designs like the Sukhoi Su-7, inadvertently acted as an innovation catalyst. Without access to new blueprints, Chinese engineers were forced into a paradigm of forced innovation, undertaking a radical and ambitious redesign of the only suitable platform they possessed. The Q5 was not a mere modification of the MiG-19. It was a fundamental re-engineering, a powerful example of a nation forging its own path out of geopolitical isolation. The anatomy of the Fantan is a study in compromise and clever adaptation, a physical record of the engineering decisions made to transform a high-altitude interceptor into a low-level striker. The most dramatic departure from its MiG-19 progenitor was the complete redesign of the forward fuselage. The MiG's characteristic central nose intake was eliminated entirely, replaced by a long, pointed, solid nose cone that provided the pilot with a significantly improved downward view of 13.5 degrees, a critical feature for a ground attack aircraft. This redesign also freed up internal volume in the nose for a planned, though never fitted in the initial versions, attack radar. To feed the hungry engines, a pair of semicircular lateral air intakes were positioned on either side of the cockpit, complete with short boundary layer splitter plates. This arrangement, while functional, was aerodynamically less efficient than the MiG's nose intake, contributing to a reduction in top speed. The entire fuselage was stretched by approximately 25% compared to the J-6, a significant alteration that served two purposes. First, it provided space for a 4-meter internal weapons bay and additional fuel. Second, and more indicative of the designer's sophistication, the fuselage was carefully contoured to conform to the transonic area rule. This advanced aerodynamic principle, a hallmark of mid-1950s Western designs like the F-100 Super Sabre, involves minimizing the rate of change of the aircraft's cross-sectional area from nose to tail to reduce wave drag as it approaches the speed of sound. The application of the area rule was a remarkable technological leap for the isolated Chinese industry, a clear sign that its engineers were studying and capable of implementing contemporary aerodynamic theory. This design choice was crucial as it allowed the heavier and draggier Q5 to maintain a low-altitude speed comparable to that of the MiG-19, preserving its performance where it mattered most for its intended role. The wings were also a new design, featuring a greater area and a reduced quarter chord sweep of 52.5 degrees, down from the MiG-19's 55 degrees. This modification improved low-speed handling and takeoff performance, essential for operating from potentially rough forward airfields, but it came at the cost of high-altitude speed and performance. The airfoil sections were of Soviet TS-AGI design, with an SR-12S profile at the wing root and an SR-7S at the tip. Construction was conventional for the era, utilizing an all-metal stressed skin structure composed primarily of high-strength aluminum alloys. While the specific alloys are not documented, the technological context of the 1960s points to analogs of the 2000 series, aluminum copper, and 7000 series, aluminum zinc, alloys, which China's metallurgical industry had to master without foreign assistance following the split. At the heart of the Q5, and arguably its greatest limitation, were its two Liming-Wopen 6A, WP6A afterburning turbojet engines. These were Chinese-produced copies of the Soviet Tumansky RD-9 that powered the J-6, each producing around 25.5 kilonewtons of dry thrust and 31.87 kilonewtons with the afterburner engaged. While providing adequate power, these engines were a logistical nightmare. They were products of a nascent jet engine industry, struggling with material science and manufacturing tolerances, a reality reflected in their astonishingly short time between overhaul, TBO. The WP6A was considered disposable, intended to be operated for only 100 flight hours before requiring a complete overhaul. While diligent maintenance crews in the Pakistan Air Force could sometimes extend this to 130 hours, this figure stands in stark contrast to the thousands of hours expected from contemporary Western engines. This single statistic reveals the profound technological gap and dictated the Q5's entire operational philosophy. It necessitated a massive logistical train dedicated to constantly swapping engines and implied a doctrine that accepted high attrition rates, treating the aircraft as a semi-expendable asset to be thrown into the fray in large numbers. The offensive capabilities of the Q5 were a direct reflection of its hybrid design, blending the legacy of a fighter with the requirements of an attacker, resulting in a weapons suite that was potent for its time but saddled with peculiar limitations. The fixed internal armament was a reduction from the 3 cannons of the J-6, consisting of 2 Norinco-type 23-2K 23mm cannons, one mounted in each wing root close to the fuselage. Each cannon was supplied with 100 rounds, a limited supply that demanded disciplined fire control from the pilot. The centerpiece of the original design was the 4-meter internal weapons bay, a feature likely inspired by the American F-105 Thunderchief, intended to provide a clean, low-drag configuration for carrying ordnance. However, this proved to be a classic case of an ambitious concept meeting the harsh constraints of reality. The Q5 was a much smaller aircraft than the F-105, and its internal bay was simply too small to be practical for conventional missions, capable of holding a mere 2 250-kilo bombs or a single larger store. It was less a bomb bay and more a bomb closet. Its impracticality was a significant design flaw, and in the subsequent Q5I variant, it was promptly and wisely repurposed to house an additional fuel tank, increasing the aircraft's notoriously short range by a staggering 70%, a tacit admission that fuel was far more valuable than the bay's meager internal payload. The bulk of the Fantan's striking power was carried externally. Later variants boasted up to 10 hardpoints, 4 under the fuselage in tandem pairs and 3 under each wing, for a total maximum payload of 2,000 kilos. The aircraft was cleared to carry a standard Warsaw Pact-style arsenal, including 50 kilos, 100 kilos, and 250-kilo freefall bombs, and unguided rocket pods of 57mm, 90 meters, and 130mm caliber. For self-defense, it could carry early infrared homing air-to-air missiles like the PL-2, a Chinese copy of the Soviet K-13 Atoll. The early Q-5's avionics were rudimentary, largely inherited from the MiG-19, consisting of a basic radio, navigation aids, and a simple optical gunsight, the SH-1, which restricted bombing runs to a fixed dive angle, severely limiting tactical flexibility. Perhaps the most compelling and secretive aspect of the Q-5's armament was its role as a tactical nuclear bomber. A small number of a specialized variant, the Q-5A, also referred to as Q5GA, were modified for this singular high-stakes mission. Test pilot Yang Guoxiang, who flew the live drop test, recounted the significant engineering challenges of carrying the 1-ton, 2-meter-long hydrogen bomb. The solution was to carry the weapon in a semi-recessed position under the fuselage, using a special mounting and an ejection device to push the bomb clear of the aircraft upon release. On January 7, 1972, this capability was proven at the Lopnor test site, cementing the Q-5's status as a key component of China's nascent nuclear deterrent. These nuclear-tasked aircraft were often painted in a distinctive all-white anti-flash scheme to reflect some of the thermal energy from a nuclear detonation. The existence of this mission so early in the program's life suggests that the nuclear strike role was a primary design driver, perhaps even the main justification for the otherwise impractical internal bay, which was perfectly suited for the aerodynamic carriage of a single, large, strategic weapon. The Nanchang Q-5's long production run from 1969 to 2012 was characterized by a sprawling and complex family tree of variants, a testament to a philosophy of continuous incremental improvement and adaptation driven by both domestic needs and the demands of the export market. This evolution followed 2 distinct paths. The domestic upgrades for the PLAF were often conservative, focusing on rectifying the aircraft's most glaring deficiencies. The baseline Q5 was quickly superseded by the Q5I, the variant that sacrificed the problematic internal bomb bay for a crucial increase in fuel capacity and range. This was followed by the Q5IA, which added 2 additional underwing pylons, a new weapon aiming system, the SH-1I, which allowed for variable attack angles, and basic defensive systems like flare dispensers and a radar warning receiver, RWR. The Q-50 further improved the RWR suite for better situational awareness. Specialized naval variants, such as the Q5Y torpedo bomber, were explored but ultimately proved to be evolutionary dead ends, with their roles being passed to more capable platforms. The second evolutionary path was driven by foreign sales, which provided a vital source of hard currency and invaluable engineering experience. The most significant export model was the A-5C, developed for the Pakistan Air Force in the early 1980s. Facing a sophisticated adversary, Pakistan demanded significant upgrades, forcing Nanchang to integrate Western systems into the airframe. These modifications included 32 distinct changes, such as the installation of Martin Baker's 00 ejection seats, improved radios and IFF systems, and redesigned hardpoints compatible with NATO standard bombs, and crucially, Western air-to-air missiles like the American AIM-9 Sidewinder and the French Matra Magic. This market-driven pressure resulted in the A-5C being, in some respects, a more capable and versatile aircraft than its domestic PLAF counterparts of the same era. The most ambitious chapter in the Fantan's development occurred in the 1980s, during a period of unprecedented openness between China and the West. This brief window gave rise to two major modernization programs that represented a potential quantum leap in the aircraft's capabilities. The first was the Q5K Kong Yun, a collaboration with French firms like Thomson CSF to equip the aircraft with a modern head-up display, HUD, a laser rangefinder, and an inertial navigation system, INS. Even more advanced was the Q5M, a joint project with Italy's Alenia, then Air Italia. This program aimed to integrate the entire advanced avionics suite from the contemporary AMX attack aircraft into the Q5. This was not a simple bolt-on upgrade. It involved installing a ranging radar in the nose, a new HUD and INS, and linking all systems with a MIL-STD 1553B digital data bus, the nervous system of all modern combat aircraft. A prototype of the export version, the A-5M, made its first flight in August 1988, representing the technological zenith of the Fantan design. However, this future was abruptly canceled. The Tiananmen Square protests of 1989 and the subsequent Western arms embargoes slammed the door shut on these collaborations. The cancellation of the Q5M was a catastrophic setback, severing a vital link to Western systems integration expertise and likely delaying China's indigenous avionics development by a decade. The Fantan, which had briefly stood on the cusp of modernization, was frozen in time, an airframe of the 1960s permanently saddled with the technology of the 1970s. Later domestic variants, like the Q5D, would incorporate some of the lessons learned, adding indigenous laser rangefinders and HUDs, but without direct access to the sophisticated, fully integrated Western systems the Q5M had promised. To truly measure the Fantan, it must be placed in the context of its contemporaries, an exercise that reveals its unique nature as a product of compromise, isolation, and a distinct strategic doctrine. Against its direct parent, the MiG-19J6, the Q5 represented a successful, if imperfect, adaptation for a new role. It traded the J6's high-altitude speed and agility for superior low-level handling, a much larger payload capacity of 2,000 kilos versus the J6's paltry 500 ki, and a significantly greater potential combat radius, especially in the Q5I variant that converted the bomb bay to a fuel tank. It was a less capable fighter, but a far more capable attacker. A comparison with the Republic F-105 Thunderchief, a likely conceptual inspiration for the Q5's internal bay and side intake layout, starkly illustrates the technological chasm between the Chinese and American aerospace industries of the era. The F-105 was a behemoth, a Mach 2 capable interdictor weighing nearly 23,000 kilograms and capable of carrying over 6,400 ki of ordnance. The Q5, at a maximum takeoff weight of around 11,130 kilo, was in an entirely different class, a lightweight attempting to emulate the design features of a heavyweight champion. A more fitting analog is the Douglas A-4 Skyhawk, the quintessential Western lightweight attacker. The single-engine, subsonic A-4 was a masterpiece of simplicity and efficiency, renowned for its agility and its ability to carry a payload of nearly 4,500 kilograms, more than double that of the Q5, despite being a smaller aircraft. While the Q5 possessed a supersonic dash capability, the Skyhawk, with its more refined aerodynamics and access to a wider array of munitions, was arguably the more effective pure attack platform, highlighting the Western design philosophy of optimizing a simple, robust airframe for a specific role. Perhaps the most direct peer competitor was the Soviet Sukhoi Su-17 fitter. Technologically, the Su-17 was a full generation ahead of the Q5. Its most defining feature was its variable sweep wings, a complex technology that provided excellent performance across the entire flight envelope, combining the short-field takeoff capabilities of straight wings with the high-speed dash performance of swept wings. This was a level of aerodynamic sophistication far beyond what China's industry could produce at the time. The Su-17 also carried a larger payload of around 4,000 ki and was equipped with a more advanced suite of avionics and guided weapons, including a sophisticated system for toss-bombing nuclear weapons. The Q5 was simpler, more rugged, and likely cheaper to produce, but it was fundamentally a less capable aircraft. These comparisons reveal the Q5 as a jack-of-all-trades, master of none. It attempted to retain the fighter-like performance of its MiG-19 heritage while adding the payload of a dedicated attacker, but it never truly excelled in either role. This hybrid nature was a direct consequence of its origins. It was not a clean-sheet design, but a heavy modification of an interceptor. This also reflects a broader doctrinal divide between East and West during the Cold War. The Q5, with its simple avionics, primitive optical sights, and reliance on unguided munitions, embodied the Eastern Bloc philosophy of a rugged, mass-produced weapon intended for use in a high-attrition environment. The extremely short TBO of its engines reinforces this mindset of quantity over quality. The aborted Q5M program was a fascinating attempt to graft a Western quality and precision philosophy onto this Eastern workhorse. Its failure ensured the Fantan remained firmly in its original camp, a tough, straightforward, but technologically unsophisticated tool designed for a different kind of war. Despite being designed to counter the armored hordes of the Soviet Union, the Nanchang Q5 never saw combat with the Playtiev. Its operational history was written entirely by its export customers, where it found its true calling not in a high-tech, peer-level conflict, but in the brutal, low-tech world of asymmetric warfare. The Sudanese Air Force extensively employed its A-5s during the long and bloody war in Darfur. In a conflict characterized by counterinsurgency operations against lightly armed rebel groups, the Fantan's advanced features were irrelevant, but its core capabilities were perfectly suited to the task. Flying in an environment of total air supremacy, with no threat from enemy fighters or sophisticated air defenses, the A-5 served as a rugged and reliable platform for delivering unguided bombs and rockets against ground targets. Its lack of precision was not a hindrance. In many cases, it was likely an accepted part of a brutal campaign against both insurgents and the civilian populations that supported them. Similarly, the Myanmar Air Force has utilized its A-5 fleet for decades in its seemingly endless counterinsurgency campaigns against various ethnic armed organizations. Here, too, the aircraft operated as a simple bomb and rocket truck, providing close air support to ground troops. This service was not without incident, leading to a moment of supreme geopolitical awkwardness in March 2015 when a Myanmar A-5, while conducting a strike against rebels in the Kokang region, accidentally dropped its bombs on a Chinese village in Yunnan province, killing several civilians. The incident forced Beijing into the bizarre position of deploying its own modern HQ-12 air defense missile batteries to the border to protect itself from its own exported military hardware. While no detailed pilot memoirs are publicly available, we can infer much about the experience of flying the Fantan. It undoubtedly inherited some of the notoriously difficult handling characteristics of the MiG-19, a demanding aircraft that was unpopular with many of its operators. However, the redesigned lower sweep wings were specifically intended to tame its low-speed behavior and make it a more stable platform for weapons delivery. The unique account of nuclear test pilot Yang Guoqiang provides a glimpse into the pressures of flying a highly specialized and dangerous mission, where he was solely responsible for piloting, navigation, and weapons release in a single-seat cockpit. Ultimately, the legacy of the Nanchang Q5 is not defined by its modest combat record, but by its monumental importance to the development of China's aerospace industry. Approximately 1,300 Fantans were built, serving for over 4 decades before their final retirement from PLAF service in the 2010s, making way for far more advanced aircraft like the Xian JH-7. The Q5 was the crucial first step away from simply copying Soviet blueprints. It was China's first indigenous design to reach mass production. It was a deeply flawed aircraft, born of crisis and compromise, with its impractical bomb bay, unreliable engines, and primitive avionics. Yet these very flaws provided invaluable, hard-won lessons. Through the Q5, generations of Chinese engineers learned about advanced aerodynamics, the complexities of systems integration, the critical importance of engine technology, and the demands of the international arms market. It was, as one analysis aptly put it, ground zero for the current Chinese aviation industry. Without the painful experience of designing, building, operating, and attempting to modernize the Fantan, the foundation for China's modern formidable air power would be significantly weaker. The Q5 was not a great warrior, but it was a harsh, necessary, and ultimately indispensable teacher. Forget originality. In the unforgiving calculus of military hardware, innovation is a currency spent only when imitation and iteration will not suffice. The laws of aerodynamics are universal, the chemistry of an explosion is immutable, and the geometry of a survivable tandem-seat cockpit is a problem solved through decades of brutal, expensive trial and error. To look at the emerging AVIC Z-21 and see only a facsimile of an American Apache is to miss the point entirely. This is not a design competition, it is a final exam, and China has shown its work. The Z-21 is the inevitable result of a nation with a colossal budget, a clear strategic imperative, and a complete lack of sentimentality about borrowing proven concepts. It is the answer to a question the People's Liberation Army, PLA, has been asking for years: how to build a machine that can survive the opening minutes of a high-intensity war and kill the enemy's most expensive assets. This helicopter is a statement of industrial arrival, a declaration that the era of playing catch-up is over, and a clear signal that from now on, the apex predators of the sky will no longer be an exclusive club. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new analytical reviews. The genesis of the Z-21 lies in a strategic void that became increasingly untenable for the PLA. While the Changhe Z-10, known within the PLA by the suitably dramatic moniker Fierce Thunderbolt, is a capable medium-weight attack helicopter, its inherent limitations in payload, operational range, and survivability became glaringly apparent as China's strategic horizons expanded. The Z-10, a machine in the 5.5 to 7-ton class, was a significant step forward from armed utility helicopters, but it was never a peer to the 10-ton behemoths like the American AH-64 Apache or the Russian Mi-28 Havoc. In any potential high-intensity conflict, whether in the Taiwan Strait or along the high-altitude frontier with India, the PLA required a platform that could carry a heavier punch, endure more punishment, and operate effectively in the most demanding environments. This necessity gave birth to a design philosophy officially termed heritage and innovation, a piece of state-sponsored marketing that neatly encapsulates a deeply pragmatic engineering decision. Rather than embarking on a decade-long high-risk development program for an entirely new airframe, designers at Harbin Aircraft Industry Group and Changhai Aircraft Industries, the respective parents of the Z-20 transport and Z-10 attacker, turned to a proven foundation, the Z-20 utility helicopter. This platform, itself a well-executed and domestically evolved derivative of the Sikorsky S-70 UH-60 Black Hawk airframe that China acquired in the 1980s, provided a mature, reliable, and indigenously produced chassis. The result was less a new creation and more a sophisticated transplant, a kind of arranged marriage between a sturdy, dependable transport and a nascent predator. This approach, leveraging the Z-20's established power plant, 5-bladed main rotor system, transmission, and entire tail assembly, was a masterstroke of risk mitigation and timeline acceleration. The commonality of these critical dynamic components not only slashed development time, making a projected service entry of 2027-2028 feasible, but it also promised to dramatically streamline logistics, maintenance training, and spare parts inventories for the PLA's ground crews. This developmental model is a microcosm of China's broader military modernization strategy. It is not about reinventing every wheel, but about rapidly absorbing, iterating, and integrating existing technologies to achieve near-peer status in critical domains, prioritizing speed and sufficiency to meet the ambitious timelines set forth by the Central Military Commission. The anatomy of the Z-21 is a testament to this hybrid philosophy. From the tail boom forward, the machine is a purpose-built weapon of war, but its lineage is unmistakable. While the empennage, with its slab-like, unswept horizontal stabilizer and tail rotor assembly, is almost a direct carryover from the Z-20, the rest of the airframe has been radically reshaped. The wide, troop-carrying cabin of the utility helicopter has been replaced by a new, slender fuselage designed around a tandem, stepped cockpit that seats a gunner in the front and a pilot in the raised rear position, a configuration that has been the global standard for attack helicopters for half a century for its optimization of visibility and crew protection. The cockpit canopy itself, with its flat-panel angular design, bears a striking resemblance to that of the AH-64, likely constructed from multi-layered ballistic-rated glass to protect the crew. The most visually distinctive and telling feature, however, is the pair of large, boxy cheek fairings that run from the nose along the sides of the fuselage, terminating at the tail boom. Far from being an aesthetic flourish, these fairings are a critical design choice, borrowed directly from the AH-64D-E playbook. They provide the necessary internal volume to house a vast suite of avionics, ammunition feeds for the chin-mounted cannon, and potentially additional fuel storage, all while adding a significant layer of lateral protection for the cockpit. The airframe itself is undoubtedly a modern mix of aluminum alloys and advanced composite materials to manage weight without sacrificing structural integrity, a practice well established in China's aviation industry. It is highly probable that critical areas such as the cockpit tub, engine nacelles, and transmission housing are further protected by advanced composite armor, perhaps even incorporating the applique graphene armor plates seen on later production Z-10s to improve ballistic protection against small arms and cannon fire. The entire structure is built with survivability as a core principle. This is not a stealth helicopter in the vein of the canceled American RAH-66 Comanche, but it incorporates significant signature reduction measures learned over the past 2 decades. The most obvious of these are the prominent upward-facing engine exhausts, which are designed to vent hot gases directly into the turbulent downwash of the main rotor. This simple but effective technique scatters the helicopter's thermal signature, making it a much more difficult target for heat-seeking man-portable air defense systems, MANPADS. The fuselage also employs canted surfaces and blended wing-body junctions to minimize its radar cross-section from the frontal aspect, lessons clearly learned from the Z-10 program. This comprehensive, multi-layered approach to survivability, combining armor, infrared suppression, and a sophisticated electronic warfare suite, points to a machine designed with a specific high-threat environment in mind, the lethal, saturated battle space of the opening hours of an amphibious assault, likely against Taiwan. It is a platform built to penetrate a modern, dense integrated air defense network, absorb punishment, and survive to continue the fight. A clear doctrinal response to lessons observed in the heavy attrition suffered by even advanced Russian helicopters like the Ka-52 in the early phases of the war in Ukraine. At the heart of this predator are two domestically produced WZ-10 turboshaft engines, the same powerful family that propels the Z-20 transport. Each engine is rated to produce between 1,600 and 2,000 kilowatts, translating to a formidable 2,100 to 2,700 shaft horsepower, with some reports suggesting a specific uprated variant for the Z-21 producing around 1,690 kilobars, 2,400 HP. This immense power output, totaling nearly 5,000 SAP, is essential for a machine in the 10-ton maximum takeoff weight class to lift a heavy combat load, maneuver aggressively, and perform effectively in the challenging hot and high conditions that define many of China's strategic frontiers. However, as any seasoned aeronautical engineer would attest with a wry smile, simply bolting powerful engines to an airframe is the easy part. The true black magic of helicopter design, the component that separates a successful platform from a catastrophic failure, lies in the main transmission. This complex assembly of gears and shafts must reliably channel the combined torque of two powerful turbines into the rotor mast without disintegrating. The United States Army and its contractors spent years and vast sums of money perfecting the advanced face gear transmission for the AH-64E to handle the increased power of its new engines. China's ability to design and mass-produce a transmission that can withstand the colossal forces involved in the Z-21's powertrain will be the ultimate litmus test of its advanced manufacturing, metallurgy, and precision engineering capabilities. It is the sort of unglamorous internal component that never appears in propaganda videos, but single-handedly determines whether the officially christened airborne war deity can actually live up to its name or simply vibrates itself into a pile of expensive scrap on the flight line. This power is delivered to the Z-20's proven 5-bladed main rotor, a modern composite design with swept-back tips that enhance aerodynamic efficiency, reduce the acoustic signature, and provide greater lift and a smoother ride compared to the 4-bladed systems on the Apache and Mi-28. This entire dynamic system is particularly optimized for high-altitude performance, a key design driver that addresses a major shortcoming of the Z-10. The extensive and well-documented flight testing of Z-21 prototypes on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau at altitudes exceeding 4,000 meters confirms its intended role for the PLA's Western Theater Command along the mountainous border with India. In the thin air of the Himalayas, the surplus power generated by the WZ-10 engines is not a luxury but a necessity, providing the critical margin needed to maintain lift and maneuverability while carrying a full complement of fuel and weapons. With a projected service ceiling similar to the Z-20's 6,000 meters and an estimated top speed of around 350 kilometers per hour, the Z-21 is positioned to perform on par with, or in some cases exceed, the kinematic capabilities of its international rivals. To employ its formidable performance, the Z-21 is equipped with a suite of advanced sensors and a lethal arsenal that represent the pinnacle of China's current avionics and munitions technology. The crew operates from a modern glass cockpit, featuring large multifunction displays and helmet-mounted display and sighting systems, HMDSS, that project critical flight and targeting information directly onto their visors, enabling heads-up operation. The fly-by-wire flight control system, inherited from the Z-20, reduces pilot workload and enhances maneuverability. The helicopter's eyes consist of a multi-sensor package designed for all-weather, day-night operations. A prominent turret mounted under the nose houses high-resolution electro-optical, daylight TV, and forward-looking infrared, FLIR sensors for target detection, identification, and designation. The most significant sensor, however, is the anticipated mast-mounted fire control radar. While not visible on all prototypes, its inclusion on production models is considered a certainty and is crucial for the helicopter's intended role. This millimeter-wave MMW radar, conceptually analogous to the AN/APG-78 longbow on the Apache, would grant the Z-21 the ability to detect, classify, and engage multiple targets from a concealed, hull-down position behind terrain, providing a true fire-and-forget capability that dramatically enhances both lethality and survivability. This sophisticated sensor suite is protected by an equally comprehensive electronic warfare (EW) package. The airframe is bristling with an array of antennas and apertures that indicate a 360-degree, fully integrated self-protection system. This includes radar warning receivers, RWR, to detect enemy radar emissions, laser warning receivers, LWR, to alert the crew to laser designation, and missile approach warning systems, MAWs, to detect the heat signature of incoming missiles, all of which are networked to automatically deploy countermeasures from chaff and flare dispensers. The Z-21's claws are equally impressive. An under-fuselage automatic cannon, likely a 23mm or 30mm weapon, will provide suppressive fire capability, and while absent on early test beds, its mounting point is clearly visible. The primary offensive power resides on the stub wings, which feature at least 6 hardpoints for a heavy and flexible weapons load. The key capability and the entire justification for a helicopter of this size is its reported capacity to carry up to 16 anti-tank guided missiles, ATGM. These would include the proven laser-guided AKD-10 and likely a newer generation of MMW radar-guided missiles, designed to work in conjunction with the mast-mounted radar. For self-defense against aerial threats, it will carry the TY-90 infrared-guided air-to-air missile, and for engaging softer targets, it can be armed with pods of unguided rockets. This combination of a mast-mounted radar and a massive missile loadout is not merely about matching the Apache's specifications on paper, it enables a specific PLA combat doctrine centered on massed standoff fires. One can envision Z-21s operating in hunter-killer teams, where a single helicopter uses its elevated radar to acquire and designate targets for several other Z-21s lurking behind cover. This would allow a flight of 4 helicopters to launch a coordinated salvo of up to 64 ATGMs almost simultaneously, a volume of fire designed specifically to overwhelm and saturate the active protection systems, APS, that are becoming standard on modern main battle tanks. In the global pantheon of attack helicopters, the Z-21 arrives as a serious contender, a machine whose design reflects a careful study of the world's leading platforms. When compared to the Boeing AH-64E Apache Guardian, the Z-21 is a direct answer, mimicking its general configuration, heavy missile payload, and the crucial mast-mounted radar concept. The Z-21's 5-bladed rotor may offer a smoother flight profile, and its design appears more explicitly optimized for high-altitude operations. However, the Apache's paramount advantages remain its decades of combat-proven performance, unparalleled reliability, and its deep integration into the U.S. military's network-centric warfare architecture, including the mature ability to directly control unmanned aerial systems, MUM-T, a capability China is developing but has yet to field on the same scale. Against the Russian MIL Mi-28NM Havoc, the Z-21 presents a different contrast. The Mi-28 is renowned as a heavily armored flying tank, built for ruggedness and close-in combat. The Z-21, much like the Apache, appears to prioritize its role as a sophisticated sensor and weapons platform over sheer brute force, betting on standoff engagement and superior situational awareness for survival. While both carry heavy armament, the Z-21's anticipated domestic electronics and MMW radar may give it a generational advantage over some Russian systems. The other premier Russian design, the Kamov Ka-52 Alligator, is an outlier with its unique coaxial rotor system that provides exceptional agility and a high top speed, but at the cost of greater mechanical complexity. The Z-21's conventional lower-risk design reflects China's more conservative engineering approach. The PLA's doctrine for the Z-21 will see it employed as a first-wave asset in its most critical scenarios. In a potential invasion of Taiwan, Z-21s would launch from amphibious assault ships like the Type 075 or from mainland bases to suppress beach defenses, hunt Taiwanese armor, and provide armed escort for landing craft. Along the Indian border, its superior high-altitude performance makes it the ideal platform for providing decisive anti-armor firepower in the thin air of the Himalayas. In the South China Sea, operating from island bases or naval vessels, it would serve as a long-range armed reconnaissance and maritime strike asset, capable of enforcing China's territorial claims. Ultimately, the AVIC Z-21 is far more than just a new helicopter. It is a capstone project for China's rotary wing industry and a powerful symbol of its military-industrial evolution. It demonstrates a mature capability to not only reverse engineer and replicate, but to synthesize, adapt, and integrate complex systems into a new, formidable platform that fills the PLA's last major gap in conventional Army aviation. The Z-21 is the product of a system that can now produce military hardware broadly comparable to the world's leading powers. Its likely modular design will facilitate a clear path for future modernization, including the integration of more powerful engines, enhanced sensors, full drone control capabilities, and deep networking within the PLA's future intelligentized warfare system. Once it reaches maturity and enters full-scale production, it is almost certain that an export variant, perhaps designated the Z-21ME, will be offered on the international market. This will present a cost-competitive, politically unconstrained alternative to the Apache and Havoc, challenging the long-standing duopoly of American and Russian suppliers in the lucrative heavy attack helicopter market and serving as another potent tool of Chinese foreign policy and strategic influence. The shadow cast by this new dragon will, therefore, extend far beyond the contested coastlines and high-altitude battlefields for which it was forged. If the Z-21 is the answer to a technical challenge, it is also the embodiment of a much larger geopolitical transformation. The helicopter does not exist in a vacuum. It is both a product and an instrument of China's broader strategy to rewrite the military balance of power in Asia. Its development cannot be disentangled from Beijing's persistent pursuit of world-class armed forces by 2049, a centennial benchmark the Communist Party repeats with ritualistic precision. The arrival of the Z-21 signifies more than tactical utility. It is a message to regional adversaries, to global suppliers of high-end defense products, and to the international arms market that China has stepped fully into the realm of heavyweight military aviation producers. Within the structure of the People's Liberation Army Ground Force, the Z-21 will serve as the high-end complement to the Z-10, forming a two-tiered attack helicopter force. The Z-10, lighter and more numerous, provides mass and affordability, while the Z-21 represents concentrated lethality, survivability, and high-value strike power. This dual approach mirrors the PLA Air Force's own tiered modernization, where fourth-generation fighters like the J-10 still fly alongside the more advanced J-20 stealth fighters. Such layered modernization allows China to project credible strength across a spectrum of missions while controlling costs and production bottlenecks. The Z-21's doctrinal employment will likely follow an echeloned concept of operations. First-wave Z-21 formations will penetrate defended zones, using radar-guided munitions and long-range ATGMs to dismantle armored spearheads or destroy forward-deployed artillery. The more numerous Z-10s would then sweep in to exploit the breaches, engaging less well-defended units and providing close support to mechanized forces. This Hunter Elite Plus Pack model is designed to maximize the efficiency of China's rotary wing fleet while ensuring that its most advanced helicopters are committed where their survivability and specialized sensors provide decisive leverage. Equally important is the integration of the Z-21 into China's evolving system of systems warfare doctrine. The PLA does not view helicopters as isolated assets. They are nodes in a dense, multi-domain network. The Z-21 will feed and receive targeting data from satellites, UAVs, ground-based sensors, and long-range artillery units. In practice, this means that a Z-21 gunner may not even be responsible for finding his target. The helicopter may merely act as the final shooter in a kill chain that begins with a drone swarm or an over-the-horizon radar. This network-centric philosophy echoes American doctrine, but is being tailored for China's geography and strategic priorities, with a heavy emphasis on saturating adversary defenses through redundancy and mass. One cannot underestimate the export potential of the Z-21. For decades, the global heavy attack helicopter market has been effectively monopolized by the United States and Russia. Nations seeking an advanced high-payload platform have had to choose between the Apache and the Havoc, both of which come with steep costs and, in the case of the Apache, political conditions dictated by Washington. The Z-21 promises to break this duopoly. China's approach to arms sales has always been transactional and politically flexible. Countries barred from acquiring Western systems, such as Iran, Pakistan, or certain African states, could suddenly find themselves with access to a heavy, radar-equipped gunship at a fraction of the cost of an Apache. The designation Z-21ME is not yet official, but the pattern is clear. Just as the Z-10ME has been marketed as an export-optimized variant, so too will the Z-21 follow this path. The appeal will not only lie in price, but also in availability. China has demonstrated a willingness to deliver weapons quickly and without the political strings that accompany American foreign military sales contracts. For China's aviation industry, the Z-21 represents a technological watershed. To bring such a machine from concept to field trials within a decade reflects enormous strides in materials science, computer-aided design, avionics miniaturization, and, crucially, the industrial discipline needed to mass-produce complex gearboxes and composite rotor blades. Each successful Z-21 that rolls off the assembly line is a quiet repudiation of the assumption that China cannot innovate in high-end aerospace. Even if much of the design DNA is borrowed, the act of synthesis itself, turning disparate inspirations into a coherent working combat platform, is a form of innovation. For Taiwan, the Z-21 is a nightmare in waiting. The island's defense strategy is built upon inflicting unacceptable losses during the first days of an invasion, buying time for outside assistance to arrive. Attack helicopters are particularly lethal in this window. Operating from Type 075 amphibious assault ships or coastal FOBs, Z-21s could sweep ahead of landing craft, suppressing coastal artillery, obliterating armored counterattack forces, and cutting off mobile reserves. With a mast-mounted radar granting them the ability to fire from behind ridgelines, Taiwanese defenders would face a stealthier, more survivable predator than anything China has fielded before. Along the Himalayan frontier with India, the implications are equally significant. India's own attack helicopter fleet, centered on the AH-64E Apache and the domestically developed light combat helicopter, is tailored for high-altitude performance. Yet the Z-21, with its proven testing above 4,000 meters, represents a direct challenge. The battle for dominance in the thin air of Ladakh or Arunachal Pradesh would pit these machines in a contest where payload margins, engine efficiency, and sensor superiority could determine who holds the ridgelines. The Z-21's presence forces India to confront the possibility of parity, or even inferiority, in a domain where it has traditionally enjoyed technological confidence. In the South China Sea, the Z-21 introduces a rotary-wing dimension to China's militarization of artificial islands. Armed with anti-ship missiles or long-range ATGMs repurposed for littoral strike, it could provide overwatch for amphibious landings on disputed reefs or serve as a flexible maritime denial asset. Against Southeast Asian militaries that lack equivalents, its presence alone would serve as a deterrent, reinforcing China's territorial assertions without requiring fixed-wing aircraft to leave hardened bases. Ultimately, the Z-21 is not just a helicopter, it is a signal. It tells the world that China no longer sees itself as a student of military technology, but as a peer competitor in its own right. It embodies the philosophy articulated by PLA strategists. Fight informatized wars with intelligentized systems. In this vision, machines like the Z-21 are stepping stones toward a battlefield where manned, unmanned, and autonomous platforms blur into a seamless web of sensors and shooters. The psychological impact of such a system cannot be ignored. For domestic audiences, state media will portray the Z-21 as proof of China's inevitable rise, a dragon now armored with steel and composite. For adversaries, every unveiled image of its angular canopy and cheek-mounted fairings will be a reminder that the PLA is closing gaps once considered unbridgeable. For arms buyers in the developing world, the Z-21 is the embodiment of an alternative to Western dependency, a herald of a multipolar arms market. The Z-21 is not the end of China's journey in rotorcraft, but rather its beginning. Future variants will almost certainly experiment with more powerful turboshafts, stealth-enhanced fuselages, and unmanned teaming capabilities. It is plausible that within a decade, a Z-21 could control drone wingmen, small, expendable rotorcraft carrying additional sensors or missile pods, mirroring the loyal wingman concept unfolding in the fixed-wing domain. Likewise, navalized variants could emerge, optimized for operations from carriers or larger amphibious vessels. In this sense, the Z-21 is less a singular product than a modular platform, an airframe onto which successive waves of technology can be bolted. Its initial entry into service will mark the close of one chapter, the pursuit of parity, and the opening of another, the pursuit of qualitative advantage. The AVIC Z-21 thus stands as more than a war machine. It is a declaration that China's military-industrial complex has matured into a force capable of producing the symbols of great power status. Where once the world's apex predators of the sky wore stars and stripes, or the Red Star of Russia, they may soon also bear the 5 stars of China's red flag. The helicopter itself may one day be superseded by drones, AI-driven platforms, or technologies not yet imagined. But for the coming decades, the Z-21 will prowl the skies as both weapon and message. That the balance of power in the 21st century will be contested not only at sea and in cyberspace, but also in the beating rotor wash of a new dragon's wings. Somewhere in the American heartland, a metal behemoth weighing nearly 200 tons thunders down a runway. 8 turbofan engines scream in unison. Halfway across the world, another giant, slimmer, younger, yet somehow older in spirit, lifts its nose skyward, a hypersonic missile slung beneath its belly like a technological sword of Damocles. One aircraft first flew when Dwight Eisenhower occupied the White House and Stalin still ruled the Kremlin. The other is a descendant of a Soviet design that Nikita Khrushchev once proudly displayed to the world. Both remain operational today in 2025. Both nations consider them essential to their strategic arsenals. This is not a story about obsolescence. This is a story about how military aviation sometimes works in reverse, where the oldest solutions become the newest platforms, where bombers designed to fight the battles of yesterday become the weapon carriers of tomorrow. Welcome to the peculiar world of the Boeing B-52 Stratofortress and the Xi'an H-6N, 2 aircraft that should have been museum pieces decades ago, yet somehow remain more relevant than ever. The B-52 story begins in 1948, when Boeing engineers received a specification from the United States Air Force that seems almost quaint by modern standards. The military wanted a bomber that could fly 6,000 nautical miles, carry 10,000 pounds of ordnance, and cruise at 300 knots at 40,000 feet. What Boeing delivered 4 years later was something that would outlive every single person involved in its creation. The B-52A first flew on April 15, 1952, and production continued until 1962, with 744 aircraft rolling off assembly lines in Seattle and Wichita. The final variant, the B-52H, entered service in 1961, and here we arrive at the first great paradox. The United States Air Force currently operates 76 of these H models, and plans call for them to remain in service until 2050. That means individual airframes will reach 90 years of operational life. No other military aircraft in history has achieved or is expected to achieve such longevity. The question is not merely how this is possible from an engineering standpoint, but why it remains necessary from a strategic one. The airframe itself tells a story of 1950s engineering philosophy writ large. The B-52H measures 160 feet and 11 inches from nose to tail, with a wingspan of 185 feet. The structure is primarily aluminum alloy, specifically 7075 T6 and 2024 to T3 variants, chosen for their strength-to-weight ratio and, crucially, their resistance to fatigue cracking, though we will return to that last point shortly, because it hides a decades-long engineering struggle. The aircraft employs a high-wing configuration with pronounced anhedral on the outer wing panels, a design choice that provides excellent stability but creates one of the most distinctive silhouettes in aviation history. When a B-52 sits on the ground, it appears to sag, almost weary, with its wings drooping like the shoulders of an exhausted titan. This is not aesthetic. It is the result of structural loading dynamics across a wingspan wider than the Wright brothers' entire first flight. 8 Pratt & Whitney TF-33 P3 turbofan engines hang from 4 dual-pod pylons beneath those wings, each engine generating 17,000 pounds of thrust. The configuration is unusual even by the standards of 1960s design. Most large aircraft distribute engines across the wings. The B-52 clusters them in pairs, creating significant thrust asymmetry if an engine fails. The rationale was twofold: simplified maintenance access and reduced frontal area. In practice, it means that engine-out procedures in a B-52 require immediate and precise control inputs, particularly during takeoff, when asymmetric thrust can induce yaw rates that exceed the rudder authority of most pilots' initial instincts. Training manuals describe the scenario with bureaucratic understatement. Veteran pilots describe it with language not suitable for official publication. The flight deck accommodates 5 crew members, though modern operations typically use 4: pilot, co-pilot, radar navigator, and navigator. The original design included a tail gunner position, and until 1991, the B-52H retained four 12.7mm machine guns in a remotely operated tail turret. The gunner sat in a compartment near the front of the aircraft, controlling the weapons via a sophisticated, for its time, electro-optical system. These guns were removed following the Gulf War, when it became clear that modern air defense systems would destroy a B-52 long before any tailgun could engage a threat. The turret was replaced with electronic countermeasures equipment, a swap that speaks volumes about the evolution of aerial warfare. But here is where the story takes an interesting turn, one that illuminates why the B-52 survives when sleeker, more modern bombers have been retired. The United States Air Force retired the B-1B Lancer fleet from strategic nuclear service decades ago, relegating it to conventional roles and gradually reducing its numbers. The B-2 Spirit, that geometric marvel of stealth technology, numbers only 20 aircraft, costs approximately $2 billion per copy in modern accounting, and requires climate-controlled hangars and maintenance procedures so elaborate they border on ritual. The B-52, by contrast, can be serviced on an open ramp in any weather short of a hurricane. Its systems are well understood by thousands of mechanics, and its operational cost per flight hour, while substantial, is a fraction of either successor platform. More importantly, it has become what engineers call a sensor and weapons truck, a stable, long-endurance platform that can carry an ever-evolving array of standoff weapons without requiring fundamental redesign. This philosophy crystallized during the aircraft's numerous modernization programs, each bearing acronyms that only Pentagon bureaucrats could love. The Combat Network Communications Technology upgrade, completed in phases between 2012 and 2017, replaced analog systems with digital architecture, finally dragging the B-52 into the era of data links and satellite communications. The conventional rotary launcher allows the internal bomb bay to carry 20 smart weapons on a rotating carousel, a concept borrowed from Cold War nuclear loadouts, but adapted for precision-guided munitions. External hardpoints, originally designed for thermonuclear gravity bombs, now accommodate AGM-86 air-launched cruise missiles, AGM-158 joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, and even AGM-183 hypersonic test articles. The B-52 has become a flying test bed precisely because its capacious internal volume and robust wing structure can accommodate nearly anything engineers wish to bolt on. But this adaptability comes at a cost, one measured not in dollars, but in structural fatigue and engineering nightmares. Aluminum does not forget. Every flight cycle, every pressurization and depressurization, every gust encountered at altitude creates microscopic stress within the metal. Over thousands of flights, these stresses accumulate and cracks begin to propagate. The technical term is fatigue crack growth, and it is the silent enemy of every aging aircraft. The B-52 fleet has battled this enemy for decades through a program called Pacer Plank, which sounds like a fitness regimen, but is actually an exhaustive structural inspection and repair protocol. Technicians use eddy current testing, ultrasonic inspection, and computed tomography to map cracks invisible to the naked eye. Structural elements are reinforced, skin panels replaced, and load paths redistributed. Some airframes have had entire wing sections rebuilt. It is ship of Theseus problem rendered in aerospace-grade aluminum. At what point does a B-52 cease to be the aircraft that rolled off the assembly line in 1961 and become something else entirely? The Air Force does not care about the philosophical question. They care that the wings stay attached. Which brings us, inevitably, to the question of replacement. The B-52 was supposed to be replaced by the B-1 Lancer, which was itself supposed to be replaced by the B-2 Spirit, which may eventually be replaced by the B-21 Raider, a stealth bomber currently in development and shrouded in classification levels that make Cold War secrecy look transparent. Yet current planning assumes B-52s will operate alongside B-21s, providing mass and magazine depth while the newer aircraft penetrate defended airspace. The logic is sound. Stealth platforms are exquisite tools for kicking down doors, but once air defenses are suppressed, you want cheap, reliable trucks to deliver tonnage. The B-52 is the ultimate truck, and trucks, history suggests, never go out of style. But if America's strategic bomber is a truck, what exactly is China's H-6N? The Xi'an H-6 lineage begins not in China, but in the Soviet Union of the 1950s, specifically with the Tupolev Design Bureau and a medium bomber designated the Tu-16. Andrei Tupolev's team created the Tu-16 as a swept-wing, twin-engine jet bomber capable of delivering nuclear weapons against targets in Western Europe. The aircraft first flew in 1952, the same year as the B-52, and entered Soviet service in 1954. It was a handsome machine by the aesthetics of the era: sleek fuselage, graceful swept wings, and two enormous McCullen AM-3 turbojet engines buried in the wing roots. The Soviets built approximately 1,500 examples and exported the design to allies, including the nascent People's Republic of China. In 1959, amid warming Sino-Soviet relations that would soon freeze over, the Soviet Union licensed Tu-16 production to China, transferring technical documentation and several airframes. The Chinese designated their version the H-6, and Xi'an Aircraft Corporation began production in 1968, just as the Cultural Revolution was tearing the country apart. That they managed to establish a production line under such conditions speaks to the political importance Beijing assigned to strategic aviation. That the H-6 remains in production today, 57 years later, speaks to something else entirely. The original H-6 was a near copy of the Tu-16, powered by Xi'an WP-8 turbojets, themselves derived from the Soviet McCullen engine. Early variants carried free-fall nuclear weapons and gravity bombs, with defensive armament consisting of 7 23mm cannons in fixed and turreted positions. Performance was adequate for the era: maximum speed of approximately 1,000 kilometers per hour, service ceiling of 13,000 meters, and combat radius around 3,000 kilometers. These figures made the H-6 a credible threat in the regional context of the 1970s and 1980s. But by global standards, even then, the aircraft was approaching obsolescence. Most nations would have moved on. China did not. Instead, they did something peculiar. They kept the basic airframe and updated everything else, iterating through so many variants that tracking them requires a spreadsheet. The H-6A, B, C, D, E, F, G, K, and N models each incorporate incremental improvements, some minor, some fundamental, until the latest versions share only a rough geometric resemblance to the original Tu-16. The H-6N specifically represents the most radical departure yet. The H-6N, publicly revealed in 2019 during a parade in Beijing, incorporates modifications that transform the aircraft's mission profile. The most visually striking change is the addition of a semi-recessed centerline hardpoint, capable of carrying a large externally mounted weapon, specifically the DF-21 or DF-17 hypersonic glide vehicle in an air-launched variant. This required significant structural reinforcement of the fuselage and modification of the internal fuel tankage, as the weapon is both heavy and aerodynamically disruptive. To compensate for reduced internal fuel capacity, the H-6N features a prominent dorsal refueling probe, making it the first H-6 variant capable of in-flight refueling. This extends its operational range significantly, pushing potential combat radius beyond 4,000 kilometers depending on payload and mission profile. The engines have been upgraded to WS-18 turbofans, which are reverse-engineered and improved versions of the Russian D-30KP-2 engine, the same engine family that powers the Il-76 transport and several other Russian aircraft. These engines provide better fuel efficiency and increased thrust compared to earlier turbojets, critical for hauling a multi-ton hypersonic weapon. But let us pause here and examine what this configuration actually means in practical terms, because the H-6N represents a strategic concept that warrants scrutiny. The aircraft is not a penetrating bomber in any traditional sense. Its radar cross-section is enormous by modern standards. Its electronic warfare suite, while undoubtedly improved over earlier variants, cannot compete with dedicated stealth platforms. And its defensive armament, reduced to tail guns or, in some variants, eliminated entirely, offers little protection against modern fighters or surface-to-air missiles. The H-6N is, fundamentally, a missile truck designed to stand off from defended airspace and launch weapons from a distance. The hypersonic weapon it carries is the real threat. The aircraft is merely the delivery mechanism, a flying launch rail that extends the missile's effective range by several thousand kilometers. This makes the H-6N a strategic asset, not because of what it is, but because of what it carries, a distinction that matters greatly when assessing its role in Chinese military planning. The comparison between the B-52 and H-6N thus becomes less about aircraft performance and more about strategic philosophy and operational context. Both are subsonic, both are non-stealthy, and both rely on standoff weapons to prosecute targets in defended airspace. The B-52 is significantly larger, with greater range, payload capacity, and endurance. A B-52H can carry approximately 70,000 pounds of ordnance across a combat radius exceeding 4,500 nautical miles without refueling. The H-6N carries perhaps a third of that payload across roughly half the distance, though in-flight refueling changes the calculation substantially. The B-52 benefits from decades of systematic upgrades, deep institutional knowledge, and an industrial base capable of supporting complex modifications. The H-6N benefits from being newer. Individual airframes have far fewer flight hours. And from continuous production, meaning spare parts remain available and manufacturing expertise has not atrophied. There is also the matter of numbers, which in military affairs often matters more than quality. The United States Air Force operates 76 B-52H aircraft and has no plans to build more. The airframe is simply too old, the tooling long since scrapped. China operates an estimated 150 to 200 H-6 variants across all models, with production continuing. Even accounting for older variants that may be less capable, this numerical advantage is significant. In any conflict scenario, attrition becomes a factor. Losing 5 B-52s out of 76 is a 7% fleet reduction. Losing 10 H-6s out of 150 is a 6.7% reduction. But the absolute numbers tell a different story. The American force is irreplaceable in the short to medium term. The Chinese force can be replenished, at least until the production line eventually closes or transitions to a next-generation design. But numbers and payload capacity do not capture the full picture, because modern aerial warfare is as much about sensors, networks, and electronic warfare as it is about bombs and missiles. The B-52's recent upgrades emphasize network integration, the ability to receive targeting data from off-board sensors, coordinate with other platforms in real time, and serve as a node in a broader kill chain. The AN/APG-79 AESA radar, planned for integration under future modernization programs, would give the B-52 synthetic aperture radar mapping and ground-moving target indication capabilities far beyond its original design parameters. Link 16 data links connect the aircraft to Navy ships, AWACS platforms, fighters, and even satellite constellations, creating a common operational picture that transcends individual platform limitations. The B-52 becomes not just a bomber, but an information node, capable of launching weapons against targets it cannot even see, based on data provided by sensors hundreds of miles away. We know less about the H-6N's avionics and network integration, largely because China does not publish detailed technical specifications of its military systems. Open-source intelligence suggests the aircraft features modern glass cockpit displays, digital flight controls, and data link capabilities compatible with Chinese military networks. The exact capabilities of its radar, electronic warfare suite, and targeting systems remain subjects of speculation informed by analysis of Chinese defense industry developments and occasional official statements. What we do know is that the H-6N operates within a broader Chinese anti-access area denial strategy, working in conjunction with ground-based radars, satellites, and maritime patrol aircraft to create overlapping sensor coverage of the Western Pacific. The aircraft's role is to extend the reach of Chinese missile forces, particularly against high-value maritime targets such as aircraft carriers, which brings us to one of the more interesting aspects of this comparison: the weapons themselves. The B-52 can carry the AGM-86B air-launched cruise missile, a subsonic weapon with a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers, armed with either a conventional or nuclear warhead. It can carry the AGM-158 JSSM, a stealthy cruise missile with reduced radar cross-section and ranges between 370 and 1,000 kilometers, depending on variant. It is being tested with the AGM-183ARW, a hypersonic weapon intended to compete with Russian and Chinese developments, though this program has experienced delays and technical setbacks that suggest hypersonics remain harder than brochures imply. The B-52 can also carry the venerable Harpoon anti-ship missile, naval mines, and literally tons of unguided or precision-guided bombs for use in permissive environments. This flexibility is the aircraft's greatest asset. Mission planners can configure loadouts for virtually any scenario, from nuclear deterrence to close air support. The H-6N, conversely, appears optimized for a narrower mission set. Its primary weapon is likely an air-launched variant of the DF-21 or DF-17 missile system. The DF-21D, in its ground-launched form, is China's much-discussed carrier-killer anti-ship ballistic missile designed to strike moving ships at sea from ranges exceeding 1,500 kilometers. An air-launched version extends this range further and complicates defensive planning as the launch point is mobile and unpredictable. The DF-17 incorporates a hypersonic glide vehicle that maneuvers during re-entry, making interception extremely difficult with current missile defense systems. If the H-6N can reliably deliver these weapons from standoff ranges while refueling en route, it becomes a significant threat to surface action groups operating in the Western Pacific. But, and this is a substantial but, the entire kill chain depends on finding, tracking, and targeting a moving carrier group across thousands of square miles of ocean in an environment contested by American submarines, fighters, and electronic warfare assets. Carrying a hypersonic missile is impressive. Using it effectively against a maneuvering, defended target is another matter entirely. This leads us into the realm of operational reality versus theoretical capability, a distinction that separates propaganda from genuine military effectiveness. The B-52 has been tested in combat repeatedly. Vietnam, the Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq, and various smaller operations spanning 7 decades. Its crews have accumulated institutional knowledge under fire. Its systems have been debugged in operational conditions, and its maintenance procedures have been refined through millions of flight hours. When a B-52 takes off on a mission, there is high confidence it will perform as expected because it has performed thousands of times before. The H-6N has never been used in combat. Its hypersonic weapons have been tested, presumably on ranges under controlled conditions, but the integration of aircraft, weapon, targeting network, and operational environment has not been validated in the chaos of actual warfare. This does not mean it would fail. New systems can work exactly as designed, but history suggests first combat use often reveals problems that testing does not. There is also the matter of pilot training and operational proficiency. factors difficult to quantify but critically important. American B-52 crews train constantly with extensive simulator time, live flight training, and participation in large-scale exercises like Red Flag that simulate high-intensity conflict. They practice aerial refueling, low-altitude penetration, electronic warfare scenarios, and coordination with other services. Chinese H-6 crews presumably train as well, but the frequency, realism, and intensity of that training remain opaque to outside observers. Training is expensive, both in financial terms and in wear on airframes. Nations sometimes economize on flight hours, substituting simulator time or reducing training scope to extend airframe life or conserve budgets. Whether China prioritizes intensive training for H-6N crews or manages them more conservatively is unknown, but it matters greatly in determining actual operational capability. Let us turn now to the question of modernization potential, because both aircraft face decisions about their futures. The B-52 is approaching a remarkable milestone. The planned re-engining program, designated the Commercial Engine Replacement Program, will swap the 8 TF-33 turbofans for 8 Rolls-Royce F-130 engines derived from the BR-725 business jet engine. These new engines offer 25 to 30% better fuel efficiency, increased thrust, reduced maintenance requirements, and compliance with modern environmental regulations. Yes, even strategic bombers must now worry about emission standards, a development that would have baffled Cold War planners. The re-engining will extend the B-52's service life and reduce operating costs, making it viable into the 2050s as planned. Additional upgrades include new radars, upgraded avionics, and integration of new weapons as they enter service. The B-52 will outlive its designers, its original crews, and quite possibly the children of its original crews. The H-6N, being much newer in terms of design evolution, faces different choices. China is developing the H-20, a stealth bomber program that remains highly classified but is generally assessed to be similar in concept to the American B-2 or B-21, a flying wing design optimized for penetrating air defenses. When the H-20 enters service, current estimates suggest sometime in the late 2020s or early 2030s, it will presumably take over high-end penetration missions, relegating the H-6 family to secondary roles. However, given China's geographic position and strategic requirements, there will likely remain a need for mass and magazine depth, roles the H-6 fills adequately. Continued production of upgraded H-6 variants alongside H-20 deployment seems plausible, mirroring the American approach of pairing stealth and non-stealth bombers. Alternatively, China might pursue an entirely new design, or might simply run the H-6 line until airframes fatigue and attrition depletes the fleet. The decision depends on budgets, industrial capacity, strategic priorities, and technological maturation, variables that are difficult to predict even for domestic analysts, let alone foreign observers. What we can assess is the underlying strategic logic that makes these ancient designs relevant in 2025. Both nations maintain them because they fill a specific niche: long endurance, high payload platforms capable of delivering standoff weapons from outside defended airspace. In an era where stealth dominates public discussion, it is tempting to dismiss non-stealthy bombers as obsolete. This dismissal is premature. Stealth is not invisibility, it is reduced detection range. A stealth bomber might penetrate to within 50 or 100 kilometers of a target before being engaged. A non-stealthy bomber might be detected at 300 kilometers. If your weapon has a range of 1,000 kilometers, detection range becomes irrelevant. You launch from standoff distance regardless. In such scenarios, what matters is payload, endurance, and cost-effectiveness. The B-52 and H-6N excel at these metrics precisely because they are old and simple. Their engineering is understood, their systems debugged, and their operational procedures refined. There is a deeper irony at work here, one that reflects broader trends in military technology. Cutting-edge systems often promise revolutionary capabilities but deliver incremental improvements at exponentially increasing costs. The B-2 Spirit is magnificent, but at $2 billion per aircraft and availability rates that require climate-controlled hangars and constant maintenance, it is a boutique capability. The F-35 Lightning II is technologically remarkable, but its development cost hundreds of billions and its maintenance demands continue to exceed predictions. Meanwhile, the humble B-52 plods along, doing its job with systems that would seem archaic if they weren't so effective. This is not to argue against modernization or new capabilities. Stealth matters, advanced sensors matter, hypersonics matter, but rather to note that military effectiveness is a function of the entire force structure, not just the shiniest platforms. Old trucks still haul freight. The H-6N represents China's recognition of this same principle. Rather than wait for a clean-sheet next-generation bomber to emerge from development, they took an existing design, already old when they acquired it, and modified it incrementally to carry new weapons. The result is not aesthetically pleasing to aviation enthusiasts who prefer swept-wing elegance or stealthy angles, but it is operationally relevant and industrially achievable. China's defense industry has struggled with advanced engine development, high-performance fighter designs, and carrier-based aviation. The H-6 program succeeds precisely because it does not push technological boundaries. It is evolutionary, not revolutionary, and in military procurement, evolutionary programs tend to enter service on schedule, while revolutionary ones experience delays measured in decades. This brings us to a question that hovers over all discussions of aging military platforms, sustainability, and industrial-based considerations. The United States faces a peculiar problem. Boeing no longer manufactures large military aircraft in the quantities it once did. The production lines that built 744 B-52s are gone, the tooling scrapped or sold as scrap metal decades ago. If the United States wanted to build new B-52s today, even with original blueprints, the cost would be astronomical. Every piece of tooling would need to be recreated, suppliers requalified, and workers retrained. It is economically and practically infeasible. This makes the existing 76 airframes irreplaceable in any time frame relevant to current planning. China, conversely, maintains an active H-6 production line. While this ties up industrial capacity that could theoretically be used for more advanced designs, it also means they possess the institutional knowledge, tooling, and workforce to sustain and expand the fleet. This is a strategic asset in its own right, particularly given the uncertainties of next-generation programs. Let us consider the operational environments these aircraft might face in a high-intensity conflict, because that is ultimately how their value must be judged. In a conflict over Taiwan, the H-6N would operate from bases in mainland China, launching hypersonic or cruise missiles against American carrier groups, air bases in Japan or Guam, and high-value targets such as command nodes or logistics hubs. The aircraft would likely fly under escort from Chinese fighters, protected by layered air defenses over friendly territory, and attempt to launch weapons from maximum standoff range before retreating to base. American forces would attempt to intercept these bombers before weapon release, using carrier-based fighters, long-range interceptors from Japan, and potentially submarine-launched anti-aircraft weapons if such systems reach operational status. The H-6N's survival depends on remaining outside the engagement envelope of American fighters and surface-to-air missiles long enough to launch, a matter of minutes or even seconds in high-speed intercepts. The B-52 in the same scenario would likely operate from bases in Guam, Australia, or even the continental United States, with multiple aerial refuelings. It would launch cruise missiles or hypersonic weapons from standoff ranges exceeding 1,000 kilometers, targeting Chinese air defenses, naval assets, and airfields. The aircraft would not attempt to penetrate Chinese airspace. That mission would fall to stealthy B-21s or F-35s. The B-52's job is to deliver tonnage from safe distances, overwhelming defenses through sheer volume of fire. Chinese forces would attempt to destroy these bombers on the ground through ballistic missile strikes on their bases, or intercept them using long-range fighters and surface-to-air missiles if they venture within range. Both sides face similar operational challenges, finding and targeting enemy platforms in a vast and contested operational area, surviving long enough to employ weapons, and achieving mission objectives before losses become unsustainable. This symmetry is striking. Despite their different origins, sizes, and capabilities, the B-52 and H-6N occupy analogous positions in their respective force structures. Both are legacy platforms adapted to carry modern weapons. Both rely on standoff tactics rather than penetration. Both would operate in coordination with other assets, fighters, tankers, intelligence platforms, to create effects greater than any single platform could achieve. And both would face existential threats from enemy air defenses and interceptors, making their survival a matter of tactics, timing, and luck as much as inherent capability. In a sense, they are mirror images. One Western, one Eastern, one enormous, one medium-sized, one ancient, one merely old, yet both serving the same strategic function. The question of effectiveness versus cost deserves examination. Operating a B-52H costs approximately $70,000 per flight hour, a figure that includes fuel, maintenance, crew salaries, and proportional overhead. This is expensive, but consider the alternatives. A B-2 Spirit costs approximately $130,000 per flight hour, nearly double. A B-52 sortie delivering 20 cruise missiles represents a substantial investment, but if those missiles destroy their targets, the cost-effectiveness calculation is favorable compared to alternatives like manned fighters, which carry fewer weapons and face greater risk. We lack reliable figures for H-6N operating costs, but Chinese labor costs and domestically produced engines likely make it cheaper to operate than the B-52, perhaps significantly so. If both platforms achieve similar mission effects, launching standoff weapons against high-value targets, then cost per mission becomes a relevant metric, one that favors simpler, older designs over newer, more complex ones. There is a philosophical dimension to this discussion that extends beyond pure military analysis. The continued operation of 70-year-old bombers speaks to the nature of technological progress and the gap between innovation and obsolescence. We live in an era where consumer electronics become outdated in years, where software platforms rise and fall within a decade, yet military platforms designed during the Korean War remain operational. This is partly due to the conservative nature of military procurement. Aircraft must be safe, reliable, and proven before entering service, but also reflects the physics of flight and warfare, which change slowly, if at all. An aircraft must still generate lift, overcome drag, and carry payload. A bomber must still deliver weapons to target and return safely. These fundamental requirements have not changed since the Wright brothers, and the engineering solutions that worked in 1952 still work today, provided they are maintained and updated appropriately. But perhaps the most important factor is strategic inertia and the institutional difficulty of replacing capabilities. Developing a new bomber requires decades, concept studies, prototyping, testing, production ramp-up, crew training, and operational integration. During this time, existing platforms must continue operating, which means maintaining them, which means investing in upgrades, which increases sunk costs and makes replacement less attractive. The B-52 was supposed to be replaced by the B-70 Valkyrie, which was canceled, then by the B-1, which was canceled, then revived, then relegated to conventional missions. Then by the B-2, which was cut from 132 aircraft to 21. Now the B-21 is supposed to replace everything, but it is still in development, and current plans assume it will supplement rather than replace the B-52. Each failed or truncated replacement program extends the B-52's service life, and each extension justifies further investment in upgrades. The result is an aircraft that has become institutionally immortal. China faces a similar dynamic with the H-6. They have attempted to develop indigenous bombers before. The Xi'an H-8 program of the 1990s was canceled, and the H-20 stealth bomber remains in development with an uncertain timeline. Meanwhile, the H-6 production line continues because it provides operational capability today, not theoretical capability tomorrow. The institutional momentum behind existing programs is powerful. Canceling them requires not just a replacement, but a replacement that is clearly superior, affordable, and achievable on a reasonable timeline. Given the technical challenges of stealth, advanced engines, and integrated avionics, the conservative choice is to continue iterating on proven designs while pursuing next-generation capabilities in parallel. This is not backwards thinking. It is risk management. One aspect often overlooked in platform comparisons is the human element, the crews who fly these machines and the maintainers who keep them airworthy. A B-52 crew includes pilots who graduated from the Air Force Academy, or ROTC, underwent intensive flight training, and spent years accumulating experience on type. They are professionals who train constantly and operate within a well-established institutional framework. Maintenance personnel attend specialized schools, earn certifications, and work within a culture that emphasizes safety and reliability. This human infrastructure is as important as the aircraft itself. A perfectly good bomber is useless if no one knows how to fly or fix it. The United States Air Force has maintained this infrastructure for 70 years, across multiple generations of crews. That continuity is a strategic asset, often invisible in spreadsheet comparisons of thrust-to-weight ratios and radar cross-sections. We know less about Chinese bomber crews and maintainers, but some inferences are possible. The People's Liberation Army Air Force has expanded rapidly over the past 2 decades, transitioning from a force focused on homeland defense to one capable of regional power projection. This expansion required training thousands of new pilots and maintainers, establishing new bases, and developing operational doctrines for missions the force had never performed. The H-6 fleet, particularly newer variants like the H-6N, likely receives priority for personnel and resources, but the sheer scale of expansion raises questions about depth of experience. A pilot with 500 hours on type has less accumulated knowledge than one with 2,000 hours. A maintenance technician with 2 years' experience will miss problems a 10-year veteran would catch. These differences matter in high-stress operational environments where split-second decisions and intuitive troubleshooting determine success or failure. Let us return briefly to the weapons these platforms carry, because in modern warfare, the missile often matters more than the bomber. The AGM-86 air-launched cruise missile, first deployed in the 1980s, is a subsonic weapon that uses terrain-following radar and GPS guidance to navigate to targets. It is relatively easy to intercept with modern air defenses if detected, but its small radar cross-section and low-altitude flight profile make detection challenging. Launch a few dozen simultaneously from different directions, and even sophisticated defenses can be overwhelmed through sheer volume. The AGM-158 JASSM improves on this with reduced radar cross-section, more advanced guidance, and longer range. The extended range JASSM-ER exceeds 1,000 kilometers, allowing launch from deep in friendly airspace. These weapons turn the B-52 into a standoff platform that need never enter hostile airspace to strike deep targets. The Chinese weapons carried by the H-6N are less well documented, but appear to include several systems of concern to American planners. The YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship cruise missile, with speeds exceeding Mach 3 and ranges around 400 kilometers, threatens surface vessels with limited reaction time. The CJ-20 land attack cruise missile, similar in concept to the American Tomahawk, provides precision strike capability against fixed targets at ranges up to 2,000 kilometers. And the air-launched ballistic missiles, potentially DF-21 or DF-17 variants, represent a unique threat category. These weapons follow a ballistic or quasi-ballistic trajectory, reaching high altitudes before descending on targets at hypersonic speeds. Intercepting them requires either boost phase interception, shooting them down shortly after launch, which is tactically difficult, or terminal phase interception with advanced missile defense systems. Current American naval missile defense can engage some ballistic threats, but hypersonic glide vehicles that maneuver during re-entry present problems that existing systems struggle to address. This asymmetry in weapons technology is worth examining. American cruise missiles are highly capable, but they are largely subsonic, relying on stealth and numbers to achieve effects. Chinese missiles include supersonic and hypersonic options that trade stealth for speed, betting that velocity compresses defensive reaction time enough to achieve penetration. Which philosophy is superior depends on the specific scenario. Against dense, layered defenses, stealthy subsonic missiles may achieve better penetration rates. Against lighter or distracted defenses, supersonic speed may prove more effective. The reality is that both approaches have merit, and both nations are pursuing both types. The United States is developing hypersonic weapons while China continues producing stealthy cruise missiles. The platforms that carry them, whether B-52 or HU-6N, matter less than the weapons themselves and the tactics employed. Tactical employment is where theory meets reality and where doctrine, training, and innovation separate effective forces from paper tigers. The B-52 benefits from decades of doctrinal evolution, refined through exercises and actual combat. American planners understand how to integrate bombers into joint operations, coordinating with fighters providing escort, tankers enabling extended range, AWACS providing situational awareness, and electronic warfare assets, jamming enemy sensors. They practice suppression of enemy air defenses, using decoys, jamming, and direct attack to create windows for bomber strikes. They rehearse timing and coordination so that multiple elements converge simultaneously, overwhelming defenses through synchronized action. This level of integration is difficult to achieve and requires extensive training and communications infrastructure. China has developed its own doctrines, drawing on foreign study, indigenous innovation, and lessons from conflicts it has observed but not participated in. The H-6N likely fits into a broader anti-access area denial strategy designed to deter American intervention in a Taiwan scenario by threatening high-value assets like aircraft carriers. Chinese doctrine presumably emphasizes massed missile strikes, leveraging both ground-launched and air-launched weapons to saturate defenses. The H-6N extends the range and flexibility of this approach, allowing launch from variable azimuths and complicating American defensive planning. But doctrine developed in peacetime and validated in exercises is not the same as doctrine proven in combat. The gap between the two has surprised many militaries throughout history, usually unpleasantly. Let us consider sustainability in a protracted conflict, a factor that rarely receives attention but determines who wins long wars. The B-52 fleet, though small, benefits from an enormous American industrial base and global logistics network. Parts can be manufactured, aircraft repaired, and weapons replenished from stocks located worldwide. The United States has refined these processes over decades of sustained operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere. Surge capacity exists to increase sortie rates significantly if required, though at the cost of accelerated wear. The H-6 fleet is larger numerically, but depends on a production line that might be vulnerable to attack, and a logistics system that has never been tested in high-intensity combat. China's industrial capacity is formidable, but converting industrial capacity into combat sustainability requires more than factories. It requires secure supply lines, trained personnel, and the organizational capability to sustain operations under stress. Attrition rates in a high-intensity conflict between peer or near-peer adversaries would likely be shockingly high compared to modern expectations. Both sides possess advanced air defenses, capable fighters, and anti-aircraft systems designed specifically to counter threats like bombers. Even with standoff tactics, some percentage of sorties will result in losses, mechanical failures, interceptions, missile defense successes, or simple bad luck. Losing 1 or 2 aircraft per week from a fleet of 76 means the force is depleted in less than a year. Losing 5 per week makes it unsustainable within months. China's larger fleet provides a buffer, but their aircraft are also more likely to face interception if operating in contested airspace near American carrier groups protected by layered defenses. Sustainability becomes a race between each side's ability to generate sorties, achieve mission effects, and accept losses without mission collapse. The nuclear dimension cannot be ignored, though it is rarely discussed in polite analytical circles. Both the B-52 and H-6 variants are capable of delivering nuclear weapons. The B-52H was designed from the outset as a strategic nuclear bomber, carrying gravity bombs or air-launched cruise missiles armed with thermonuclear warheads. The H-6 serves a similar role in Chinese nuclear strategy, providing an airborne leg of the nuclear triad alongside land-based missiles and ballistic missile submarines. In a conventional conflict, these nuclear-capable platforms would operate under strict control measures to avoid miscalculation or inadvertent escalation. But their mere presence in the battle space creates ambiguity. Is that bomber carrying conventional cruise missiles or nuclear-armed weapons? Does shooting it down constitute an attack on the enemy's nuclear forces, potentially triggering escalation? These questions complicate targeting decisions and create escalation risks that both sides must manage carefully. There is a strange beauty in the fact that these ancient machines remain relevant in an age of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and directed energy weapons. The B-52 and H-6N are relics of a different era, analog dinosaurs in a digital age, yet they persist because the fundamental missions they perform remain necessary. You still need to deliver large amounts of ordnance across great distances. You still need platforms with enough endurance to loiter, enough payload to matter, and enough simplicity to maintain. The newest technologies enhance these platforms: better radars, smarter weapons, more efficient engines. But the basic airframe designed with slide rules and wind tunnels still works. There is a lesson here about the pace of military innovation and the endurance of good enough solutions. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. And in military aviation, good enough has kept the B-52 flying for 70 years. As we approach the conclusion of this analysis, it is worth reflecting on what the continued operation of these bombers tells us about strategic planning and national priorities. The United States chooses to extend B-52 service life rather than accelerate next-generation bomber production, a decision driven by budgets, industrial capacity, and confidence that upgraded legacy platforms remain viable. China chooses to continue H-6 production and evolution rather than wait for the H-20, a decision driven by operational necessity and the pragmatic recognition that available capability beats future promises. Both nations are making rational calculations based on their specific circumstances, threat perceptions, and resource constraints. Neither approach is clearly superior in the abstract. Context determines effectiveness. The B-52 Stratofortress and CN-H-6N represent parallel evolution towards similar operational niches from radically different starting points. One is a giant, a relic of American industrial might at its zenith, kept flying through sheer determination and continuous modernization. The other is a derivative, adapted and improved over decades from a Soviet design, kept in production because it meets current needs adequately. Both will eventually be replaced by more modern platforms, the B-21 Raider, the H-20, or systems we cannot yet imagine. But that day remains years or decades away. Until then, these ancient bombers will continue to rumble down runways, lift improbable amounts of weight into the sky, and serve as instruments of national power for nations that have invested 70 years in keeping them relevant. In the end, the comparison is less about which aircraft is superior and more about what the continued relevance of both tells us about modern warfare. Technology matters, but so does doctrine, training, industrial capacity, and strategic integration. The most advanced platform means little if it cannot be sustained, if crews cannot employ it effectively, or if the broader force structure does not support its operations. Both the B-52 and H-6N succeed not because they are technological marvels. They are not, but because they fit within coherent strategies, leverage industrial bases capable of sustaining them, and perform missions their respective nations need performed. They are, in their own ways, perfectly adequate tools for the strategic environments they inhabit. And in military affairs, adequate tools that exist today will always trump perfect tools that might exist tomorrow. The story of these bombers is ultimately a story about persistence, adaptation, and the long shadow cast by Cold War engineering. They are monuments to an era when nations built things expecting them to last, when over-engineering was a virtue rather than a cost liability, and when the pace of technological change allowed designs to mature over decades rather than becoming obsolete within years. We will likely never see their like again, not because we cannot build aircraft with similar performance, but because the strategic, industrial, and budgetary conditions that created them no longer exist. They are the last of their kind, and when the final B-52 lands for the last time, sometime around 2050, and when the last H-6 is retired, whenever that may be, an era will truly end. Until then, they fly on, ancient giants in a world that has moved past them, yet somehow still needs exactly what they offer: steady, reliable, unglamorous delivery of violence across distances that matter. That is their legacy, and it is a strangely enduring one. Forget the sterile language of procurement documents and the clean lines of an engineering schematic. The soul of an attack helicopter is forged in the violent physics of combat. It is in the precise whine of a turboshaft engine spooling up, the menacing glint of a sensor turret swiveling to lock onto a heat signature miles away, and the brutal finality of a 30mm cannon shell impacting armor. This is not a realm of abstract strategy, but a brutal, tangible reality where every design choice, from the composition of a rotor blade to the algorithm in a fire control computer, is a life-or-death wager. In this arena, two titans now circle each other. One is the Boeing AH-64 Apache, the battle-scarred champion of the West, a machine whose silhouette is synonymous with American air power. The other is the Changhe Z-10, Fierce Thunderbolt, the lean, ambitious challenger from a rising superpower engineered to contest that dominance. To pit them against each other is not merely to compare hardware. It is to witness a clash of doctrines, a duel between industrial philosophies, and a preview of the next chapter in the savage art of war fought between the treetops and the sky. The doctrinal DNA of these two machines was written decades apart, in different jungles and on different planes, shaped by opposing anxieties. The American concept of the attack helicopter was born in the crucible of Vietnam. Initial efforts to simply bolt weapons onto transport helicopters like the Sikorsky H-34 proved inadequate against the increasing intensity of ground fire from Viet Cong and NVA troops. This experience led to a critical doctrinal split, the separation of transport and attack roles. The result was the development of dedicated gunships and the refinement of hunter-killer tactics, a deadly aerial ballet that defined American rotary wing employment for generations. Light, nimble scout helicopters like the Hughes OH-6A Cayuse, nicknamed the Loach, would fly low and slow, deliberately drawing enemy fire. Once the hidden enemy revealed their position, the killer, a heavily armed Bell AH-1 Cobra circling at a higher altitude, would swoop in to deliver a devastating barrage of rockets and minigun fire. This philosophy prioritized standoff engagement, precision, and survivability through tactics like nap of the earth flight, using terrain to mask the helicopter's approach. The AH-64 Apache was the ultimate technological culmination of this doctrine, conceived not for counterinsurgency in jungles, but to halt the tide of Soviet armor expected to pour through the Fulda Gap. Its purpose was singular and terrifying: to be a flying tank destroyer, a sniper capable of killing from behind a hill, deep in enemy territory. The Soviet Union, observing the American experience in Vietnam, drew a starkly different conclusion. Where the Americans saw the need for a specialized hunter, Soviet designers like Mikhail Mil envisioned a flying tank, or more accurately, a flying infantry fighting vehicle. Their doctrine was not one of standoff precision, but of brutal combined arms assault. The result was the Mil Mi-24, affectionately nicknamed the Crocodile. It was a beast of a machine, heavily armed and armored, but with the unique and somewhat baffling ability to carry a squad of 8 fully equipped soldiers in its passenger cabin. The Hind was not meant to hide behind hills. It was designed to lead the charge, to suppress enemy positions with overwhelming salvos of unguided rockets, and then disgorge troops to seize critical objectives like bridges or command posts, acting as an integral part of the ground offensive. This philosophy prioritized offensive momentum and raw firepower over the surgical precision sought by the West. It is from this divergent lineage that the Z-10 emerged. Chinese designers, starting their dedicated attack helicopter program in the mid-1990s, had the benefit of studying both approaches. They sought Russian consultation from the Kamov Design Bureau, but ultimately rejected the heavily armored flying tank concept, opting instead for a lighter, more agile airframe. This decision, driven partly by design philosophy and partly by the harsh reality of engine limitations, created a machine that embodies a hybrid doctrine, possessing the tandem seat, dedicated attack layout of a Western helicopter, but with a unique emphasis on agility and a weapon suite that suggests a willingness to engage in direct aerial combat, a concept far from the minds of the Apache's original designers. The AH-64 Apache is an exercise in engineering for a high-intensity battlefield where every component is optimized for survivability and lethality. Its airframe, while appearing conventional, is a fortress built primarily of aircraft aluminum alloys, but designed with meticulous attention to combat resilience. The entire structure is rated to withstand hits from 12.7 mm projectiles from any angle, and critical areas can tolerate direct impacts from 23 mm high explosive or armor-piercing rounds, a common caliber for Soviet-era anti-aircraft guns. This protection is not merely skin-deep. The design incorporates over 1,100 kilograms of armor, including a transparent blast shield separating the pilot and co-pilot gunner, CPG, in their tandem cockpits, ensuring that a single hit is less likely to incapacitate both crew members. The rotor blades themselves are designed to be damage-tolerant, constructed with 5 stainless steel spars that allow them to sustain projectile strikes and continue functioning. The fuel system is self-sealing, and the entire airframe is designed to meet the stringent MIL STD 1290 crashworthiness standards with heavy-duty, fixed tailwheel landing gear whose struts are engineered to collapse in a controlled manner during a hard landing, absorbing immense kinetic energy to protect the crew. This is not a machine designed for elegance. It is designed to fly through a wall of lead, complete its mission, and bring its crew home. Powering this aerial behemoth are 2 General Electric T700 turboshaft engines, a family of power plants whose own development was a direct result of lessons learned in Vietnam, emphasizing reliability, modularity for ease of maintenance, and performance in hot and high conditions. The initial AH-64A models were fitted with the T700 GE701 variant, producing around 1,265 kilobars, 1,096 shp each. As the Apache's mission systems grew in weight and complexity, the engines evolved in lockstep. Later models received the uprated T700 GE701C, pushing output to 1,342 kilowatts, 1,800 shp. The current AH-64E Guardian variant is equipped with the formidable T700 GE701D, each delivering up to 1,487 kilobars, nearly 2,000 shp. This consistent and deliberate growth in power has been the key enabler of the Apache's longevity, allowing the nearly 50-year-old airframe design to accommodate successive generations of heavier, more power-hungry sensors and weapons, keeping it at the apex of the world's attack helicopter fleets. The true essence of the Apache, however, lies not in its brawn, but in its senses. The original A model revolutionized night combat with its target acquisition and designation sight, each pilot night vision system, TADS PNVS. A rotating turret on the nose containing a forward-looking infrared, FLIR system that allowed the crew to navigate and attack with precision in total darkness and adverse weather. This system has since been upgraded to the modernized TADS PNVS, also known as Arrowhead, which provides vastly improved image resolution and greater standoff ranges, allowing crews to identify and engage targets from farther away. Yet the system that truly defines the modern Apache is the AN/APG-78 Longbow Fire Control Radar, housed in a distinctive dome atop the main rotor mast. This placement is a tactical masterstroke, allowing the Apache to remain concealed behind terrain or buildings, exposing only the radar dome to scan the battlefield. Operating in the K-band, this millimeter-wave radar is resistant to jamming and ground clutter and can automatically detect, classify, and prioritize up to 128 targets within a 30-second span, engaging up to 16 of them simultaneously. Initially developed with an 8-kilometer range, subsequent upgrades have more than doubled this and added a maritime mode for engaging naval targets. This system transforms the Apache from a mere gunship into an airborne battlefield commander, capable of unparalleled situational awareness. The talons of this predator are as sophisticated as its eyes. The primary gun is the 30mm M230 chain gun, an externally powered cannon with a deliberate rate of fire of 625 rounds per minute, fed from a magazine holding up to 1,200 rounds of M789 high-explosive dual-purpose HEDP ammunition. Each M789 round can penetrate over 25mm of rolled homogeneous armor, making it lethal against light armored vehicles and personnel. The gun's most revolutionary feature is its integration with the integrated helmet and display sighting system, IADSS, which slaves the gun's turret to the gunner's head movements. Where the gunner looks, the gun points. For area suppression, the Apache carries Hydra 70 2.75-inch rockets in 19-tube M261 launchers, capable of delivering a variety of warheads from high explosive to flechette and illumination rounds. In a perfect example of iterative modernization, these unguided rockets can be transformed into precision munitions with the addition of the Advanced Precision Kill Weapon System, APKWS, Laser Guidance Kit. The Apache's premier weapon, however, is the AGM-114 Hellfire missile. This weapon has evolved alongside the helicopter. Early variants were semi-active laser-guided, requiring the helicopter or another platform to keep a laser spot on the target until impact. The advent of the longbow radar brought with it the AGM-114L Longbow Hellfire, which uses its own active millimeter-wave radar seeker to home in on targets identified by the APG-78, creating a true fire-and-forget capability. The latest iteration, the AGM-114R Romeo, features a multi-purpose warhead that combines shape-charge anti-tank capabilities with a blast fragmentation sleeve, allowing a single missile to effectively engage everything from heavy tanks to buildings and patrol boats. With a range exceeding 8 km and a speed of Mach 1.3, the Hellfire allows the Apache to kill with impunity from well outside the range of most battlefield air defenses. The Apache is not merely a collection of parts, it is a deeply integrated weapon system, a testament to a design philosophy that anticipated technological growth from its inception. The airframe was built with the margins to accept more weight and power, and the longbow radar was not an afterthought, but a planned evolution that fundamentally rewrote the rules of engagement for attack helicopters, cementing the Apache's status as the benchmark against which all others are measured. The Changhe Z-10, known as Fierce Thunderbolt, presents a fascinating counterpoint, a machine born from a complex mix of foreign assistance, indigenous innovation, and pragmatic compromise. Its airframe adopts the classic Western tandem seat configuration, but its execution is distinct. The fuselage is remarkably slender, featuring a narrow rhombic cross-section with canted sides that form a hexagonal frontal profile, a design choice explicitly aimed at reducing its radar cross-section, RCS. This focus on signature management is a core element of its design philosophy. The airframe is constructed from a mix of aluminum alloy and a significant proportion of composite materials, accounting for roughly 30% of its mass, with radar-absorbent materials applied to further decrease its detectability. Its protection scheme is more selective than the Apache's all-encompassing armor. The cockpit canopy is protected by 38mm thick bulletproof glass rated to stop 7.62mm rounds, while composite armor under the cabin and around critical components provides protection against 12.7mm machine gun fire. The export-oriented Z-10ME variant enhances this with modular bolt-on armor packages made from advanced ceramic and graphene-based materials for the cockpit and engine compartments. A key feature is its sophisticated infrared signature suppression system. The engine exhausts are mixed with cool air, and on the latest ME variant, the nozzles are redirected to face upwards, using the downwash from the 5-bladed main rotor to further disperse the hot exhaust gases, making it a more difficult target for heat-seeking missiles. The story of the Z-10's propulsion is a saga of ambition-meeting geopolitical reality. The initial prototypes were powered by two capable Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6C-7C turboshaft engines, each producing about 1,142 kilobars, 1,531 shp, which gave the airframe excellent performance. However, U.S. government intervention and sanctions cut off this supply, forcing Chinese engineers to turn to the indigenous WZ-9 turboshaft engine. Early versions of the WZ-9 were significantly underpowered, producing only around 957, 1,000 kcal, 1,283, 1,341 shp. This power deficit had a cascading effect on the entire design, forcing a drastic weight-saving program that saw the removal of some subsystems and a reduction in armor on the initial production batches, preventing the helicopter from carrying its maximum intended payload. It is a classic case of an airframe waiting for its engine. This shortfall has only recently been rectified with the development of the improved WS-9C and WS-9G variants, which now produce power in the 1,200 kcal, 1,600 ETSRSP class, finally allowing the Z-10ME to realize the full potential of its design. The sensory suite of the Z-10 reflects a different evolutionary path than the Apache's. Its primary targeting tool is a nose-mounted electro-optical turret, designated WXG-1006, which houses the standard array of FLIR, a daylight TV camera, and a laser rangefinder designator. While effective, the true innovation lies in its defensive systems. The Z-10 is equipped with the YH-96, touted as China's first fully integrated electronic warfare suite. This system combines radar warning receivers, RWR, laser warning receivers, LWR, electronic support measures, ESM, and electronic countermeasures, ECM, into a single, cohesive package that can automatically analyze threats and deploy the appropriate decoys or jamming signals. A mast-mounted millimeter-wave fire control radar, analogous to the longbow, is a key feature, but unlike on the Apache, it is not standard across the entire fleet. It is more commonly seen on the Z-19 Scout helicopter, suggesting a doctrinal preference for hunter-killer teams, though it is a central component of the high-end Z-10ME export variant. The Z-10's arsenal is both versatile and unique, revealing a distinct tactical philosophy. Its chin turret is flexible, capable of mounting a 23 MIRSO or 30 mm cannon, or even a 40 mm grenade launcher, depending on mission requirements. Its 4 hardpoints, expanded to 6 on the Z-10ME, can carry a mix of unguided rockets and a formidable array of guided munitions. The primary anti-tank weapon is the HJ-10, or Reed Arrow 10, air-launched designation AKD-10. This missile is not a simple Hellfire clone. Its most notable feature is its fiber optic guidance system, which spools out a thin wire behind the missile, transmitting a real-time video feed from the missile seeker back to the gunner's display. This allows for man-in-the-loop control, enabling the gunner to attack targets not in the helicopter's line of sight, NLOS, correct the missile's course mid-flight, or even switch targets after launch. With a range of up to 10 kilometers and a tandem heat warhead capable of penetrating a stated 1,400 millimeters of armor, it is an exceptionally lethal weapon for ambushes from complete defilade. Perhaps the most telling component of the Z-10's armament is the TY-90 air-to-air missile. Unlike the Stinger, which is an adapted infantry weapon, the TY-90 was designed from the ground up as a dedicated helicopter dogfighting missile. It is a formidable weapon, boasting a speed of over Mach 2, the ability to pull 20 G-turns, and a 3-kilon warhead with a laser proximity fuse specifically designed to shred an enemy helicopter's rotor system. The standard carriage of such a potent anti-helicopter weapon suggests a doctrine that not only anticipates but actively seeks air-to-air engagements, a clear divergence from the Apache's ground attack focus. The Z-10's development is a story of a leapfrog strategy. It has incorporated modern concepts like stealth shaping and integrated EW from the outset, while pragmatically working to overcome its technological weak points, most notably its engines. The Z-10ME is the culmination of this effort, a machine that has finally closed the power gap and, in doing so, has become a credible and dangerous adversary on the world stage. A direct juxtaposition of the AH-64 Apache and the Changhe Z-10 reveals more than a simple list of competing specifications. It exposes two fundamentally different philosophies of aerial combat, akin to a heavily armored juggernaut, versus a nimble duelist. The Apache is the juggernaut, a product of a military doctrine that seeks to dominate the battlefield through technological superiority, information supremacy, and overwhelming, resilient firepower. Its maximum takeoff weight of over 10,433 kilos is a testament to this philosophy, accommodating extensive armor, redundant systems, and the powerful sensor suite crowned by the longbow radar. It is designed to absorb punishment, process a deluge of battlefield data, and function as the central node of a networked attack, distributing destruction with its versatile arsenal. Its relatively shorter combat radius of around 476 kilometers is a reflection of a doctrine built around established forward operating bases and a robust logistical tail. The Z-10, in contrast, embodies the duelist's ethos. It is significantly lighter, with a maximum takeoff weight of around 7,000 kilos, and its design prioritizes agility, a lower radar and infrared signature, and specialized weapons to exploit an opponent's weaknesses. Its superior range of 800 kilometers suggests a doctrine that may require operating with greater autonomy or from more dispersed, less developed bases. While the Apache relies on its comprehensive armor and the situational dominance granted by the longbow radar for survival, the Z-10's survivability is rooted in not being seen or hit in the first place, using its slender, stealth-shaped fuselage and advanced YH-96 electronic warfare suite to evade detection and defeat incoming threats. This philosophical divergence is most apparent in their weapon systems. The Apache's AGM-114R Hellfire is a master of all trades, a single multi-purpose missile that simplifies logistics and gives the commander immense flexibility to engage any target of opportunity. The Z-10's arsenal is more specialized. The fiber-optic guided HJ-10 missile is a perfect tool for a duelist, allowing for ambushes and non-line-of-sight attacks that minimize the helicopter's exposure to direct fire. The standard inclusion of the TY-90 air-to-air missile is the most telling feature. Whereas the Apache can carry Stinger missiles, this is largely a secondary self-defense capability. The Z-10's doctrine, however, clearly includes the active hunting of other aerial platforms, particularly enemy helicopters. The TY-90 is not a defensive weapon. It is an offensive tool designed to win an aerial duel, a direct challenge to the air superiority that platforms like the Apache have long taken for granted. Therefore, to declare one superior to the other based on raw numbers is to miss the point. The Apache is designed to command the battle. The Z-10 is designed to win the engagement. In a hypothetical confrontation, the Apache would leverage its longbow radar to detect, classify, and engage multiple Z-10s from standoff range with fire-and-forget Hellfire missiles before the Chinese helicopters are even aware they are being targeted. The Z-10's counter would be to use its lower signature and nap-of-the-earth tactics to close the distance, using its agility to evade detection and then employing its own specialized weapons, either the NLOS HJ-10 from a concealed position or the potent TY-90 in a high-G, close-range dogfight. It is a contest between a system designed for overwhelming situational dominance and one designed for tactical lethality and surprise. The relentless pace of technological change and the shifting realities of the modern battlefield, increasingly populated by sophisticated air defense systems and swarms of unmanned aircraft, are forcing both platforms down a path of continuous evolution. For the Apache, the future extends to 2060 and beyond, a remarkable lifespan for an airframe designed in the 1970s. This longevity is made possible by a forward-looking modernization strategy centered on the AH-64E version 6.5 and the adoption of a modular open systems architecture, MOSA. This approach treats the helicopter less like a fixed piece of hardware and more like a smartphone, allowing for rapid and cost-effective integration of new capabilities through software updates rather than factory rebuilds. The core of this modernization is the enhancement of manned-unmanned teaming, a MUM-T. This is not merely the ability to view a drone's video feed. It is a deep integration that allows Apache crews to achieve level of interoperability, LOI 3 and 4, meaning they can take direct control of a UAS's sensors and even its flight path from their cockpit. This allows an Apache to send a drone like the MQ-1C Gray Eagle deep into contested airspace to find and designate targets, which the helicopter can then engage from a safe standoff distance, dramatically increasing crew survivability and operational reach. Future plans include the integration of launched effects, air-launched drones that can act as sensors, decoys, or kinetic weapons, and new long-range precision munitions. To support these power-hungry systems, the Apache fleet is slated to eventually receive the new, more powerful and efficient General Electric T901 engine developed under the Improved Turbine Engine Program, ITEP. This strategy effectively transforms the Apache from a frontline attacker into a quarterback in the sky, a command and control node orchestrating a team of unmanned assets. The Z-10's evolutionary path is one of rapid maturation, culminating in the Z-10ME export variant, which is less an upgrade and more the helicopter the Z-10 was always intended to be. This version systematically addresses the shortcomings of the initial production models. The new, more powerful WZ-9G engine provides the necessary performance for hot and high environments and allows the airframe to carry its full design payload. This includes the addition of the mast-mounted millimeter-wave radar, bolt-on armor packages, and an expanded array of 6 hardpoints. The Z-10ME also incorporates a sophisticated, modern defensive suite that includes a missile approach warning system, MAWs, and critically, a directional infrared countermeasures, DIRCM system, a high-end technology that uses a laser to blind incoming heat-seeking missiles and is still rare on many Western helicopters. The successful export of the Z-10ME to Pakistan, a nation that was denied access to American and Turkish alternatives, marks a significant geopolitical victory for China. It establishes the Z-10ME as a credible, high-performance alternative for nations outside the Western defense ecosystem and provides a crucial combat testing ground for the platform. While its unmanned integration is not yet as mature as the Apache's MUM-T, the Z-10ME is being equipped with the necessary building blocks, including compatibility with loitering munitions like the CM501XA and air-launched drones like the SW-6. Both modernization programs demonstrate a clear convergence in thought. The future attack helicopter will act as a mothership for unmanned systems. The Apache is refining its already mature capability, upgrading its brain for a new way of fighting. The Z-10ME, having finally received the powerful body and sharp senses it always needed, is now ready to develop that same intelligence. In the final analysis, the AH-64 Apache and the Changhe Z-10 are more than just competing machines. They are embodiments of their respective eras and strategic postures. The Apache is the product of a superpower at the height of its technological dominance, a platform built on decades of combat experience and immense sustained investment. It is a mature, perfected system whose every component has been tested and refined in the crucible of war. Its high acquisition and operational costs, with cost per flight hour figures often cited in the thousands of dollars, reflect this complexity and proven capability, making it the undisputed gold standard of attack helicopters. Its modernization path is one of maintaining dominance, evolving its role from a direct combatant to a networked commander of unmanned systems to ensure its relevance for another half-century. The Z-10, on the other hand, is the story of a nation's meteoric rise. It is a testament to a pragmatic and often clever design process that navigated significant technological hurdles, particularly the critical engine deficiency that constrained its early potential. It is a machine that seems to have required not a ritual dance to start up, but a series of back-alley deals for foreign parts and a monumental indigenous engineering effort to finally work as advertised. The evolution from the compromised initial production model to the formidable Z-10AE in little more than a decade is a stunning achievement, showcasing an iterative development cycle that is proceeding at a breathtaking pace. Its lower projected cost and freedom from the political strings often attached to Western hardware make it a potent tool of defense diplomacy and an attractive option for a growing number of nations. Their ongoing competition is a microcosm of the 21st century's defining strategic rivalry. While the battle-proven Apache remains the benchmark for capability and integration, the Z-10's rapid trajectory from a flawed copy to a credible, technologically advanced peer cannot be ignored. The fierce Thunderbolt may not have the Apache's long list of battle honors, but it represents a future where the sky is no longer the exclusive domain of a single apex predator.